Chapter 574. As expected by all present, Huang Jiuge, Bai Zhe, and Su Ke were among the six left. The three had been deemed the most powerful right from the beginning. Other than them, Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and Huang were left on the battlefield. As such, the ones to get eliminated next were Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and Huang. Su Ke would have probably ended up being ranked third. As expected by all present, Huang Jiuge, Bai Zhe, and Su Ke were among the six left. The three had been deemed the most powerful right from the beginning. Other than them, Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and Huang were left on the battlefield. As such, the ones to get eliminated next were Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and Huang. Su Ke would have probably ended up being ranked third. The final battle was thought to take place between Huang Jiuge and Bai Zhe, as both were heirs of two figures ranked in the top 5 of the Barren Sky ranking, which meant that the powers that came from their lineages were too fearsome to gauge. All three did not seem to have any intention of going into battle on their own. As such, Yu Shang made his move. He scanned the four other than Yi Futian and fixed his eyes on Huang. Huang detected Yu Shang's gaze and walked out. Every step brought a chill to the battlefield, a cold that was bone-chilling. He did not wear shoes, which meant he walked barefooted on the battlefield. His steps were light, his long, black hair billowing, and his rags flapped about, all of which spoke of coldness like no other. Wind blew across the battlefield soon after, and the sky was soon filled with snow. The battlefield turned to look like a dead, cold wasteland, like the extreme south of the barren state heard in legends, incredibly barren, shriveled, and cold. Yu Shang, better take this one seriously, Yi Futian reminded his friend. He was able to feel that Huang was someone formidable. Yu Shang stood as his demonic might boiled. Dark golden demonic armor encased his body. The spiritual chi around him went berserk, coalescing in his direction, fueling his demonic aura and making it increasingly powerful. A devil seemed to stand tall and proud in a snowy wasteland, his feet firmly planted on the ground, not moving an inch. A large cold broadsword appeared in Huang's hand. The blade shone with a cold gleam. A fearsome storm whipped about Yu Shang's body at the very moment Huang picked his blade up, as if broadsword will and the thousands gathered around him, lashing out at Yu Shang. However, Yu Shang's devilish armor and physical constitution were so durable that the broadsword wills whipping about in the storm were utterly useless in breaking his defenses. Huang naturally knew that. He sprinted in the storm before leaping into the air. He held his blade with both hands before bringing it down on his opponent from above. The extremely cold will reached its target before the blade itself, and Yu Shang felt as if the blood in his body was about to stop flowing. The cold that encroached his body was so extreme that he was unable to evade the slash that was to come. Boom! The cold air burst and a devil halberd was seen on Yu Shang's hand. He went on to lash out with overbearing demonic power. However, the devil halberd snapped right in the middle as the weapons clashed, and the attacking broadsword was shattered as well. Huang took to the air, coalescing yet another blade in his hands. Even fiercer storms whipped up quickly, encasing Yu Shang's body in ice. The blade which he held high above his head radiated bone-chilling coldness. His bearing grew even more ferocious as he brought his blade down on his opponent again. A shadow of the devil appeared with a roar, encasing Yu Shang's body. Terrifying demonic will was lashed out at Huang's body. However, the terrifying will did nothing to deter his blade. The blade, which seemed to pack icy storm-like powers, came down without hesitation, and Huang's hands did not flinch at all when he swung the blade down. Yu Shang's body continued to devour spiritual chi in a crazed manner, rendering the dark golden demonic storm more ferocious. The storm turned into an incredibly huge dark golden shadow of the devil, the form of which grew increasingly tangible. Yu Shang punched, and the shadow behind him punched with him. The air shook from the ferocity of the attack. Crisp sounds were heard soon as the blade was brought down on its target. The fist of the devil was cut open by the blade, and the golden devil shadow that was about to take solid form shattered as well, exposing Yu Shang's body to his opponent. However, the blade was once again shattered from the impact. Even more ferocious storms of ice whipped around Yu Shang's body, seemingly out to bury him alive. Huang seemed like he was walking in the storm in the air. Another blade appeared in his hand, which looked stronger than the ones from before. Yusheng remained standing where he was, feeling his blood about to stop flowing. He seemed to be experiencing the extreme cold in the midst of the icy storm that seemed endless. The spiritual qi that he had absorbed seemed to have turned into devilish flames within his body, burning within to dispel the encroaching cold. The ice and snow around Yusheng melted rapidly. He was able to make out a silhouette carrying a blade in the storm. Dark demonic fires continued to burn within, destroying the icy storm around him. The flash of his opponent's blade soon came for his head together with the storm. Boom! The shadow of the devil coalesced once again around Yusheng. Spiritual qi of the world combined to create the most powerful devil, as wisps of dark golden demonic currents whipped around in the air. Devastating storms seemed to have appeared. The heaven-tempering power of the demonic arts was unleashed, and Yusheng seemed to have turned into a true devil. Doom! A loud rumble was heard. Yusheng made no attempts to evade and stepped forward without any hesitation. He punched, his fist clad in endless demonic might, seemingly capable of shattering anything. Boom! Terrifying storm was soon unleashed, and a terrifying tornado whipped up before Yusheng. The blade did not come down, and Huang Zhuge was nowhere to be seen. He retreated far away, standing in the cold storm. Yusheng's fist rumbled in the storm, shaking the air. The storm before him was completely destroyed. He sheathed his blade. The audience looked at Huang, thinking that he was terrifying. If Huang was to fight anyone else but Yusheng, the ever-prevalent icy spells were more than enough to restrain the movements of his opponents, even preventing his opponents from moving at all. That, coupled with his fearsome blade work, enabled him to easily kill his intended target. However, he did not bring his blade down in his previous attack. The icy storm continued raging on the battlefield. Huang Zhuge looked at Yusheng where he stood and then turned around to leave the scene. I'm not here to put my life on the line fighting you. If Huang had gone all the way with his blade, both of them would have lost and suffered serious injuries. Huang was known to be a madman in the south, yet Yusheng proved to be even more crazed than he was. Huang returned to his spot. He came to the Holy Ji Palace with the intention of studying the ways of the sacred ground of barren state, refining and improving his powers in the process. He deemed himself to have done enough. Winning and losing never mattered much to him. He lost many fights, yet the ones he was able to defeat did not live to tell the tale. He saw life and death to be of utmost importance. He knew it at a very young age when he was left to die in the icy cold storms. He was a crazy one, yet he valued life above all else. Yusheng did not leave the battlefield. He scanned the other three. With the exception of Futian, only Huang Zhuge, Bai Zhe, and Su Ke were left. That guy. Many looked at Yusheng. A silhouette was seen walking onto the battlefield. His expression was composed, and a tinge of fleeting arrogance was seen in his eyes as always. Yet, at the very moment he stepped into the battlefield, his aura had Yusheng trapped. Su Ke of the Tingxue house. It was natural that Yusheng would not challenge Futian. Huang Zhuge and Bai Zhe thought too highly of themselves to make a move, and thus, he was left to clean things up. Yusheng was very powerful, yet he stood no chance in front of Su Quebec. Su Ke himself had absolutely no doubt about it. This is the first time I meet a monster in human form like yourself. Not even the mighty ones among the demons prove to be your match. But my abilities naturally counter yours. As such, I'd advise you to just walk out of this one yourself. Su Ke then added, top 5 is good enough for you. No one in the audience thought Su Ke was being arrogant with his words. Yusheng's strength had long been recognized, but as Su Ke himself put it, in one such battlefield, Su Ke was probably the opponent that Yusheng should have avoided at all cost. One's planes and levels were inadequate to fully determine the outcome of one's battles. There were natural counters to certain abilities, by way of nothing other than the nature of a cultivator's profession. As such, to a certain extent, jack-of-all-trades type of cultivators had an edge over others. For example, Futian, and his battles so far suggested that he had always been the one to counter the abilities of others. Yusheng did not say anything. The demonic might coursing through his body proved to be a better response than any words. Su Ke smiled. He saw no other way of going about things but to fight if his opponent deemed his advice unnecessary. He stepped out slowly. Streaks of sword will out to kill coursed throughout his body and grew in power. His movements gained speed rapidly until he looked like a beam of light, appearing right before Yu Shang in an instant. Boom! Yu Shang stomped on the ground and punched hard. The attack shattered Su Kei's body, which he quickly found to be just an afterimage. A killing intent lashed out at Yu Shang's side with a flash, drawing a perfect arc in the air. The sword cut right on top of Yu Shang's defense, tearing it open right there and then. The armor on Yu Shang's arm was torn to shreds, and his clothes were quickly reduced to tatters. Both men flashed by each other and ended up standing with their backs facing each other. "Do you still feel like fighting?" Su Kei asked. Yi Futian frowned. Su Kei's specialty lied within his eerie speed, which, when coupled with his killing sword, served well as a natural counter to Yu Shang's abilities. Yu Shang's combat capacity was incredibly ferocious, but he was unable to do anything so long as Su Kei avoided clashing head-on with him. Anyone who was to fight Yu Shang would probably have doubts, yet Su Kei had no such doubts. He trained in the art of the killing sword, and his blade was meant to do nothing but kill. An even more ferocious demonic might was soon unleashed, absorbing worldly spiritual chi and converting it into formidable demonic aura. The shadow of a devil appeared, melding with his physical body. Yu Shang looked like a devil himself at the very moment. "You never learn," Su Kei spoke again, and a dazzling streak of his movements was seen as soon as he finished. Yu Shang did not bother evading. He turned around and waited for his opponent's sword to reach him instead. That crazy bastard. Many in the audience looked stunned. Su Kei was more than just educated in spectral movements. His sword was known to be the sword of destruction. "You seem to have a death wish." Su Kei's face was cold. He lashed out with his sword, which cut right through Yu Shang's armor and devilish physique, going for his heart without stopping. Yu Shang extended his hand and grabbed hold of the sword. The sword cut his palm open, breaking through his dark golden layer of defense. Blood was soon seen on the wound, but Su Kei felt a looming danger at the very same time. An enormous palm like that of a devil soon lashed out, going straight for Su Kei's head. Su Kei retreated in a hurry and soon heard rumbling noises around him. A devil halberd after another fell from the sky, cutting off his escape. He swiped with his sword with a roar. A bright, dazzling flash was seen, as all of the halberds were snapped in the middle. Su Kei lashed out like he was a sword himself. Boom! Another palm lashed out. Su Kei extended his hand and pointed in the air. His sword aura penetrated its intended target, but the palm landed on his body all the same. Su Kei's body was sent flying with a loud boom, landing hard on the ground. He spewed blood, feeling all organs within ruptured. If he had not used his killing sword aura to fend off most of the force of the attack on his body, the attack would probably have destroyed all his internal organs, killing him right there and then. At the same time, countless devil halberds whooshed at Su Quebec. He quickly retreated behind, evading the incoming attacks like a specter. "You crazy bastard," Su Kei quipped coldly as he steadied himself. Blood was still dripping from Yu Shang's hand. He felt a tinge of frustration as he stared at Su Quebec. He failed, and a chance like that was hard to come by a second time. "Sword!" Su Kei shouted in rage. Countless killing storms descended around him, turning into countless killing swords circling Su Kei's body before coalescing into one blade. Su Kei's silhouette disappeared in the very next moment. Terrifying killing storms engulfed Yu Shang's body. Many saw shimmers of blades within, as well as ferocious attacks dealt by Yu Shang. However, Yu Shang avoided clashing with Yu Shang altogether. Sword aura gradually whipped about with Yu Shang at the center, and a killing storm was soon built up. The crisscrossing sword aura threatened to destroy the space. "Yu Shang, that's enough." Yi Futian yelled. "He surrenders." Su Kei's silhouette appeared somewhere in the air. The endless killing storm was dispersed, and Yu Shang's body was seen clearly again. The armor on his body was severely damaged, yet his eyes remained shining with overbearing coldness as he set his eyes on Su Quebec. He lifted his head to look at Yi Futian, seemingly insistent on finishing what he started. "Step down," Yi Futian said gently. Only then did Yu Shang nod and walk away. Suke looked at Yusheng's back. If his abilities were not capable of countering Yusheng's, it would be difficult to tell who would have emerged victorious in the fight. He saw Yusheng to be a madman, and he had no intention to continue fighting one such madman. He flashed and returned to his spot in urgent need of rest. Yusheng, however, looked like nothing ever happened to him. He returned to his place before saying to Yi Futian, "It's just you now." Yusheng had intended to clear Yi Futian's path for him, and he did not expect to stumble upon a wall at that stage. "It's all right," Yi Futian said. "Go get some rest." "Right." Yusheng nodded. Many turned to look at Yusheng. While it was true that he lost, no one dared to say that Yusheng was weak. In actuality, had Suke's abilities not been natural counters to Yusheng's, Suke might have actually been the one to lose the battle. Furthermore, Yusheng was still just a grade 9 noble, and that meant he would grow into a terrifying being. Only 4 cultivators were left on the battlefield: Huang Jioge, Bai Zhe, Suke, and Yi Futian. The first 3 were deemed the most powerful, and they indeed had been able to make it to the very end. It was, however, completely unexpected that Yi Futian, the dark horse, was able to make it this far as well. Should he just roll over and make way for the remaining 3 then? Chapter 575. The battlefield turned silent all of a sudden. All 4 remaining candidates were coincidentally in 4 different corners. Suke was resting, and both Huang Jioge and Bai Zhe did not bother making a move in a hurry. Everyone seemed to be waiting for someone else to make a move. The battlefield turned silent all of a sudden. All 4 remaining candidates were coincidentally in 4 different corners. Suke was resting, and both Huang Jioge and Bai Zhe did not bother making a move in a hurry. Everyone seemed to be waiting for someone else to make a move. Huang Jioge was in no hurry as he had already fought. Bai Zhe had yet to fight anyone. Is he trying to enter the final round like this? He wants his way all cleared before fighting someone? If Bai Zhe gets to stay arrogant like this, then what am I? Bai Zhe was also waiting, but he was not waiting for Huang Jioge. He was waiting for Yi Futian. He eyed Yi Futian with a sarcastic look. He wanted to see how long Yi Futian would take to challenge him. Will he avoid fighting me and choose to fight Huang Jioge or Suke instead? Bai Zhe was in no hurry. Having come this far, he needed only to win 1 or 2 fights to be ranked number 1 in this round. He had enough patience to wait until then. Yi Futian had, of course, been aware of Bai Zhe's gaze, that gaze filled with provocation and condescension, which seemed to ask Yi Futian, "What are you waiting for?" Those eyes were filled with extreme arrogance. As the second son of White Cloud City, a descendant of a figure ranked 4th on Barren Sky ranking, Bai Zhe was practically born with a silver spoon in his mouth. His background was formidable, his talents extraordinary, and everything seemed to be within his grasp so long as he bothered reaching for it. It was perhaps due to the fact that he had never suffered a loss of any kind, and there were few among his peers who were able to match his prowess in any way. As such, he was arrogant, and he knew nothing about the word respect. That was why he dared to invite Hua Jieyu right in front Futian. If it had not been for his second sister being around, Bai Zhe might have been even blunt with his use of words. Maybe Yi Futian was little more than a footnote in Bai Zhe's eyes, and it was only natural that Bai Zhe not care about Yi Futian's feelings. The more arrogant one was, the greater the fall. The battlefield was filled with an eerie silence. What is he waiting for? Many cast their gaze at Yi Futian. They never bothered looking at Bai Zhe or Huang Jioge, as if the one who should challenge someone was Yi Futian and no one else. No one knew what Yi Futian was waiting for. Yusheng remained on the battlefield. His eyes were calm. While no one had any idea what he was thinking about, it was obvious he was not worried. He wanted to clear the path for Yi Futian, leaving only Bai Zhe behind to fight his friend. Yet Suke's prowess meant that he had no means of attacking. Even so, he remained firm in his belief his friend would still be able to accomplish what he failed to. Any idea what he is up to? In the direction of the Holy Ji Palace, Zhuge Qinyang asked Zhuge Mingyue, "Who do you mean by he?" Zhuge Mingyue replied with a question. "Yi Futian, of course," Zhuge Qinyang answered. "Isn't that obvious? Why Yi Futian instead of Bai Zhe or Huang Jioge?" Zhuge Mingyue turned to Zhuge Qinyang. Zhuge Qinyang was dumbfounded for a brief moment, yet he knew what Zhuge Mingyue meant by that. Everyone had the opinion that Yi Futian should be the one to challenge someone, and that it was only natural for him to do so. It was as if Futian should make his move, picking an opponent that he was able to handle, lose, get eliminated, and then make way for the others. Zhuge Mingyue looked at the battlefield with a slight smirk on her face. Are you saying that the others are right to be pretentious, but not my little brother? Zhuge Kenyang was rendered speechless, before smiling and saying, Touché. If Futian had heard their conversation, he would have commended his elder sister for being the one who understood him. The eerie silence continued, and many began to look impatient. That was the first time something like this happened since the battles began. Many wondered if it was because the candidates were trying to overwhelm each other through their personal bearings alone, given how it was the clash of the titans. It was Suke, who was still resting at the moment, that opened his eyes. A flicker of a sharp, killing sword will appear in his eyes. He scanned the battlefield before him and set his eyes on Futian. This is boring. Suke shook his head smiling, before walking into the battlefield and saying, It seems like I'm the most boring person in the room. Very well, I'll make a move. You there, get up. Futian was aware of Suke's gaze and knew that Suke was challenging him. He stepped out onto the battlefield. Countless eyes turned to look at them both, wondering if things were about to start again. That guy sure knows how to keep people waiting. A gust of killing sword aura encased Futian, yet he lifted his head as if he was judging Suke, before smiling and saying, You should have been eliminated in the last round. Futian naturally found Yusheng to be stronger than Suke, even if it was Yusheng who ended up losing. He nonetheless persisted in his belief, simply because the one Suke, the one they called the heir of the god-slaying sword, fought was Yusheng. If Yusheng was to go all out, it would have been hard to tell who would end up dead. The fact remains that I won, and he lost. He was indeed powerful, but too bad I was his natural counter. Can't you comprehend that? Suke's clear voice sounded rather lazy. Futian nodded. He admitted that much. You're right, but you seem to not get it yourself. The one that you shouldn't have challenged is me, Futian said in a flighty tone. A tinge of puzzlement was seen in Suke's lazy eyes. The one I shouldn't have challenged? You are really a pompous one indeed. The audience outside the battlefield all looked funny. Just what is that guy thinking? He actually went boasting around someone like Suke? So you meant that you were able to counter my abilities? Suke smiled. You'll see soon enough, Futian answered. Interesting fellow, you are, Suke smiled and said. Futian was the first person he met who was able to keep such an air around him. Suke took only one light step out, and the battlefield was soon covered in killing intent. Endless killing sword will gathered around him. His sword was a killing sword, and it was only natural for him to select his techniques based on the one he intended to kill. Yusheng had explosive power but was relatively weak in the speed of his movements. Futian was different, and Suke decided that the best course of action was simply to go for the kill right away. Endless killing sword aura gathered before Suquebec. He spun the aura with only one hand, his other hand tucked behind him. He looked incredibly dashing as he did so. A fearsome vortex appeared and a sword emerged, a killing sword imbued with the might of the terrifying storm. Go! Suke slapped out with his palm. Immense killing intent followed the sword's movements, cutting the air between them. The sword zipped about in the air, aiming for Futian. Light of celestial bodies shone around Futian. The heavens and the earth turned into a world of stars. Empowered by the holy will, the celestial bodies grew to look even more real and powerful. Futian levitated in the midst of the celestial bodies, then became clad in the shadow of the rock, looking incredibly dazzling. Shoop! The sword hit its intended target, and the starry defenses crumbled in an instant. Endless sword aura flowed about and descended into the starry world. The seemingly invincible sword cleaved through its obstacles like a hot knife through butter, tearing everything in its path apart. Meteors exploded and crumbled as the sword went past, and nothing seemed to be able to stop the sword's advance. Coldness followed as the stars and meteors were no more. The sword turned into a killing beam headed for Futian. Thunderous light emerged from under Futian's feet, and with a flap of the rock's wings, he vanished from where he stood. Rumbling noises were heard, and the sword continued its course, disappearing from that space and heading for the edge of the battlefield. Mighty ones from the Holy Ji Palace interfered and snuffed the sword out. The flowing sword will was blocked by the stars and the meteors, as well as the coldness, dissipating without a trace in the starry world. Suke did not continue attacking. He turned to look at Yi Futian. The starry world was a manifestation of Yi Futian's will, and it turned autonomous. It packed incredible defensive capacity, and no conventional attacks were able to cut through the starry world and get near Yi Futian. It was also impossible for immensely powerful killing moves to attack in large areas, as Yi Futian would have simply evaded such attacks. The only way to truly get to Yi Futian was to do it up close and personal. A sword appeared in Suke's hand. A construct materialized using killing sword will. Fearsome storms whipped about around the sword. It was a sword meant to break spells, a weapon capable of cutting through all spells and kill the one conjuring the spells. Suke's body vanished from where he stood. Gray mirages flickered around Yi Futian, and an incredibly terrifying killing sword will float in the air, making their way to Yi Futian. Yi Futian activated freedom meditation, and the flow of all auras in the air became crystal clear to him. Moonlight shone in the starry world, and spells of coldness covered the space they occupied, slowing down the flow of all spiritual chi around them. The meteor storm that circled around Yi Futian became encased in frost. The place seemed to have turned into a space responding to his will absolutely, preventing the sharp killing sword will from getting anywhere near him. A streak of mirages circled about him. A sword was seen cleaving the defenses of the starry world, and everything the anti-spell blade touched was soon turned to dust. To Suke, the place seemed to be entirely defenseless. Yi Futian extended his hand, coalescing the light of the stars into a staff. He danced about as if he was practicing with his staff techniques. Every move seemed naturally ordered, and the power of his techniques grew increasingly intense. His body was soon covered in some kind of terrifying might. What is he doing? Many eyed Yi Futian. Suke was just within an arm's reach of Yi Futian, and he was able to launch a killing blow at Yi Futian at any moment. A fearsome killing sword will went straight for Yi Futian's mind, filling the inside of his head with millions of killing intent, tearing everything apart and aiming to destroy his will. At the very same moment, Futian sensed impending danger looming about. He knew that Suke was about to make his move. Yi Futian's body became tense, every fiber of his being rendered stiff. The endless killing aura filled every inch of his being, shocking him to the core of his being. However, Yi Futian continued to dance about with his staff as if nothing happened. Within his mind, he saw silhouettes circling around him trying to find a weak spot to exploit, yet he was able to see every move of that silhouette clearly. Shoop! A very thin sound was heard as the anti-spell sword lashed out. All spells around were completely broken by Suquebec. The blade was lashed out at Yi Futian's rear, going straight for his neck. The sword fully intended to spill blood. Lightning flickered and wings flapped. Yi Futian moved forward, drawing a near-perfect arc in the air, before turning around to strike with his staff. Suke's sword was one able to break spells, yet the 9 heavenly attacks were not spells. An enormous shadow of his staff emerged within the starry world, cleaving through the heavens and going straight for Suke's blade. Suke looked troubled as he moved like flowing light, lashing out with his blade. He intended to evade the incoming attack, but the extreme will of cold and gravity severely limited his speed. Dazzling golden vines slithered about from his side to entangle him. Suke had no choice but to take the strike head-on. His sword was a killing sword and an anti-spell sword, silent but incredibly deadly. As such, the head-on damage potential of his blade was nowhere near formidable and definitely paled in comparison to Yinjia's heavenly sword meant for head-on clashes. However, Suke was also an incredibly decisive person. He knew he had nowhere to run to, and as such, he forced his sword aura into his blade. The sword in his hand burst with intense killing light as it clashed with the starry staff. A loud boom signified the crumbling of his sword, and the rush of terrifying power continued its course for Suke's body. He retreated by maneuvering the force of the clash at the very moment of impact, and his body continued flying backward. Seal, Yi Futian spat coldly. The stars and meteors circling sealed the space they occupied. His body turned into shimmering light like the rock glittering in the air. The broken staff was once again made whole, and Futian struck at his opponent again. Suke struck with his palm, a sword embedded in it. The incoming constructs were quickly broken, and his body continued to move forward. He had no intentions of staying any longer on the battlefield, and all he wanted at the moment was to be free from the starry world. However, Futian's speed was no slower than his. The 9 heavenly attacks descended from above. Suke pointed at the air with a roar of anger. An endless killing sword aura rushed at the staff like a torrent. The giant staff cleaved right through the torrent of swords and continued striking its target. A loud boom was heard. Suke grunted as he was thrown down by the attack, spewing blood from his mouth. Golden lights shimmered as the rock continued its course. Greater might seemed to have descended from the heavens to strike at everything below. Suke went pale before shouting, "I admit defeat." The staff halted. Futian remained in the air as the light of the celestial bodies dissipated. Suke's body hit the ground and blood was seen at the corner of his mouth as he lifted his head to look at Futian. Suke seemed to have grasped what Futian meant with his words earlier. The one that he should not have challenged was indeed Futian. Futian had been able to capture Suke's whereabouts and struck hard at his weaknesses. He continued hammering without pause once he got the better of his opponent, until said opponent was defeated. Every move Suke made was perfectly countered in that fight of theirs. Suke has been defeated. Countless eyes stared at the scene in astonishment. The battle before happened too quickly, and those with lower levels in training were not even able to make out how Futian won. Eyes turned in Futian's direction. He managed to make it to top 3 with that one battle. Only 2 stood before Futian after that battle, 2 who were probably the most powerful in the battles fought in the Holy Ji Palace vicinity thus far, Huangjouge and Bai Zhe. Chapter 576. In the direction of the Holy Ji Palace, even those big figures were a bit shocked. They clearly didn't think Futian could reach this step. In the direction of the Holy Ji Palace, even those big figures were a bit shocked. They clearly didn't think Futian could reach this step. So many prides from all over the barren state had come for the Holy Road. The list of perfection wasn't exactly the best of the best in the barren state, because there were still people above the realm, but they were definitely the best of those in the lower noble plane. The 3 that were left had quite interesting planes. Huangjouge had the highest cultivation with the grade 7 noble plane. Bai Zhe was a grade 8 noble. Futian was a grade 9 noble. Each one was in a different plane. Futian was the lowest, but he'd fought the entire way to Huangjouge and Bai Zhe. This was definitely shocking. Many big figures were already wondering if they could get Futian to be their own disciple. With his potential, he would definitely be in the barren sky ranking in the future. Elder Ning was extremely uncomfortable. Seeing Futian at this step made him realize that no one could stop Futian from entering the Holy Ji Palace. As long as he was willing, any headmaster would accept him. In this case, it would be hard to take revenge for Ning Huang and kill Futian. Futian and Yushang had 2 abilities to travel the Holy Road, but Ning Huang had provoked him. The consequences were predictable. At this moment, Futian walked to his spot and stood there quietly. Instead of continuing to challenge, he looked in Bai Zhe's direction. None of the remaining 3 stepped out. Bai Zhe smiled suddenly. Was Futian copying him? But did he even qualify to do so? Raising his head, Bai Zhe looked towards the steps and said, "Senior, since there are only 3 left, why don't we fight together?" Hearing his words, everyone was surprised and stared hard at him. How confident was he in his own abilities? If the 3 fought at the same time, and one was stronger than the other 2, it would be 2 against 1. Judging by Bai Zhe's arrogance, he must have thought that he was the strongest. Since he thought this and dared to say those words, did this mean that he wasn't intimidated by Futian and Huangjouge partnering up? Was Bai Zhe confident in fighting the other 2 of the list of perfection? The elder on the stairs gazed at Huangjouge and Futian. "What do you 2 think?" he asked. "I have no objections." Huangjouge's voice was calm. Since Bai Zhe had suggested it, he would follow no matter what. "What about you?" The elder looked at Futian. Futian smiled and nodded. "Sure." The 3 all agreed. "In that case, step onto the battle podium together. For the list of perfection, there are no rules. Fight as you please," the elder said calmly. This seemed to be setting them free. Bai Zhe, Huang Jioge, and Yi Futian all stepped forward at once. They walked towards different spots on the battleground. Countless eyes fell on them, feeling shaken. Many hearts even sped up. The list of perfection hadn't fought one-on-one. Instead, the three would fight together. How would the final battle be? Who would be the first to be eliminated? Who would be the first of this year's Holy Ji Palace battle? Formless wind blew past the battleground, fluttering their robes. Mu Jiqiu's indifferent eyes stared at the battleground and showed some rare emotions. She gazed at the most handsome one of the three and asked herself, is he able to defeat Bai Zhe and Huang Jioge? Qinin, Xie Wuji, and the others from Mount Jushian were all a bit nervous. They watched with bated breath. Gu Yunxi, Long Mu, and the others inhaled sharply. Yi Futian had once swept through Divine Sky City domineeringly. Would he be able to create a miracle at the foot of the Holy Ji Palace today? On the silent battlefield, Bai Zhe looked so handsome. He looked at Yi Futian and suddenly chuckled. You think that you can show off your pride by copying Huang Jioge and not challenging voluntarily? Bai Zhe mocked. Pride needs abilities as a foundation. A clown like you can only make a fool out of yourself. You didn't fight in the top 10 battles. Why am I making a fool out of myself by standing here? Yi Futian asked Bai Zhe. Because some people don't need to fight. They only need to stand there, and people will recognize them. Yet others will only be seen as a challenger, even if he fought his way here, no matter if he voluntarily challenged or not. Bai Zhe stared at Yi Futian. Do you understand? Yi Futian's eyes flashed. Then he nodded. You're right. Bai Zhe's words were indeed correct. But there's something you don't understand yet, Yi Futian continued. Really? Bai Zhe smiled thinly. You'll see soon, Yi Futian said. Bai Zhe laughed. I'm excited, but first, you'll understand just how far apart we are. The moment he finished, his eyes turned dark gray. Horrible spiritual energy shot out from his gray eyes. The vast space was instantly filled with some terrible dark gray air current. Spiritual chi flowed in reverse, and the world turned gray. Those eyes pierced into Yi Futian's mind. At that moment, Yi Futian seemed to see Bai Zhe standing right before him. In his mind, Bai Zhe had turned into a giant. He reached out, and his spiritual energy pressed down, about to squash Yi Futian. This was the eye of devastation. Countless eyes fell upon the battlefield. Sensing the chaotic space, they clearly understood that Bai Zhe had already attacked. How could Yi Futian take Bai Zhe's eye of devastation? However, a starry world had appeared in Yi Futian's world. The sun, moon, and stars hung high in the sky. An extremely divine force was guarding it. When the huge handprint descended, it released sacred light that blocked the invasive spiritual energy attack. Bai Zhe's spiritual energy could even attack Shimin Yin directly, so he was obviously very strong. Yi Futian naturally had to protect his mind well. Your defense is actually this strong? It's a bit unexpected, but as long as you're within my territory, how can you fight back? Bai Zhe asked coldly. Impossibly heavy might weigh down on Yi Futian. Afterward, a huge palm appeared in the sky. It grabbed at Yi Futian. The spiritual chi in the world roared. Yi Futian wanted to attack using a spell, but all the spiritual chi seemed to be restricted. It was hard to be gathered into a spell. Yi Futian had to use the power within his body. Not being able to resonate with the spiritual chi in the environment drastically reduced a sorcerer's powers. Trying to use a spell in my eyes territory. Are you dreaming? Bai Zhe mocked. He may have been in the list of perfection, but he hadn't fought in any of the top 10 battles. He'd never showed his true abilities. No one had been enough to make him go full out. Thus, no one knew just how powerful Bai Zhe was until now. Releasing the golden rock life spirit, Yi Futian flashed. He punched powerfully, activating the spiritual chi within him. A golden rock seemed to burst from his fist, landing on the huge handprint. Boom! The handprint shattered, and Yi Futian was driven back. He looked up in the sky. The more clearly he saw it, the more he could feel the pressure within this space. So powerful. Countless hearts quivered. Even though Yi Futian had displayed shocking combat ability earlier, he probably would still lose against Bai Zhe. The second young lord of the White Cloud City had only released one power to make everyone feel despair. Huang Jiuge stood to the side. He didn't rush to attack. Instead, he just watched Bai Zhe and Yi Futian's fight. A pure sorcerer would lose pathetically against Bai Zhe. Thud. Yi Futian stepped out. His golden wings glimmered, and he shot forward in the air, going straight for Bai Zhe. Even if he didn't use spells, his physical body was still extremely powerful. Want a close-distance fight? Bai Zhe looked at him mockingly. He waved a half and instantly gathered spiritual qi to cast a spell. Endless thunder chains flew towards Yi Futian, blocking his incoming path. The golden rock cut a beautiful arc in the sky. The spiritual qi inside it lay on its wings. Yi Futian flew forward like a divine bird. He shot through the spells, going straight for Bai Zhe. Humph! Bai Zhe huffed coldly. Dazzling gold light flashed before him, transforming into a huge golden image. It glistened before him. All metal elemental spiritual qi gathered wildly before him. The golden image dazzled, cutting the air apart. Boom! Yi Futian's fist landed squarely on the image. It cracked but didn't shatter. It continued to shine blindingly. Spiritual qi fell down, mending the cracks. Bai Zhe of the White Cloud City didn't only have the eye of devastation. Bai Luli was known as the strongest genius of the Barren State. He was in the top 10 of the Barren Sky ranking and was skilled in many abilities. Like his brother, Bai Zhe must have learned a lot too. Yi Futian produced a golden staff. His rock-like body passed through the sky and horrible power gathered towards it. Once again, he shot towards the curtain of gold light like lightning. He brought down his golden staff. With a crisp sound, the gold light curtain broke. In front of Yi Futian, endless spiritual qi dropped down around Bai Zhe at that moment. It felt like some law descended into the image floating before Bai Zhe. The long image was like an inscription. It devoured the spiritual qi in the world and gradually formed a special image. Shocking power emanated from it. Air inscription. Yi Futian's heart trembled. He'd once used this power before, but he couldn't carve so many inscriptions like Bai Zhe and use it in battle. This required absolute control over the spiritual qi in the surroundings. Now do you know why I want your woman? Bai Zhe sent the message to Yi Futian telepathically. A divine spiritual sorcerer could help greatly with his cultivation. Chapter 577. Bai Zhe sneered at Yi Futian. The White Cloud City's inscribing was the most elite in the Barren State. They even had a complete inscribing manual. Moreover, the overwhelming spiritual control provided by the Eye of Devastation and another unique life spirit made air inscribing possible. Only the most elite spirit elementalists could inscribe spell scrolls in the air during battle, and he was one of them. Divine spiritual sorcerers were also likely to be able to do it. If Hua Jieyu was to become his path companion, they could improve their cultivation together. Bai Zhe sneered at Yi Futian. The White Cloud City's inscribing was the most elite in the Barren State. They even had a complete inscribing manual. Moreover, the overwhelming spiritual control provided by the Eye of Devastation and another unique life spirit made air inscribing possible. Only the most elite spirit elementalists could inscribe spell scrolls in the air during battle, and he was one of them. Divine spiritual sorcerers were also likely to be able to do it. If Hua Jieyu was to become his path companion, they could improve their cultivation together. The acclaimed ultimate sorcerers could form a spell in an instant. If it was cultivated together with the White Cloud City's inscribing, he would definitely reach a high level of attainment. It was a pity that Hua Jieyu was not understanding and chose to submerge herself in her relationship. Spell scrolls started to form, and as Bai Zhe's hand waved, rows of spell scrolls flew forward, surrounding Yi Futian. Chains of the Thunder God. As Bai Zhe's voice sounded, the spell scrolls around Yi Futian exploded with power. In an instant, thunder flooded the entire area and hundreds of thousands of lightning chains shot out from the spell scrolls, drowning Yi Futian within. The spell chains of the Thunder God was the spell inscribed in the spell scrolls. Countless spell scrolls activating at the same time. Imagine the horrifying power released. In an instant, Yi Futian was locked down by countless lightning chains in the air, his limbs electrocuted by terrifying lightning. The lightning traveled along his brilliant golden body, and the other end of the chains were controlled by Bai Zhe. How horrifying, someone in the crowd said as they were all stunned, their attention fixed on the battlefield. At his strongest, Bai was too strong. Just one of his spells was already this strong, not to mention multiple spell scrolls being activated at the same time. There was no counter for the spell. Countless lightning bolts flowed along Futian's body, causing him to shudder uncontrollably, probably because he was already unable to move. Bai's gaze swept across Futian. Now, it was time for him to feel what it was like to fall from grace under the gazes of tens of thousands of people. Among the countless thunder god chains, an abrupt lightning bolt flew towards Futian's body. However, at that moment, in Futian's life palace, rustling sounds could be heard as his life spirit, the world tree swayed and let out a brilliant glow. Futian's body seemingly transformed into an ancient tree at that moment, his meridians and bones becoming a part of the tree, and a tree's shadow could be seen within his body. Countless spiritual chi could be seen flowing towards the world tree in his life palace, which was attempting to devour all the spiritual chi. Not only that, but the thunder chains that had locked onto Futian and circulating around his body were actually converting to spiritual chi and being absorbed by his body, flowing rapidly towards the tree in his life palace. At that moment, the lightning on Futian's body became even more brilliant. Even though he was chained down by the thunder spell, more lightning flew towards him and was still unable to destroy his body. All the while, he stood there quietly, allowing the chains to lock his body down. His body is absorbing the thunder. The spiritual chi within the spell is actually being absorbed by his body. Many influential figures noticed what was happening and let out surprised yells, their expressions stunned. Futian's body was unbelievably hungry, greedily devouring all the spiritual chi it could. The world tree could support the lives of all living beings. As the spirit of all things, it was also the origin of all spells. Back then, Futian used the ability of the world tree to form his life spirit with the tree as a foundation and gradually developed the potential to use all elements. In the process, the world tree gained the ability to metamorphose to other elements. Futian had deciphered the wood elemental spiritual will. It was all-encompassing and had strong life power. As long as the world tree was not destroyed, his spiritual chi would not fade away. At that moment, Futian raised his head and looked at Bai, lightning sparking in his eyes. There was no trace of him being struck by a spell at all, his expression extremely cold, killing intent buried deep inside his eyes. "Is this all you have?" Futian asked. At that moment, the air around him was filled with spiritual chi and wisps of an overbearing spiritual will was being released, as though divine light had descended upon the battlefield. In the air, a starry dimension formed with Futian at its core. The sun and moon hung high in the sky, and the divine light illuminated the entire battlefield, causing the area to allow both the starry dimension and the eye sorcery dimension to coexist. It couldn't suppress him? Bai raised his head and looked at the starry dimension. His eye sorcery was actually unable to suppress Futian's spiritual will, and his spell did not crush Futian as well. What a shock. Interesting. Bai smiled. He had initially thought that it would be a one-sided battle, but it turned out that Futian was capable of retaliating. That made it all the more interesting. Bai stretched out his arms and brilliant spell scrolls appeared in the air, a golden glow trickling into them, sending the spell scrolls flying towards Futian. Futian used his freedom meditation, allowing him to see everything that Bai was doing clearly. Soon, the completed spell scrolls became circles, surrounding the area below Futian. A piercing golden glow radiated and sparkling lights were emitted from the golden spell scrolls. The sparkling lights appeared to cut through the golden threads, creating a formless web, cutting through the air and tearing through everything. When the crowd saw the piercing light, even Hua Jieyu was worried for Futian. The spell was definitely a lethal attacking spell that was able to cut through even air. Multiple spell scrolls activating at the same time created a destructive golden web that could tear through everything. Bang! Around Futian, a meteorite barrier appeared in an instant. However, when the golden rays came into contact with it, they cut through the meteorites like tiny wires. The countless rays intersected, and the meteorites were sliced to particles in an instant. They were cut into countless bits while the horrifying spell continued towards Futian's body. If it came into contact with his flesh, it could probably tear him to shreds. In his life palace, the rustling sounds continued and an innumerable amount of spiritual qi circulated towards the world tree. Following that, they flowed towards Futian's body. At that moment, the spiritual qi in the sky resonated with Futian, and all the spiritual qi in the area turned into a celestial force. A starry storm that had been compressed to its limit started to revolve around Futian, a clear starry brilliance shining in it. His body turned into immortal celestial bodies. When the spell scroll's attacks landed, countless tiny wires sliced towards him, cutting through the immortal celestial bodies bit by bit. Soon, the defensive celestial bodies were riddled with cuts, and the golden web pounced forward, tearing through the immortal celestial bodies, causing them to revert back to celestial force and dissipate. However, the horrifying golden glow also dimmed, and it already had no destructive force when it landed on Futian's body. He stopped it, the crowd thought as they looked at Futian in astonishment. Futian had actually stopped such a strong destructive attack. Zhe frowned. The spell he had cast was an extremely strong killer move of his, but even that was not enough to kill Futian. It seemed that Futian's strength was much higher than he had expected. Is this all you have? Futian's gaze landed on Zhe, and he asked coldly. As his voice landed, his palm grasped the air and celestial force flew towards Zhe, turning into countless meteorites and crashing down upon him, attempting to bury Zhe within. That was the starry spell, Star Burial. Nobody can use spells in your eye sorcery zone? Then, what is this? Futian said emotionlessly. Zhe raised his head and looked at the approaching spell. In an instant, his pupils became exceedingly scary and a life spirit appeared behind him. It was a pair of eyes that was exceptionally demonic. The life spirit assimilated into Zhe's eyes and his pupils swept across the area, causing many meteorites to shatter and others to deviate from their course, missing him and crashing into the ground. None of the meteorites were able to threaten him. Even if Futian was able to cast spells, it was wishful thinking that any spell could even hit him. Do you know why I didn't challenge you before this? Futian looked towards Zhe and asked. Swishing sounds could be heard as golden vines engulfed the area. The vines appeared to be connected with his body and blocked out the sun's rays in an instant. Zhe's eye of devastation swept forward, attempting to interrupt the spell. However, the fatal vines appeared to have no end, continuing to sweep forward. Even if their course were changed by the eye of devastation, they continued to change directions and assault him. This time, the fatal entanglement was cast by Futian making use of his life spirit, the world tree. It included spiritual qi of other elements within and converted them to metal and would elemental spiritual qi. However haughty you were before this is how lowly you will be after you have been defeated. As Futian finished speaking, the fatal vines rushed forward rapidly. Zhe's expression was extremely grim and a giant spell scroll appeared behind him, a brilliant glow emitting from it. Zhe waved his arm and multiple spell scrolls were created in an instant, floating in front of his body. Immediately, they turned into a golden veil with countless runes circulating within it. The metal elemental spiritual qi in the air rushed into the veil, turning into an indestructible barrier. Zhe raised his head and looked at Futian. What a crazy fellow, wanting to humiliate him in the battlefield. The fatal entanglement turned into sharp blades and slashed towards the golden veil in the air. Surprisingly, it did not destroy it and only managed to cause tiny cracks in the veil. Behind the veil, Zhe waved both arms and created more spell scrolls, which were floating in the air. Through the veil, he fired them at Futian with acute, killing intent. Futian similarly looked at Zhe. The both of them stared daggers at each other with ruthless expressions. At that moment, a brilliant glow appeared behind Futian and scrolls appeared, inscribed by spiritual energy. Materialization of spiritual energy. Zhe looked at Futian and immediately understood what he was doing. He was also a spirit elemental mandate sorcerer who excelled in spiritual energy. What was he trying to do by crafting scrolls with his spiritual energy? Could it be? When he thought of the possibility, Bai Zai's face turned pale. It was impossible. Is air inscribing that great? Futian asked slowly. As his voice landed, an enormous amount of spiritual energy rushed into his scrolls. At that moment, Futian utilized his spiritual energy to the limit and controlled the flow of spiritual qi. The scrolls floating in the air emitted a blinding purple glow, like they were being imbued into spell scrolls. The crowd saw this and was dumbfounded. Futian also knew the art of air inscribing. To a noble plane cultivator, it would not be hard to learn inscribing if they wanted to. However, to inscribe spell scrolls in the air while battling was insanely difficult. They had to have strong control over their spiritual energy and know inscribing, to begin with. For the White Cloud City's second young master Bai Zai, one of his life spirits was a spell scroll, coupled with his high attainment in spirit elemental control. Only then could he inscribe spell scrolls in the air. When did Futian learn how to do this, and why did he not use it in any of his previous battles? Chapter 578. The crowd did not know that although Futian had cultivated in inscribing, he had not actually practiced air inscribing. Previously, he had used his freedom meditation to observe Bai Zai's air inscribing and saw Bai Zai using his spiritual energy to create inscribing paper and guiding the spell into it. When he cast the spell, he could directly use his spiritual energy to control it and use it in battle. The crowd did not know that although Futian had cultivated in inscribing, he had not actually practiced air inscribing. Previously, he had used his freedom meditation to observe Bai Zai's air inscribing and saw Bai Zai using his spiritual energy to create inscribing paper and guiding the spell into it. When he cast the spell, he could directly use his spiritual energy to control it and use it in battle. Although air inscribing seemed easy, in reality, it required a delicate control over one's spiritual energy. Futian could only inscribe spells that he could cast in a short period of time. He had done that in previous battles as well, so he was confident that he could emulate Bai Zai's methods. Around Futian, the spiritual qi in the air accumulated and entered the spell scroll, causing a brilliant glow to emit from it. A dangerous might wafted from the spell scrolls as they were being created. The fatal entanglement continued to attack the golden protective veil, and cracks appeared in the veil. Finally, the veil was shattered, and the fatal entanglement rushed forward to attack Bai Zai. Bai Zai's body floated in the air, his expression extremely ruthless. He exerted the strength of the Eye of Devastation to its limit and hindered the movement of the vines. At the same time, the spell scrolls in his hand danced around him rapidly, turning into flames that covered the entire area and ignited the countless vines. Fire directly countered wood. The vines burned in the flames, but they were not destroyed and continued to move forward in the fire. Be destroyed. Bai Zai waved his hand once again, and his spell scrolls turned into a humongous golden web, acting as a wall in front of him that moved forward, slicing everything in its path. The fatal entanglement spell was continually crushed, but the web's strength was also diminished as well. At that moment, Futian brandished his arm and countless spell scrolls flew towards the golden web. Purple thunderbolts appeared in the air and turned into serpents, flying towards the web. It was the spell punishment of the thunder god. The brilliant thunderbolts cut through the air and slid through the openings in the web, snarling towards Bai Zai's body. Around Bai Zai, a radiant protective veil appeared, and the punishment of the thunder god crushed it as it landed on the veil, continuing towards his body. At that moment, Bai Zai's hair was dancing wildly and his eyes became exceptionally demonic. An illusion of a pair of giant demon eyes appeared behind him, and the punishment of the thunder god either flashed by his side or was decimated, but none of the thunderbolts were able to reach his body. In the air, a phantom descended with rock wings, like a beam of light dashing towards him. A gleam appeared in Bai Zai's eyes. Was he going to try close-range combat after the spell war? The dazzling figure struck out at him with a rod. The 9 heavenly attacks might crushing down. Many people were dumbstruck that Futian had actually made it close to Bai Zai. If the attack hit Bai Zai, what would the outcome be? An intense light burst forth, and a spell scroll-life spirit appeared behind Bai Zai. An innumerable amount of spiritual qi gathered around him, and he pointed towards his life spirit with both hands. At that moment, His life spirit transformed into a giant spell scroll, its golden glow scattering down upon the land. A huge crush word appeared and attempted to squash Futian. The rod and the falling crush collided, and a piercing golden light flooded the skies. The ancient word was eradicated, but Futian was also knocked back by the impact. Only the spell scroll life spirit remained in its luminance. How strong, thought the audience as their hearts pounded. Was this what a fight between the elite contestants was like? They had all thought it would be the duel between Bai Zhe and Huang Zhouge, but they had not expected the battle between Futian and Bai Zhe to be this intense as well. The two of them wielded strong abilities. Bai Zhe was the second young lord of the White Cloud City, so everyone knew that he was strong, but they did not think that Futian would be equally overbearing. The Eye of Devastation was unable to counter him, and he knew air inscribing as well. On the martial arts side, his rod skills were able to tear through the air and force Bai Zhe into using his twin life spirits to make Futian retreat. At that moment, in the battlefield, Bai Zhe stared coldly at Futian. He had not expected that he would be forced to such a state by Futian. He was the second young master of the White Cloud City, and he only respected one person apart from his elders, his brother Bai Luli. Apart from him, he had never treated anyone in the barren state as his equal. They all had to look up to him. He would become like his brother, a figure respected by everyone. Now, in the battle to enter the Holy Ji Palace, how could he be defeated? Especially to Futian, whose cultivation level was even lower than him. Definitely not. Futian floated in the air, his now golden eyes observing Bai Zhe. If you looked carefully, you could see killing intent in them. He knew that this second young lord of the White Cloud City had never treated him as an opponent. Otherwise, why else would he express his admiration for Jieyu in public and ignore him? Moreover, in the battlefield, he transmitted a message and insulted Futian. If it wasn't out of consideration for his image, he might have said it out directly. In the eyes of the presumptuous young city lord, Futian was but a mere ant that he could humiliate, trample, and even destroy. Since that was so, today would be a day he would remember forever. In his life palace, the rustling sounds continued as spiritual chi of all attributes appeared to be resonating with him. Futian could feel that if he released his world tree life spirit, the spiritual chi in the air would all rush towards him. However, his did not do so. He had already revealed too much with his other life spirits. It was better to keep his natal spirit hidden. Even so, in the starry dimension, a myriad of spiritual chi continued to pound downwards. Star Pillar, Futian said emotionlessly. As his voice landed, starry stone plates fell from the heavens, and with multiple crashes, the stone plates transformed into stone pillars, sealing off the entire area and Bai Zhe's escape route. The people who saw this were all stunned. What was Futian trying to do? By sealing off Bai Zhe's escape route, he was also trapping himself within. Was he this confident that he could defeat Bai Zhe? Bai Zhe felt humiliated, and the giant spell scroll life spirit in front of him looked like a brilliant slate. He made madras with his hands, and his fingers pointed towards the spell scroll. In an instant, the spiritual chi within his body flowed rapidly towards the spell scroll, and countless purple thunderbolts turned into serpents and descended upon his life spirit. In that instant, there appeared to be countless bolts of thunder coiling around the spell scroll, making it look like a holy talisman with a horrific destructive aura emanating from it. Bai Zhe's body was completely drowned in the thunder and appeared transparent. His surroundings had transformed into a thunderbolt dimension. The thunderbolt struck the starry pillars, causing cracks to appear in the pillars. One could imagine the might of the spell. Futian naturally knew the power of the spell scroll. It could cast spells that were beyond one's ability. Moreover, Bai Zhe had the spell scroll life spirit and could use it to craft spells directly, so he could definitely create an immense destructive spell. He could see that Bai Zhe was preparing his final strike. In his life palace, the world tree devoured all the spiritual chi and turned into the shade of the stars. Futian's life palace transformed into a real starry dimension, and its power flowed into Futian's body. Immediately, Futian's skin started to emit a brilliant starry glow, and spiritual chi of all elements started to move towards his body, turning into the light of the stars, circulating around his body. His body was like a star. If it was pushed to the limit, it would be inextinguishable. On top of that, a starry polearm appeared in Futian's hands, and as his wings opened, he started to fly in the air. A horrifying might descended, and in the starry dimension, Futian's speed started to increase, and it was almost impossible to catch a glimpse of his body. All that could be seen were after images. Purple thunder shot out from Zay's demonic eyes, and his spiritual energy locked onto Futian's body. Trying to avoid his strongest spell by raising his speed to the limit? Not so fast. It's too brilliant. As more cracks appeared on the starry pillars, the crowd could feel what was happening on the battlefield through the cracks, and they saw the divine bird. The rock pushing its speed to the limit and darting through the air with a terrifying might surrounding its body, while destructive force appeared in front of Zay, attempting to destroy everything. Huang Jioga stood below the battlefield, watching the battle unfold. He was astounded as well. He had not thought that the battle between Zay and Futian would reach such an overwhelming extent. Fire burned in his eyes as he acknowledged both of them as worthy opponents. What a pity that the two of them were battling. He was in no position to interfere. Almighty Thunder Guide, kill, Zay said cruelly. As his voice landed, a bolt of thunder struck Futian, who was darting through the air. That bolt of thunder acted as a guide, and in the next moment, Futian felt a truly destructive force as the countless thunderbolts on the spell scroll locked onto him and flew towards him like the roar of the thunder god. At that moment, Futian did not dodge and rushed towards Zay with no hesitation. His speed appeared to break through the limit and was becoming even faster, even to the point where it surpassed the lock-on by Zay's spiritual energy. At that moment, Futian darted within the thunderbolts, his extreme speed allowing his body to nullify the targeting. Many of the attacks missed his body and struck behind him, but there were still numerous thunderbolts that struck him directly. However, Futian's defense was unyielding, but it continued to be torn apart as cracks appeared in the inextinguishable starry defense, and the light of destruction appeared on his body. However, Futian did not stop and instead dived past the thunderbolts. The inextinguishable starry defense was finally shattered, and imposing thunderbolts struck Futian's body, but he still appeared in front of Zay as Zay watched him get closer in horror. This isn't possible. Zay saw the descending figure and roared, casting defensive spells on his body. Faster than lightning, a polearm swung down from the air towards him. Bang! With a dull sound, Zay's defenses were crushed in just one strike, and Zay's body curled up, blood streaming from his mouth as he fell rapidly to the ground. At the same time, Futian started to descend rapidly as well. Bang! Another dull sound, as Futian's foot stepped down on Zay's body, crushing him beneath his feet. Another stream of blood appeared around Zay's mouth, and he stared menacingly at Futian. He had been trampled by Futian and humiliated. Bam! The two of them landed, and the sound of breaking bones could be heard as countless people held their breaths and watched the scene in amazement. Futian had trampled Zay and smashed him into the ground. Chapter 579. Zay had been defeated. Zay had been defeated. The second young master of the White Cloud City, who had outstanding potential, exceedingly strong twin life spirits, and the eye of devastation that could counter all spells and attack others' spiritual will directly. He could inscribe spell scrolls in the air and excelled in spells of all elements. Even if he was slightly weaker in the martial arts, he was still confident that nobody could get near him. How strong would he be when he used spells of all elements to create spell scrolls? How scary was the Eye of Devastation? Everyone had thought that his opponent would be Huang Jioga, but seeing Futian step on Zay's body now, the vast area became abnormally quiet. Even the influential figures from the Holy Ji Palace looked at the scene awestruck. A furious roar sounded out as Zay's eyes were red with anger, and he stared menacingly at Futian. He was the second young master of the White Cloud City. Since he had been born, he had been a genius. Just like Futian had thought, he looked down upon Futian, even if had some potential, even if he was very strong. Zay had not treated him as a peer. That was why he expressed his affection for Hua Jieyu in public. There were not many people in the barren state that mattered to him. In the top 10 ranking battle, you have no victories. Now, do you understand why you could enter the top 3? Yi Futian looked at Bai Zhe and said coldly, "That's because I bestowed it upon you. Otherwise, do you think you could have stayed until now?" Bai Zhe's veins were popping as blood rushed to his eyes and he looked frightening. His position in the top 3 had been bestowed upon him by Yi Futian. What humiliation! However, everyone understood that it was the truth, because Yi Futian had been the victor in this battle. If Yi Futian had challenged him previously, he would have been eliminated a long time ago. Presumptuous, arrogant, haughty. Now, do you enjoy it? Yi Futian looked at Bai Zhe and said cruelly. He wanted Bai Zhe to engrave this battle into his memory and remember it forever. He wanted it to become his nightmare. He had intentionally let Bai Zhe into the top 3. Seeing his arrogance, he wanted to make him learn some respect. Yi Futian transmitted a message to Bai Zhe, saying, "From now on, when people see you, they will think about how you, the second young master of the White Cloud City, was trampled under my feet. You will never be able to erase today's humiliation." Saying that he wanted Yi Futian's woman to his face? The cheek of him. "Open your mouth and concede." Yi Futian's foot stomped down and he said mercilessly, his eyes full of disdain. When the arrogant Bai Zhe conceded, it would be a memory that would last a lifetime. "You've already won, that's enough." At that moment, in the direction of the Holy Ji Palace, an elder said, "Let's end it here." Bai Luli chipped in as well. It looked like Yi Futian was intentionally taking revenge on Bai Zhe for his invitation to Hua Jieyu. This battle would be an unforgettable memory for Bai Zhe. He knew that life had been too smooth for his younger brother for the past 20 years. He had never suffered any setback, causing him to become reckless and haughty. Today would be a harsh lesson for him. According to the rules, as long as he has not conceded, the battle cannot be considered over. Yi Futian did not let go of Bai Zhe and continued stepping on his body. This caused many people to be bewildered. They did not understand why Yi Futian wanted to humiliate Bai Zhe that much. If they had known what Bai Zhe had transmitted to Yi Futian during the battle, they would not find it strange. If possible, Yi Futian even wanted to kill Bai Zhe. However, with the White Cloud City Lord and Bai Luli's status, if he killed Bai Zhe, he would definitely die as well. Even if the rules allowed it, those who set the rules could break them at any time. "Die!" A livid voice sounded out, and he saw Bai Zhe holding a spell scroll in his hand, which he threw at Yi Futian. In an instant, a tremendous force appeared and Yi Futian immediately flew into the air and retreated like a flash of lightning. However, a colossal thunder god shadow appeared in the skies, striking out with his hammer. The giant hammer shadowed the entire area and smashed towards Yi Futian. Bang! Although Yi Futian was surrounded by a protective force, the hammer tore through his defenses. A huge starry polearm appeared in front of Yi Futian. It was the polearm of divine destruction, shielding his body. Even so, the polearm of divine destruction was knocked back and hit Yi Futian. The thunders might ran through him, causing his body to fly into the air and spew out blood. The crowd's gaze froze. Bai Zhe actually relied on external assistance. Many experts from the Holy Ji Palace also frowned. The elder on the sky stairwell berated him, saying, "Bai Zhe, you've already been defeated. Step down." Bai Zhe got up from the ground, his body stooping and his aura weak. He was in agony and stared intently at the figure in the sky with killing intent. Zoom. A figure rushed down from the sky. It was Yi Futian who had transformed into a flash of lightning. Bai Zhe waved his arm and numerous spell scrolls appeared in his hands. He sent them flying towards Yi Futian, who was in the air. In an instant, a destructive force flooded the area, threatening to eradicate everything. At the same time, Bai Zhe was shielded by a dazzling golden veil to protect himself from Yi Futian's onslaught. While flying down, Yi Futian swung his polearm of divine destruction as starlight emanated from it. Huge amounts of starry force were imbued in the polearm of divine destruction as it cleaved downwards from the air. The polearm of divine destruction tore through the destructive force and landed on the veil surrounding Bai Zhe's body. With a crack, the veil shattered and Bai Zhe's body was sent flying again while he spewed blood. Many people looked speechlessly at the two of them. Had the fight gotten personal? Bai Zhe appeared to have become frenzied and ignored the rules. Yi Futian was the same. He had used his ritual implement in the fight. Yi Futian, he's already severely injured. You can stop now, Bai Luli said. He looked at Bai Zhe, evidently displeased. It looked like his younger brother was unable to withstand the humiliation and forgotten where he was. He hasn't conceded, it hasn't ended. Yi Futian continued to dash forward, raising the polearm of divine destruction, attempting to attack him. They've both gone insane, thought the crowd as they looked on dumbfounded. Had the two of them gone on a rampage? They saw Yi Futian swing his polearm down yet again. Bai Luli stood up and many of the Holy Ji Palace's influential figures frowned. That's enough! A loud roar sounded out and reverberated through the air. Yi Futian felt an imposing spiritual will rushing towards him, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Following that, a terrifying flash of lightning descended from the skies, striking Yi Futian's surroundings. The vast battlefield turned into a thunderbolt dimension in an instant, and Yi Futian was forced to stop moving, and he raised his head in the direction of the Holy Ji Palace to look at Bai Luli. It ends now, Bai Luli said. Although Bai Zhe was in the wrong, he was his younger brother after all. He would definitely have to cover for his actions. Get down now. Bai Luli's gaze moved towards Bai Zhe, his voice full of indignation. Countless people raised their heads and looked at Bai Luli. His extremely handsome looks gave people an imposing feeling as he stood there, as though his words were a decree. The top 10 of the Baron Sky ranking was extremely imposing in his anger. Even Bai Zhe, Bai Luli's younger brother, hung his head and walked out of the battlefield. Bai Zhe was unable to stand still as he slouched, exiting the battlefield, evidently severely injured. Afterward, Bai Luli rescinded his aura and turned to the Holy Ji Palace's elders and said, Luli has overstepped my boundaries. I hope that elders can forgive me. It's no matter. The people from the Holy Ji Palace nodded lightly and replied, It's nice to have a good elder brother. You can depend on your family to get you out of trouble. The voice sounded out with a soft smile. Many people turned around and their gazes landed in the same direction. The person who had spoken was Zhuge Mingyue. Mingyue, Bai Zhe's actions in this battle were indeed dishonorable. I will punish him when we get back, Bai Luli said to Zhuge Mingyue. This is your family's matters. It has nothing to do with him. However, it's time for the second young master to learn how to be a decent human being after today's lesson, Zhuge Mingyue said nonchalantly. Bai Zhe's expression turned extremely grim after hearing her words. She was evidently rubbing salt into his wounds. When the crowd saw his expression, Bai Zhe understood that after this battle, he would no longer be seen as the high and mighty White Cloud City second young master. The humiliation from today's battle would be engraved deep in his memory. All right, let's move on to the final battle, the elder on the sky stairwell declared. Yi Futian's gaze swept emotionlessly across Bai Zhe, and he did not say anything else. He did not question the Holy Ji Palace. He was no longer the teen he was in Qingzhou City. He naturally would not put up a needless fight. There was no point. Keeping his polearm of divine destruction, his gaze turned towards Huang Jiuge. Now, before him, there was only Huang Jiuge left. It's the final battle. This was the thought on the crowd's minds as they all focused their attention on the battlefield. Yi Futian and Huang Jiuge walked to the highest platform. The final battle for the Holy Ji Palace would start now. Nobody had imagined this scene. Even Mu Zhiqiu, Li Qingyi, and even Chen Yuan had not expected that Yi Futian could make it to the final battle. Yi Futian had shot to fame in his battle with Bai Zhe. If he could still win this battle, his fame would be immortalized. As the chilly winds blew across the battlefield, the entire area fell silent. As the two of them stood in the air, starlight gathered around Yi Futian, shining brilliantly. On the other hand, Huang Jiuge was coated in a dazzling sovereign path and looked peerless, like a descendant of the Runhuang. As the sun, you should dominate your generation. In the crowd, Chen Yuan was muttering to himself, a faint smile on his face. He never expected that he could witness the appearance of such a person. Beside him, the Zhaixing House chief Mu Chuan no longer had a mocking expression when he heard those words. Instead, his expression was solemn and hot-blooded. The Starry School's disciples and the surroundings also shared in the glory. Yi Futian had fought his way into the final battle for the Holy Ji Palace's admissions with his unrivaled potential. Behind them, Li Qingyi had tears in her eyes. She came from the White Sovereign City and had never thought of entering the Holy Ji Palace. She only wanted to see the geniuses from the barren state, those who would be revered by the world. After a huge accident, she had come to the foot of the Holy Ji Palace and seen what she had wanted to. However, the person who had received the most attention was the teenager that had accompanied her all the way here. He was standing up there. Chapter 580. Yi Futian stared at Huang Jiuge with caution in his eyes. Since the sovereign family dared to call themselves the descendants of Ren Huang, they were naturally an extraordinary clan. Just look at the techniques Huang Jiuge cultivated they were of superior quality. Yi Futian stared at Huang Jiuge with caution in his eyes. Since the sovereign family dared to call themselves the descendants of Ren Huang, they were naturally an extraordinary clan. Just look at the techniques Huang Jiuge cultivated they were of superior quality. Yi Shaoshi and Yuan Zhan had both been defeated by Huang Jiuge. The sun and moon starlight continued to shine, and there were flame and frost wills oozing from the sun and moon, flying towards Huang Jiuge. The two forces engulfed him, but Huang Jiuge did not move. He stood there quietly, releasing his martial arts will. A wave of sovereign spiritual qi enveloped his body, allowing the flame and frost to invade. He had 3 life spirits and was a rare mandate sorcerer. On top of that, he was gifted in spiritual energy control, but he did not cultivate mainly in spells, but the martial arts. The secret methods that had been passed down in the sovereign family were mostly in the martial arts. The crowd saw a brilliant ray of light as behind Huang Jiuge, his Run Huang Bao life spirit appeared. He was very clear of Yi Futian's battle style. He excelled in multiple abilities, and among those, speed was one of Yi Futian's fortes. If Yi Futian combined speed with his spells, he would be in a very passive situation. That was why he had to destroy that notion for Yi Futian. When he put an arrow on the bow, Yi Futian could distinctly feel that he had already been locked on by an invisible spiritual will. The bow in Huang Jiuge's hands let out a blinding glow, and the arrow emitted a sharp aura. As Huang Jiuge let go of the bowstring, a ray of light flew across the air, causing a trail to appear as a piercing explosion sounded. In the next moment, the arrow landed in front of Yi Futian with a killing aura and struck Yi Futian's undying constellation. With a crisp thud, cracks appeared in the constellation. Although it did not break through Yi Futian's defenses, the horrifying strength still stunned Yi Futian. Huang Jiuge pulled the bow open again, and this time, 9 arrows shot through the air at the same time, and many people were blinded momentarily by the arrows. The glaring light pierced through the air and flew towards Yi Futian yet again. Around Yi Futian, the starry storm continued to brew. When the arrows landed, the storm crumbled to dust and turned into a tremendous vortex. His golden rock wings spread open, and Yi Futian retreated. As the thud sounds continued, more cracks appeared in the constellation, and it eventually broke. The force in the arrows continued to fire towards him, and Yi Futian slammed his fist forward vigorously. However, the golden palm was pierced by the arrows, but the arrows had been weakened to the point that they could not hurt him. What strong arrows, Yi Futian thought. He had already retreated to the edge of the battlefield. If Huang Jiuge's opponent had been some other average cultivator at the same cultivation level as him, he would probably have already been defeated in the air the moment the Run Huang Bao had been fired. At that moment, Huang Jiuge pulled his bow open once again. This time, 12 arrows filled with destructive force locked onto Yi Futian. Huang Jiuge's body was also like his bow, and the air was rampaging as the 12 arrows flew like meteors towards the starry dimension where Yi Futian was. Around Yi Futian, a starry storm picked up and rustling sounds sounded from his body. His body resonated with the heavens, and a huge amount of spiritual qi turned into a starry vortex. The arriving arrows pierced through the vortex, tearing it to shreds. The starry meteorites in front of Yi Futian were rapidly destroyed, but were unable to prevent the arrow's offense. At that moment, Yi Futian moved like a divine bird, soaring across the air, weaving through the arrow rain and approaching Huang Jiuge. Although he specialized in spells, if the battle continued the same way, he would be the one being trapped. The speed of the arrows was too fast. It was as though they could warp across the distance between them. Yi Futian waved his arm and spell scrolls appeared in the air. A numerous amount of spiritual chi gathered and spiritual chi flowed rapidly from within his body into the spell scrolls, causing an alarming aura to seep from the spell scrolls, thunder firing from them. The punishment of the thunder god. Futian waved his arm forward, and the numerous spell scrolls flew towards Huangjioga. In an instant, the skies filled with purple lightning, attempting to drown out the entire area, all flying towards Huangjioga. The Runhuangbao life spirit vanished, replaced by the Runhuang body. Immediately, Huangjioga's aura became extremely scary, as though the Runhuang had descended into the world. An astonishing martial arts will erupted from his body, causing an illusion to appear in the skies. The sovereign spiritual chi turned into an army with majestic figures on battle chariots, rushing towards Futian. The area had turned into an actual battlefield. Animation of martial arts will. This is the martial arts truth. What an overbearing technique, thought the crowd as they stared at the scene in front of Huangjioga, overwhelmed by it. The majestic figures held spears in their hand as they broke through everything, unfazed by death as they split the thunderbolts apart. Although they were continuously destroyed, they managed to block the wave of thunderbolts. Futian continued to shine with the spiritual chi's glow, and the rustling sounds continued in his life palace. The world tree shaking endlessly, and the spiritual chi circulating rapidly. Around Futian's body, countless golden vines appeared, covering the skies. Then they flew like blades, tearing through the air towards Huangjioga, who was standing below. The Runhuang sword descended, and Huangjioga held his life spirit, the Runhuang sword in his hands. The Runhuang body released a sovereign aura, and Huangjioga's body appeared to become extremely majestic. The Runhuang sword in his hand struck out and flew in a straight arc into the air, causing a terrifying storm to appear, cutting all the vines to pieces. Huangjioga stepped forward, moving together with the Runhuang sword. The sovereign aura circulated around his body, as though the Runhuang had descended into the world. He looked into the air and swung the Runhuang sword yet again. Immediately, the giant sword tore through everything and aimed towards Futian in its brilliance. Seeing Huangjioga approaching, the giant rock wings flapped and Futian flew towards the clouds. The crowd raised their heads and saw Futian flying in a graceful arc. He stretched out his arm in the air, and spiritual chi started to flock around him, a starry polearm forming in his hand. Following that, the divine rock dived downwards. In the starry dimension, an immense force crushed downwards and landed on the Runhuang sword and Huangjioga. A horrifying rod shadow appeared in the air, and with a huge crash, the Runhuang sword was knocked backward and Huangjioga grabbed it with both hands, but his body continued to fall backward uncontrollably. What a strong attack! Huangjioga's expression was sharp. Futian's attack was extremely similar to Yuan Zhan's, and appeared to be the same rod technique. The technique was more compatible with Yuan Zhan, but had stronger force when used by Futian. Evidently, Futian had a greater understanding of the technique. Raising his head, the winds billowed in the skies and the figure descended once again. Without much time to think, an even stronger aura burst forth from Huangjioga, the Runhuang sword howling as it pointed into the air. The martial arts illusion appeared yet again. Figures on battle chariots in an ancient battlefield gave people the feeling that the person wielding the Runhuang sword had a huge army at his disposal, attacking where the sword pointed at. A terrifying aura swept the air and clashed with Futian's 9 heavenly attacks. An even scarier crash sounded out, and it was like an explosion in the air. The battle chariots were smashed and the lances were broken. The Runhuang sword was jolted back yet again while Futian flew up into the air again, preparing his next attack. How strong! The entire battlefield was shaking, and countless people thought that as they watched the two of them battle. Was this a clash between the strongest martial arts techniques? In the skies, Futian wielded his polearm, and countless spiritual chi gathered around his body, empowering his technique. Seeing the scene, Huangjioga frowned and took out his Runhuangbao again. 12 arrows fired into the air, trying to stop Futian from gathering more power. He could naturally feel that Futian was getting stronger as the fight progressed by his increasing aura. The starry storm spell surrounding his body, Futian's body dived down from the skies. When the starry storm was torn apart by the arrows, The polearm shadows around him swept the arrows away. The third strike of the 9 heavenly attacks struck out, and after this strike, even Huangjiga was knocked to the ground. As he landed on the battlefield, the ground trembled. Yi Futian continued with his fourth strike, and the polearm shadow descended from the heavens directly onto the figure on the ground. When Huangjiga saw the oncoming attack, he pierced his Renhuang sword into the ground, and a frantic wave swept past. Behind him, his Renhuang body appeared to be transforming and assimilated into his body. A destructive storm rushed forward, and countless imposing figures appeared around him, raising their heads towards the air. The surrounding area had a terrifying veil, like a summoning circle. When the polearm shadow landed on the veil, it shattered the veil, causing the imposing figures and battle chariots to all explode into dust and fade away. However, the strike had been blocked, and Yi Futian felt a sense of danger, like there was a divine strength being awakened. Being able to force me to this point, Yi Futian, you are really strong, Huangjiga said. On his body, countless rays of light circulated around him, as though the sovereign spiritual qi was flowing towards the Renhuang body and Renhuang sword. The sword howled in the ground, and the Renhuang body was growing. Next, an unparalleled figure appeared as though it had been summoned by the Renhuang. The Renhuang sword similarly grew in size, and the summoned figure grabbed the Renhuang sword with both hands, and an alarming storm formed, threatening to tear everything apart. Yi Futian did not hesitate and struck out with the fifth strike of the 9 heavenly attacks. With the force that could split the heavens, the strike landed, and polearm shadows covered the entire battlefield. However, at that moment, the summoned Renhuang body figure pulled the sword from the ground and swung it into the air. A formidable beam appeared, and the polearm shadows vanished. The overbearing power split even the air, and Yi Futian's body was sent flying, his body shivering. Huangjiga stood below, raising his head and bathing in the Renhuang's glow. He appeared to have merged with the Renhuang body figure and held the Renhuang sword, as though the Renhuang had reincarnated, giving others a sacred feeling. Many people saw the illusion, and some even believed that the sovereign family was really the descendants of the Renhuang. You can give up now? Huangjiga raised his head and looked into the air. As a grade 9 noble, for Yi Futian to be able to battle with him to this extent was something to be proud of. However, as the descendant of the sovereign family, he had to obtain first in this time's Holy Ji Palace admission to prove himself to the world. This was also the first time he had made an appearance in the barren state. He would create a legacy for the sovereign family from today onwards. Many people compare you with Bai Zhe, but he's not even worthy to battle with you. In the air, Yi Futian replied. At the edge of the battlefield, Bai Zhe looked extremely grim, but the crowd agreed with Yi Futian's words. Yi Futian had battled with the two of them, so he was naturally the most qualified to give his opinion. Moreover, Huangjiga's strength was indeed ridiculously strong, especially the Huangjiga now, who was literally invincible. If it had turned out as they expected and Huangjiga battled with Bai Zhe would most definitely be crushed. However, Yi Futian's existence allowed them to witness Huangjiga's true strength and bear witness to a worthy final battle. Even if Yi Futian were to be defeated, he could still be proud of it. Huangjiga looked into the air, but saw that at that moment, Yi Futian had closed his eyes and a fearsome aura was roaring around his body. In the starry dimension, an innumerable of starlight gathered around him and formed a giant starry polearm in front of him, causing many people to be astonished. Yi Futian was going to continue battling. At that moment, the crowd saw countless meteorites flying down from Yi Futian's starry dimension onto Huangjiga, but they were sliced apart before they reached Huangjiga. However, the meteorites appeared to be never-ending. At that moment, Huangjiga felt a faint pressure, as though all the meteorites in the air were weighing down on him. It was extremely heavy. At that moment, Yi Futian recalled the Elder Snow Ape's 9 heavenly strikes. The 9 heavenly strikes will resonated with one's cultivation level. The 6th strike resonated with the sage's will. The divine light surrounding his body flowed as the starry force merged into one. A shocking roar sounded out, and the crowd saw a divine ape shadow appear on Yi Futian, its hands gripping a colossal starry polearm. The divine ape leaped down from the heavens with the force of the previous 5 strikes and the force of the starry dimension and struck out with its polearm. The strike was basic and simple with no tricks. However, Huang Jioge felt threatened by it. The huge Run Huang figure held the sword in both hands, swinging it towards the skies. At that moment, a scary sight appeared in the air. The huge divine ape was fighting against the Run Huang. The starry polearm and the Run Huang sword clashed in the air. In the next moment, an invisible light veil swept across the area and turned into a frightening storm. Even the crowd standing outside the battlefield were shivering wildly, but their attention was focused on trying to see what was happening on the battlefield. When the cataclysmic storm had faded away, Futian was still standing in the air and Huang Jioge was still standing on the ground, as though the two of them had never moved. The wind had a stinging sensation to it. Pshhhh. As a soft voice sounded out, Huang Jioge spewed out blood as his knees trembled like he did not have the strength to continue standing. However, he kept his body straight and did not collapse. "It's your victory," Huang Jioge said dejectedly. The last strike of the polearm was as though the heavens had given all its strength to it, crushing everything in its way. "It was luck," Futian replied. He was indeed lucky. Only he himself knew how much strength he had used to win the battle. It was too difficult. If it had not been for the 6th strike of the 9 heavenly strikes, the one who had been defeated would still be him. The simple conversation by the two of them made the countless onlookers freeze, and the area fell silent. The final battle for the Holy Ji Palace. Futian, first. Chapter 581. The Holy Ji Palace chose disciples once every 3 years. It was a huge event in the barren state. So many prides came from the 9 holy roads. They were all talents famous in their own places, and now they were all gathered here. The Holy Ji Palace chose disciples once every 3 years. It was a huge event in the barren state. So many prides came from the 9 holy roads. They were all talents famous in their own places, and now they were all gathered here. After the rounds of eliminations, the final powerful group lasted until the end. And in the end, Futian of the Dawn Road was number 1. Until now, many people were still unclear about Futian's background. Some said he was from the Eastern Barren Territory. He'd defeated all the famous figures from the barren state. He'd humiliated by Zhe and shockingly defeated Huang Jioge with 1 staff. From now on, everyone in the barren state would know Futian's name. Hua Jieyu's pretty eyes gazed at the figure on the battlefield. She thought back to when she was 15 years old. During the fall quarter examination of the Qingzhou Academy, the youth had shown his brilliance for the first time and received first place in the written examination. At that time, he'd been young and frivolous. He was as pure as a flawless jade and filled with endless fantasies about the future. Now, they were adults and had experienced the hardships of life. What never changed was that no matter where they went, he was still the brightest star. Bai Zhe, Yanjiu, Bing Yi and Chu Shang of the mortal world, Nanhao and Nanfeng of the Nantian house, and many other figures all had complicated feelings. Who would have thought that Futian would reach the highest spot in the end? Gu Yunxi's smile was brilliant. She hadn't improved much through this trip, but she was very satisfied. These experiences would probably be unforgettable for life. However, it was a pity that she probably wouldn't be able to hear Futian play his guqin in the future. He probably wouldn't return to the Celestial Pavilion anymore. "Do you see it, old man?" Chun Yuan asked Mu Chuan. "When did I ever lie to you?" Mu Chuan didn't refute it. Instead, he said, "You're really willing to give someone like this to the Holy Ji Palace? The rock will always soar in the 9 heavens. Are you looking out for me?" Chun Yuan asked. "No matter what, he's the one I chose. He's the son of the starry school." As the saying went, if a tree stood out from the forest, the wind would destroy it. Being too extraordinary attracted the wrong type of attention, like the blazing sun school against Futian. In the barren state, the Holy Ji Palace was the best place for Futian to cultivate. It was filled with talents who were all the best cultivators from around the barren state. Here, Futian would compete with the top figures. It would be like a battle between pavilions. The disciples who'd entered the Holy Ji Palace 3 or 6 years ago would all become the motivation for Futian to improve. It was rumored that the competition between the disciples was very intense. Next, it was time for the big figures to choose their disciples. Countless eyes looked in the direction of the Holy Ji Palace. Who would become the teachers of the top 10 talents? Phoenix, Zhuge Hua Jieyu. If you wish, you can cultivate under me, Sage Daozong invited. Earlier, Phoenix had said that he wished to cultivate under him. Sage Daozong was well-learned and was the chief of the Daozong Pavilion. Many people were willing to enter it. Suke, if you wish, you can cultivate under me. The sword demon invited Suke because the youth had said he wanted to learn swordsmanship with him. Suke, Huang, you can enter the Tianqing Pavilion, another strong cultivator said. It was Sage Tianqing, chief of the Tianqing Pavilion, one of the top 6 pavilions. It was in charge of the laws of the Holy Ji Palace. By Zhe, Zhuge Hua Jieyu. If you wish, you can cultivate in the Holy Sage Pavilion, an elder from the Holy Sage Pavilion said at that time. This wasn't an invitation straight from the pavilion's second chief, but the elder's words represented the pavilion. The Holy Sage Pavilion had invited by Zhe, Zhuge and Hua Jieyu instead of Yi Futian, who had defeated the first two and was the winner of the battle. The Holy Sage Pavilion was the top pavilion of the Holy Ji Palace. Huang Zhege wasn't invited, because he'd already said that he wouldn't enter the Holy Ji Palace. Xiao Junyi wasn't invited, because he was a disciple of the Dark Sage. The Dark Sage had a bad reputation in the Barren State, so the Holy Ji Palace obviously wouldn't accept Xiao Junyi, who cultivated with dark power. But what about Yi Futian? Yu Shang and Yuan Zhan hadn't been invited either. Many people were confused. Some even started whispering amongst themselves. This was the Holy Sage Pavilion. They couldn't help but start thinking about the invitations. Was it because of Yi Futian and Bai Zhe's battle? That battle had shown that Yi Futian and Bai Zhe probably couldn't coexist. Then the Holy Sage Pavilion probably chose Bai Zhe over Yi Futian because of Bai Luli. As for why they also invited Zhuge and Hua Jieyu, everyone knew that it probably wasn't aimed at Yi Futian. It was because Zhuge Qingfeng, patriarch of the Zhuge family, was also a disciple of the Holy Sage Pavilion. Zhuge and Hua Jieyu were from the Zhuge family, so it was logical to invite them. Even the other pavilions were surprised. They obviously wanted Yi Futian but didn't invite him because the winner always went to the Holy Sage Pavilion. This was an unsaid rule. They wouldn't go fight for him. But the Holy Sage Pavilion didn't want him? Yi Futian also felt this odd atmosphere. The Holy Sage Pavilion had chosen Bai Zhe and Zhuge. They both had conflicts with him. Now, other than Huang Zhege and Xiao Junyi, only he, Yu Shang, and Yuan Zhan hadn't been invited. They come together. There are still some left. Why are you all being so generous? That strong cultivator from the Holy Sage Pavilion said. The others realized he wanted them to choose. Clearly, the Holy Sage Pavilion wouldn't choose Yi Futian's group. It wasn't that he didn't approve of them. It was just that he'd chosen Bai Zhe and Zhuge. The others could take Yi Futian. If you're all willing, you can cultivate in the Daozong Pavilion, Sage Daozong said, smiling. He obviously wouldn't be generous. The pavilion was willing to accept anyone in the top 10, but he could only choose some for the balance. The same for the Tianqing Pavilion, the chief said. Since the Holy Sage Pavilion let them have the 3, he wouldn't let go of the chance. Elder Ning made a face. He was an elder of the Tianqing Pavilion. The Battle Sage Pavilion wants them, the King Kong Sage said. Everyone's eyes flashed and turned towards him. Other than the Holy Sage Pavilion, only the Battle Sage Pavilion had 2 members of the Barren Sky ranking. If the Battle Sage Pavilion wants them, why can't you fight for it? Sage Daozong said, smiling. Is the King Kong Sage interested in taking a disciple personally? Not me, the King Kong Sage said. Yi Futian, Yu Shang, if you're willing, you can cultivate under the chief. Yuan Zhan and Yi Shaoshi can also join the Battle Sage Pavilion. The Sage Dozhan is accepting disciples? Sage Daozong's eyes flashed. Sage Dozhan had been cultivating in isolation for many years. No one knew what level he was at now. He hadn't accepted disciples in a long while either. He must really like Yi Futian and Yu Shang. Yes, the King Kong Sage said. Countless people looked towards the Holy Ji Palace, their hearts trembling. Yi Futian and Yu Shang's group really did suit the Sage Dozhan. Their explosive powers were domineering while the Sage Dozhan was the best in martial arts in the Barren State. He was 7th on the barren sky ranking. There were only 6 super figures before him. Huang Jioge looked up in the air, surprise flashing past his eyes. He remembered his father had once said that the sage Dozhan was the one person on the barren sky ranking that he didn't want to fight with. This was someone who could fight to the death. He was terrifying. His father was 5th on the barren sky ranking. It was imaginable how terrifying the sage Dozhan was. Yi Futian looked towards Zhuge Mingyue. Then he heard her voice in his mind. Choose the Battle Sage Pavilion. Earlier, she told Yi Futian to be prepared for not entering the Holy Sage Pavilion. She hadn't considered the Battle Sage Pavilion at that time, but since they were willing to accept Yi Futian and Yushang, they were the obvious choice. The chief of the Holy Ji Palace didn't care about outside matters, so the second chief was the most powerful. After that, the most powerful was the sage Dozhan. He was also the most suitable for Yi Futian and Yushang. The second chief probably didn't have the time to teach younger disciples. Yi Futian's eyes flashed. He was also clear that this was the best choice for him now. Gazing at the King Kong sage, he said, "Senior, we have a master." "No problem," a deep voice said from the distance. "Inherit my legacy, but keep your master in your heart." It's the sage Dozhan. Everyone turned serious. This was someone in the top 10 of the barren sky ranking. "Senior, can I cultivate in the Battle Sage Pavilion too?" a bright voice said at that time. Many people looked to the side of the battlefield. A beautiful figure stood there, looking towards the Holy Ji Palace. It was Hua Jieyu. "The Battle Sage Pavilion doesn't suit you," Sage Dozhan said. "Do not waste yourself." "Jieyu, the senior is right," Yi Futian said. The Battle Sage Pavilion was probably a place for battles. That was why they wanted him and Yushang. Hua Jieyu looked at Yi Futian, seemingly unwilling. "All right, start to choose," the elder on the steps said. "I'm willing to enter the Daozong Pavilion," Phoenix said, bowing to Sage Daozong. "I'm willing to enter the Tianqing Pavilion." Huang made his choice. "I'm willing to enter the Sword Pavilion." Suke naturally chose the Sword Demon. "I'm willing to enter the Holy Sage Pavilion." Bai Zhe and Zhuge Xing chose the Holy Sage Pavilion. "I'm willing to enter the Daozong Pavilion," Hua Jieyu said. Many people were shocked. The Holy Sage Pavilion had also invited her, but she chose the Daozong Pavilion instead. Bai Zhe and Zhuge Xing glanced at her, but Sage Daozong smiled. Yi Futian glanced at Yuan Zhan and Yi Shaoshi. They communicated telepathically. Then he said, "We are willing to join the Battle Sage Pavilion." Everyone chose where they wanted to cultivate. The triennial enrollment of Holy Ji Palace disciples was officially over. The 1,000 Holy Islands had chosen hundreds of disciples. However, other than the Wanxiang Pavilion, the 5 pavilions of the core island had chosen less than 100 people. Those who entered the main pavilions were even fewer. Yi Futian's group had benefited the most. Under everyone's eyes, they'd become war gods with one battle. Everyone knew them, and now, they'd also become disciples of the sage Dozhan, 7th on the barren sky ranking. They truly shot to the top. Nanfeng, Bingyi, Yanjiu, and the others who'd had conflicts with Yi Futian felt troubled. Yi Futian's status was above them now. Chapter 582. In the direction of the Holy Ji Palace, everyone looked at the crowd below, and many smiled. In the direction of the Holy Ji Palace, everyone looked at the crowd below, and many smiled. Catch. At that time, there were various sounds. Many big figures reached out, throwing numerous badges downward. A badge appeared before everyone who would cultivate in the 6 pavilions of the Holy Ji Palace. It was naturally the same for Yi Futian. The badge that hovered before him had the word battle carved on it. They put a shred of spiritual energy into it, and then put it away. This represented their status as a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace. You have 3 months to take care of the matters in the outside world, and then enter the pavilion. Of course, you can enter now. As for the future, you will listen to your elders, the elder on the steps said. The audition for new disciples will end now. Many friends are from all over the barren state. You can return now, the man continued. The big figures of the Holy Ji Palace rose. They either walked towards the pavilion or started chatting amongst each other. It's over, everyone in the vast crowd thought. It would be another 3 years before the next great event. In the direction of the pavilion, Bai Luli stood up. He gazed at everyone present. Instead of going to his brother Bai Zhe, he turned and left with the elders of the Holy Sage Pavilion. Bai Luli was young, but only the big figures of the Holy Ji Palace knew about his status. Finally, it's over. Yi Futian looked at the King Kong sage, who turned to leave and smiled. During this journey, he'd entered the noble plane, comprehended various martial arts intents, and entered the Battle Sage Pavilion. This was perfect for him. From now on, he had a place in the barren state. He wouldn't be pretending to be dead and escaping for his life like before. He wondered what those from the Blazing Sun School and Bright Moon School would think now. Many people gathered. Hua Jieyu walked to his side. She grabbed his hand and their eyes met, smiling. Hua Jieyu had chosen the Daozong Pavilion and they wouldn't cultivate together, but they were still both in the Holy Ji Palace. They could meet often. They wouldn't be separated for years like before. Remember what you promised me. Yi Futian fluttered his lashes. He still had it in his mind. Hua Jieyu stomped on his foot. Yu Shang, Yi Wuchen, Yi Shaoshi, and Yuan Zhan walked over too. Yi Wuchen would enter the Sword Pavilion to cultivate with the Sword Demon. The others would join the Battle Sage Pavilion. However, Lulan Shui and the Black Wind Eagle didn't enter the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian didn't know if they could stay by his side. Zhuge Mingyue walked over and smiled. You two can finally fly together, she said to Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. Senior sister, Hua Jieyu said, a bit shy. Yi Futian also called out, senior sister. His eyes were emotional. His second senior sister always thought for him. When could she truly be with third senior brother? They faced much more pressure than Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. After all, they'd been dating for a long time and were close to the parents. What are you doing? Trying to get emotional? Zhuge Mingyue's smile was bright. I helped you take care of Jieyu for more than 2 years. Now, she's yours. Yes. Yi Fuchsia nodded forcefully. Then he asked, oh right, senior sister, if I cultivate in the Holy Ji Palace, can Lulan Shui and Little Eagle come too? He'd heard that even those from the 1,000 Holy Islands couldn't enter the core island easily. Those who cultivate under a pavilion's chief can bring their family. You can too, Zhuge Mingyue said. The inheritor chosen personally by the pavilion chief, natural, had a different status. Understood. Yi Futian nodded. Zhuge Mingyue grinned at him. Then she reached out to pet Yi Futian's head. It's so great to see you all grow up bit by bit, she said, smiling. It probably won't be long before you really can take care of me. I'll be able to relax then. It won't be that long. Yi Futian smiled. Junior, you must cultivate well. Beitang Xinger's eyes shone with anticipation. She knew that even though second senior sister always took care of Jieyu and the Yi Futian, she actually had high expectations for Yi Futian. One day, he would be able to soar in the heavens and create the cottage in their hearts. Shaoshi, the junior has surpassed you. Just keep eating and get fatter, Zhuge Mingyue said, looking at Yi Shaoshi. Yi Shaoshi was frustrated. He lowered his head and sighed. He couldn't refute it, and he was ashamed. Remember to take care of the junior, Zhuge Mingyue reminded. I know, senior sister, the fatty said dejectedly. I'm going now, Zhuge Mingyue said. Where are you going? Yi Futian asked. Going to my family, of course. Come visit when you're free. Zhuge Mingyue smiled and left. Beitang Xinger followed, but she turned around to wave goodbye at Yi Futian's group. Zhuge Mingyue walked over to Zhuge Kenyang's side and whispered, let's go. Zhuge Kenyang glanced at Yi Futian before leaving the family members away. Zhuge Xing also left. Your senior sister seems to treat you very well, Chen Yuan whispered, walking over. Of course. Second senior sister is the best senior sister in the world. Yi Futian looked at Zhuge Mingyue's back with a bright smile. His senior sisters and brothers were his closest family in the world. What's your plan? Chen Yuan asked. Will you enter the Holy Ji Palace right away? I promised Yuan Zhan that I'll visit Mount Taihang with him and visit the seniors of the Ape Clan, Yi Futian said. That works too. Mount Taihang is on the way to the Divine Sky City. I can take you there. Chen Yuan nodded. He wondered if the story behind Yi Futian and Mount Taihang had something to do with the staff technique. Would you like to visit Divine Sky City? That long girl probably misses you, Chen Yuan said, smiling. He'd like to see the expressions of Yang Ding and Gong Kue. Sure. Yi Futian nodded. I miss Linger too. Don't misunderstand. She's my sister, Yi Futian explained after seeing Hua Jiu look over. Ah, sister. Hua Jiu nodded and smiled. What kind of expression is that? Yi Futian felt awkward. Futian, I want to visit the Eastern Barren Territory, Yi Wuchen suddenly said. Yi Futian's eyes flashed. He obviously knew why Yi Wuchen said that. The Lu Kingdom of the Eastern Barren Territory had had huge changes, so Lu Qingyu was still there. After losing her parents, she only had her brother, Lu Feiyang. Back then, they'd snuck away. It had been more than 2 years. Wuchen definitely missed her. Now that Yi Futian and Jieyu were together again, they'd settled down. Wuchen naturally would think of Chenyu. Okay, Jieyu and I miss our master and masteress too. And big brother. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. Chief, can you help me with something? I understand. Chun Yuan nodded. Yi Futian's group would be slow when traveling to the Eastern Barren Territory, but if a sage was with them, they would become much faster. Yi Futian looked around to his friends. Mu Zhiqiu, Qin Yin, Li Qingyi, and Xia Wuji were standing there, looking at him. What, we're strangers now? Yi Futian asked. Are you all preparing to leave? I'm going to the island, Mu Zhiqiu whispered. Zhiqiu, what are you talking to that guy for? Mu Chuan yelled. Chun Yuan rolled his eyes. Was this old guy still pretending to be strong? I'm leaving. In the future, I'll cultivate in the core island too, Mu Zhiqiu said to Yi Futian before leaving. Yi Futian smiled. I believe you. We prepare to go back too, Qingyin said. She hadn't been chosen. Yi Futian nodded. Qingyi, if you don't wish to go back, you can cultivate in the Starry School in the Divine Sky City. Li Sun had died in his hands. White Sovereign City wouldn't dare to take revenge on him, but it would be hard for Li Qingyi. No need. Li Qingyi shook her head. The city lord was her father, and her mother was still there. How could she not return? Qinyin, can you let Qingyi cultivate in Mount Jiuxian? You can go back with her, Yi Futian asked Qinyin. I would do it even if you don't tell me. Qinyin nodded. We'll go back together too, Xinyuan Beishan said. Take care, Yi Futian said. Take care. Everyone nodded. Master Yi, wish you the best future. Many people looked over at Yi Futian now. They were the people who'd traveled the Dawn Road with Yi Futian. You too, Yi Futian said, smiling. Then he soared into the air, preparing to depart. Many people from the Dawn Road waved at Yi Futian. The youth that they'd gotten to know on the Dawn Road had become #1 in the battle. He would become a legendary figure of the Barren State in the future. It was destiny to get to know someone on the Divine Sky ranking. They might be able to brag about it in the future. Everyone began departing gradually. Countless people soared towards different directions. Qin Yuan brought Yi Futian's group and the Starry School disciples away. They rode on ritual implements. They'd come on the Holy Road and would now leave by crossing Zhongzhou City. Barren State. Mount Taihang's sunlight fell upon the mountain. A huge golden figure sat on the mountain top, dazzling under the sun. He stood on a boulder on the cliff. Looking into the distance, he was filled with majesty. A handsome white-clothed figure sat quietly not too far from him. He was playing his guqin. The music turned into an image that passed into the golden figure's mind. Many golden apes were watching from the distance. The mountain was silent for a long while after the music ended. The huge figure was still standing there quietly, looking into the distance. Suddenly, an ape roared. The shocking roar shook the world, and even the immense Mount Taihang trembled. Many golden apes rushed over. They looked at their king from afar, confusion filling their eyes. Chen Yuan and the others on Mount Taihang were shaken too. Chen Yuan didn't do anything. Since Yi Futian came, the king of the golden great apes wouldn't hurt him. He was someone on the Barren Sky ranking. After all, if he really did try hurting Yi Futian, Chen Yuan wouldn't be able to stop him anyway. Just then, the great ape actually fell to his knees and kowtowed towards the distance. All the golden great apes knelt too and bowed in the same direction. Their king seemed to be worshipping something. Yi Futian watched quietly from the side. He could feel the cold sadness. Many of the demon beasts were unified. The king that led them was extremely respected. The snow ape was the ape emperor and had led all the great ape clans. This ape senior must be extremely sad to know that he had died. My name is Yuan Hong. The Ape Emperor had personally chosen this name for me when I was very young. At that time, the leader of the Golden Great Apes was my father. The Great Ape stood up. He still looked into the distance as if reminiscing. Now, they've all left me. Yuan Hong's voice sounded abnormally tired. He turned and stared at Futian with his huge eyes. Tell me, he said, who are you? Excuse me? Futian's eyes flashed. The Ape Emperor won't teach his best technique to an outsider. If you've only seen that battle, how could you learn it and coincidentally be there? Yuan Hong stared at Futian. Heavy might descended. I want to know the truth. You may be the last human who was with the Ape Emperor. Futian gazed at the great ape and nodded lightly. Let me show you another picture then. Chapter 583. In the Divine City, Starry School. In the Divine City, Starry School. Futian and Hua Jieyu's group were strolling in the school and attracted countless gazes. The day before, Futian had returned to the Starry School. He had crossed the Holy Road and gotten first in the Holy Ji Palace admission examination. The news of the Dozhan sage taking him in as a disciple had caused a huge uproar in the Divine Sky City. It turned out that the news of Futian's death last year was fake. He had secretly left to take part in the triennial Holy Ji Palace admission examination. In the Holy Ji Palace, the #1 cultivation holy ground in the Barren State, the Dozhan sage was the 7th on the Barren Sky ranking and the #1 body-refining cultivator in the Barren State. The Starry School's disciples all looked at Futian with a renewed respect. The son of the Starry School was merely a start for him. Was that goddess-like girl his girlfriend? How beautiful. Wang Yuqing was also in the crowd. She had a complicated expression while looking at Futian. That was the person that she once thought was shameless. At that moment, she recalled everything that had happened in the past. It was like a dream, the first in the Holy Ji Palace admission examination. What did it signify? It meant that all the geniuses in the entire Barren State had gathered from countless elite factions and clans. Futian had dominated the entire generation. However, Futian was still the same as before. Big Brother Futian. A voice sounded out and a beautiful figure dashed towards him. When Futian saw the figure, a gentle smile appeared on his face and the figure jumped into his arms. Big Brother Futian, you scared me to death, Long Linger complained miserably. She had really thought that Futian had died. Linger, aren't I fine now? Futian had a doting expression on his face. This little girl was getting prettier and more elegant, but she was still acting like a little kid. He was afraid that Jieiyu would misunderstand. Long Linger broke away from hugging Futian and hugged his arm instead. Her gaze then landed on Hua Jieiyu, and she asked softly after doing a double take, Sister, are you a goddess? How can you be so beautiful? Hua Jieiyu looked at Long Linger, then laughed and said, Of course not. My name is Hua Jieiyu. Sister Goddess name is so pleasing to the ear too, Long Linger replied. This is your sister-in-law. Hurry up and call her that. Futian knocked her on the head. No way. I'm still going to call her Sister Goddess. Long Linger shook her head and replied, then asked him, Big Brother Futian, how did you manage to trick her? Good looks, Futian replied. Long Linger gave him a scornful look, then asked Hua Jieiyu, I don't believe it. Sister Goddess, how were you tricked? Hua Jieiyu smiled while looking at Long Linger, then looked to Futian beside her and said softly, I was the one who wooed him. Ah. Long Linger was in disbelief. Futian puffed out his chest in pride. His girlfriend was still as understanding as ever, giving him face in public. Linger, you're messing around again. At that moment, a gentle voice sounded and a beautiful woman walked over, nodding and smiling at Futian and Hua Jieiyu. Madam, Futian addressed her. What a perfect match. Madame Long looked at Futian and Hua Jieiyu and felt pity for her little girl's feelings. Futian, you're good. The Gu clan leader also brought Gu Yunshi over and smiled at Futian. He had long known that Futian was not dead, but he did not expect him to be able to come back into the Starry School so quickly. Uncle Gu, Futian smiled and replied. The first in the Holy Ji Palace admission examination. Looks like the Starry School has its most outstanding disciple in its history, the Gu clan leader said. Futian would definitely be able to surpass Long Yitian's achievements. That is only natural. Chen Yuan walked over and said, this time, in the Holy Ji Palace's battles, not only Yi Futian, but Yu Shang was also accepted as a disciple by the Dozhan sage. Yi Wuchen was valued by the sword demon and taken under his department. The three of them are all direct disciples of the Holy Ji Palace's palace lords. The Gu clan leader and Madame Long looked at Yu Shang and Yi Wuchen, who were standing behind Yi Futian. They had always been very low profile beside Yi Futian and never exhibited their strength. Who could have expected that the two of them were also this outstanding? There were rumors that Yu Shang had fought his way into the top 10 with his grade 9 noble cultivation level. If he had not fought someone who specialized in spectral movement and countered him, he might have been able to make it into the top 3. College Chief. Someone appeared in a flash and reported, the Blazing Sun School and Bright Moon School college chiefs have brought people to visit. Oh. Chen Yuan had a gleam in his eyes and said, when did they become so courteous? He looked in the distance and had a cruel smile. He replied, invite them to leave. Come on, Brother Chen, don't be so quick to turn us away. At that moment, a voice sounded. Then Yang Ding and Gong Kui walked in together. The three schools were originally passed down from the same source. Let's not be so distant. This time, the Starry School's son Yi Futian has such an achievement. We're also happy for him. So we've come just to congratulate him, Yang Ding said. Yang Ding, do you even believe what you're saying? Chen Yuan looked at the other party. How hypocritical. Back then, the two of them had a huge battle, and he had destroyed the Blazing Sun School twice. Yi Futian also nearly died in the hands of the Blazing Sun School. Now, he was happy for Yi Futian? Brother Chen, you also have to look at it from my perspective. Back then, Yi Futian had obtained the divine teachings, but he was the Starry School's son. How did you expect me and Brother Gong to think about it? Of course, we also wanted to see what the teachings passed down by our ancestors were like, but we were fooled by little Brother Yi, Yang Ding replied. He also knew a little about the Holy Ji Palace's battles, so he naturally knew that Yi Futian's divine light did not vanish. They had been tricked. However, he was unable to kill Yi Futian now, so what else could he do? Get on his good side, of course. Yi Futian and his two friends had become disciples of palace lords. If just one of them entered the barren sky ranking and wanted revenge, they would be in trouble. Little Brother Yi, it was indeed my greed that made me invite you to the Blazing Sun School, but I definitely did not intend to kill you. It was that person's selfish act. He has already been killed by Brother Chen, and my Blazing Sun School has been destroyed twice, suffering heavy losses. Today, I've come specially to apologize for that. Yang Ding then continued, also, since you've also received the Blazing Sun School's teachings, I have a suggestion. How about you become the son of the Divine Sky City's top 3 schools? The Starry School's disciples were all appalled. The Blazing Sun School chief had come personally to apologize for his actions and wanted to resolve the conflict they had previously. Futian has already entered the Holy Ji Palace. Why would he want the position of son? What is this? Icing on the cake, after hitting him when he was down. Chen Yuan asked bitterly. Brother Chen, I have no such intention. That time, I was just overcome by greed and took a divine light. Gong Kui explained. But now we all understand that Yi Futian deserves to own the divine teachings. If Yi Futian is able to restore the glory of our ancestors one day, I pledge that my Bright Moon School will definitely follow him. Yi Futian scoffed when he heard Gong Kui's words. He was too hypocritical. If one day he wanted to deal with the Bright Moon School, would Gong Kui dare to go against him? My Bright Moon School is the same, Yang Ding pledged sincerely. Since the two elders are so sincere, I will not bear a grudge over the matter. However, there was someone who wanted my life back then in the Bright Moon School. Moreover, Shang Yunfeng's death leading to his parents assassinating me in the Celestial Pavilion felt fishy. I hope that Chief Yang can put effort into investigating. That way, I will feel more at ease, Yi Futian said. All right, I will investigate it thoroughly, Yang Ding promised. Since that is so, there is nothing else. After you've investigated the matter, Chief Yang can just notify Chief Chun. Elders, you may take your leave now, Yi Futian said. Okay, I'll be on my way to investigate it now. Yang Ding nodded. He had checked on the matter before as well, so he knew that it was indeed weird. Gong Kui also saluted and said his goodbyes. The two of them had come to alleviate Yi Futian's anger. Chen Yuan did not say anything. Yi Futian's handling of the matter was appropriate. The rest would be up to Yang Ding to manage. Moreover, Yi Futian did not have the ability to deal with Yang Ding and Gong Kuei, so it was naturally better to make peace and settle the score in the future. Chief Chen, I should be on my way to the Eastern Barren Territory now, Yi Futian said. It was sufficient to just stop over in the Divine Sky City. He was also only going to stay for a few days in the Eastern Barren Territory. Afterward, he would go back to the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate. All right. Chen Yuan nodded and said, I'll accompany you back then. He still had to watch out for Yi Futian's safety. I'll be in your care then. Yi Futian nodded, then turned to Madame Long and said, Madam, I hope that you can take out some time to help out with the Celestial Pavilion. After all, Xin Yu and Wang Yuro were still in the Celestial Pavilion. Okay. The madam nodded and said, Why don't we let Wang Yuro come to the Starry School to cultivate? I'm sure the college chief will agree. Yes. Chen Yuan was naturally fine with it. Thank you, madam. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. I want to follow Big Brother Futian and play too, Longlinger said. Again? The madam glared at her. Haha, it's fine to bring Linger along. I'll come back together with her, Chen Yuan said. I guess so. The madam shook her head helplessly and said, Sorry to trouble you, college chief. Let's go, Chen Yuan said, and the group flew into the air. The Starry School's disciples all looked at the figures in the distance. They could probably only look up to Yi Futian in the future. The Gu clan leader pat his daughter Gu Yunxi on the shoulder and said gently, Let's go. Gu Yunxi nodded lightly. In the Eastern Barren Territory, the situation had stabilized after the revolution. The college had become the only Holy Land in the Eastern Barren Territory. There were no other factions that could match it. The Sword Saint was already a sage plain cultivator, and Mr. Du leaving back then had caused a huge commotion in the Eastern Barren Territory. Now, there were 3 factions on the Book Mountain: the college, the Sword Saint Mountain, and the Moon Clan. However, there was only the college now. The Qin dynasty, the Lu Kingdom, and many other factions had become a thing of the past. Apart from the college, there were only the Witch Clan and Qinqiu Temple still standing as elite factions. Now, the Witch Clan's witches were also cultivating in the college. The college did not discriminate and was willing to impart their teachings to all. At that moment, in a courtyard on the Book Mountain, a group of people was seated around a table having a feast. It appeared especially crowded. Fenglu, now you and Yixiang are both in the noble plane. I also have to cultivate harder. Otherwise, I'll be caught up by you two gradually, an elegant figure smiled and said. On that person, there was an imperial aura, and by his side, there was a pair of teenagers who looked extraordinary. Brother Yi, it was only thanks to your protection back then that we have our achievements today. Hua Fenglu was still his handsome and suave self. The person sitting opposite him was the Emperor of the 100 Lands Kangyi Kingdom, Emperor Yi. You're being too distant. If I did not know you, I would not have the chance to come often to the college to cultivate. I am able to lead such a carefree life as the Emperor, occasionally coming to the Eastern Barren Territory's Holy Land to cultivate. If it was in the past, who would dare to imagine that? Now, you don't know how respectful the other emperors are to me and Emperor Nandu. Emperor Yi laughed and said, Indeed. Beside him, Nandu Wanshan nodded in agreement. Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wenin also smiled. They were now getting older and leading contented lives. Emperor Yi would often invite Nandu Wanshan and Yixiang to come to the Book Mountain to visit him. A group of old friends sitting around and chatting was indeed an enjoyable pastime. Chapter 584. Good day, elders. At that moment, an alluring figure walked in, a jug of wine in her hands. The woman was extremely beautiful and her eyes had a hint of quick-wittedness. Good day, elders. At that moment, an alluring figure walked in, a jug of wine in her hands. The woman was extremely beautiful and her eyes had a hint of quick-wittedness. This young lady is? Emperor Yi asked Hua Fenglu. This girl is the famous Witch Clan's Witch Gu Biyue. She was sent to the college to cultivate, but she's been running to my place very conscientiously. I don't know what she's after. Hua Fenglu replied, smiling. Elder, you've misunderstood Biyue. The college chief knows that all of you are here, so he specifically gave the order for a jug of fine wine to be sent here. This wine is rumored to be able to improve one's constitution and is beneficial to cultivation, Gu Bue claimed, smiling. Thank the college chief for me, Nandu Wanin said, smiling. Little Bue, come over and sit with us too. These few years, the Sword Saint had taken very good care of them and would often send over precious materials to improve their cultivation and potential. If it was not for the Sword Saint, Emperor Yi would not be able to come so often to the Book Mountain to cultivate. Okay. Gu Bus smiled, taking a seat at the table. She asked, I've heard that all of you here today are Yi Futian's elders. Do you all have any stories to share? Trying to get news about my disciple again? Hua Fenglu looked at Gu Bue and continued. I've already told you, you don't stand a chance. I'm just curious. Gu Bue looked back at Hua Fenglu and said, Moreover, if I had met Yi Futian earlier, maybe your daughter wouldn't have had a chance either. You sure are thick-skinned. Yi Qingxian smiled faintly and said with a joking tone. Gu Bue consistently came over, so they were all familiar with her. If you have the talent, you can learn it too, Gu Bue replied, grinning. Speaking of that fellow, I wonder how his cultivation level is after leaving for so long. Yi Xiang also missed Yi Futian and Yu Shang. He had not seen the two of them for an even longer time. They should have reached the upper Arcana plane, Hua Fenglu predicted. That's only around my level, Gu Bue said. I've stepped into the upper Arcana plane a few days ago. Probably. I wonder if Futian has gone to find Jieyu. Nandu Wanin sighed and continued. Her second sister is supposed to be from an elite faction in the Barren State. Futian's going to suffer. Why don't you feel sorry for my disciple? Yi Xiang asked Nandu Wanin. You're not sorry for Futian? Nandu Wanin smiled, asking back. Why would I care about that fellow? Yi Xiang was reluctant to admit it. That's right, that fellow is so sly. He's probably being free and easy. Tang Lan also chipped in. Ani Tang, you're speaking badly about me again. At that moment, a voice sounded in the distance. The people at the table were all stunned. Then they all stood up and raised their heads. They saw a group of people flying in the air, and the people at the front were Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. Dad, Mom! Hua Jieyu shouted. Hua Fenglu had not come around from the surprise. It was only until Hua Jieyu landed in front of him that he broke into a brilliant smile. Master, Mistress, Old Man Yi, Emperor Yi, why are you all here? Yi Futian said, smiling. The group landed and Yi Xiang saw Yi Futian's complacent smile and said, Looks like Tang Feng guessed correctly. You are indeed free and easy. Master, Qingxian. Yu Shang walked forward, saying, Yi Qingshuan's eyes were moist, but she was still smiling. She only felt like crying. That fellow actually managed to find you. Hua Fenglu looked at Hua Jieyu and said. The Hua Jieyu now had an even more eminent aura, but she had gotten skinnier. Yes. Hua Jieyu nodded her head lightly and said, Dad, your disciple is really splendid. Hua Fenglu did a double take. It was like they said, daughters would always side with their husbands. Look at her, praising her man in front of her father. Wuchen. At that moment, Emperor Yi looked towards Yi Wuchen. Uncle, Yi Wuchen also addressed him. Your father often talks about you. These few years, Qingyu has gone back to see them a few times. Do go back home to visit since you're back, Emperor Yi said. Okay. Yi Wuchen was miserable upon Emperor Ye's words and said, I'll go find Qingyu. Go ahead. Emperor Yi smiled and Yi Wuchen shot off like a sword from its sheath towards the top of the mountain. Noble plain. Emperor Ye's gaze focused and he said, amazed. A noble plain cultivator could be an emperor of a country in the Hundred Lands. Now, Yi Wuchen had entered the noble plain at such a young age. Wuchen has entered the noble plain? Hua Fenglu looked in his direction and asked. Yes. Yi Futian nodded and said, Master, Yu Shang and I have entered the noble plain. Do you want to spar with us? Hua Fenglu saw Yi Futian's cheeky smile and ignored him. He looked at Hua Jieyu and said, Jieyu, as your father, I need to seriously consider your relationship between you and Yi Futian. Father-in-law, I was wrong. Yi Futian quickly walked behind Hua Fenglu and massaged his back for him, saying, Master, don't stoop to my level. You're already a noble plain cultivator, and you still don't care about your image. How preposterous, Hua Fenglu said. In Hua Fengliu's mind, a noble plain cultivator was already able to hold his own in any region. I don't need any image in front of master. Yi Futian said, I was painstakingly brought up by you. Those words are pleasing to my ear. Hua Fenglu nodded his head with no reservations. I can't stand this master-disciple pair. Nandu Wanyin smiled and shook her head. Haven't you gotten used to it yet? Nandu Wanshan stood beside her, laughing. He had heard from Hua Fenglu that when he was first disabled, it was Yi Futian who had carried him into Donghai City. At that time, they were given the cold shoulder by many people and were taken in by Tang Feng. Thinking back, it was really a desolate period, but thankfully that was all in the past. The relationship between the two of them was probably like father and son. Uncle, you're here too. Yi Futian addressed him. After all, he was a sweet talker. Yes, the Sword Saint allowed us to come to the Book Mountain whenever we like, Nandu Wanshan replied. Big brother is really meticulous. Yi Futian nodded his head, then his gaze turned towards Yi Danshan, Yilingxi. The witch Gu Bue was also here. This made him curious. What are you looking at? Gu Bue saw Yi Futian's confused look and asked, Are you surprised? Why are you here? Yi Futian asked curiously. This little girl is now cultivating on the Book Mountain, and she often comes here to ask about your past stories. Hua Fenglu did not evade the topic just because of Hua Jieyu, but directly replied instead. You can't have fallen for me? Yi Futian's expression got even more perplexed. The people around were all speechless, and the witch also did a double take. But she still smiled charmingly and said, That's right. Do you want to take me in as a concubine? I have to discuss this with my wife, Yi Futian said with a deadpan expression. I'm fine with it. Hua Jieyu grinned and walked up, saying, I don't have any issues with a concubine. The witch stared at the pair in front of her and wanted to go on a rampage. The two of them actually dared to accept her offer. She had lost. I have an issue with it. A young girl stood in front of Yi Futian and said, If my brother wants to marry a concubine, she has to pass me first. Big brother Futian, sister Jieyu. Isn't that right? Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu looked at Long Linger in bewilderment. What logic was that? You're right. Yi Futian saw Long Linger's expression and nodded. Did you hear that? Long Linger looked smugly at the witch. That woman had an aura of foxy wiles and did not look as pretty as Sister Jieyu. She would need to be on guard against her. You're good. The witch Gu Bue was floored and left dejectedly. Futian, who is this young lady? Nandu Wanyin looked at Long Linger and asked. She's a younger sister that I got to know outside. This lass is really mischievous. She even kidnapped me initially. Yi Futian shook his head with a bitter smile. Big brother Futian, why are you bringing up that insignificant matter? It was because I was young and immature back then, Long Linger said timidly, then turned to Nandu Wanyin and said, Linger pays her respects to uncle and auntie. Sister Jieyu looks like a goddess. Sure enough, her parents also look like gods. You two are so good-looking. What an obedient little girl you are, Nandu Wanyin replied. Yi Futian was flabbergasted. Obedient. This was a little devil. Mistress, this is Chief Chen, an elder of mine. Yi Futian also introduced Chen Yuan to them. Chen Yuan had been observing silently, and he was surprised by how heartwarming the scene between Yi Futian and his loved ones was. There was no trace of the peerlessness at the foot of the Holy Ji Palace. The Yi Futian now was like a teenager that had not grown up. The scene actually made him a little envious. At that moment, Chen Yuan's gaze turned towards the top of the mountain, and he said silently, Sage Plain. Yi Futian looked in that direction too and replied, It should be my big brother. Come on, let's go visit my big brother. Okay. Hua Fenglu and the rest nodded. The group of them started to make their way to the top of the mountain. While traveling, Hua Fenglu and Yi Xiang looked at Chen Yuan and could instantly feel his sage aura. This elderly person was potentially an extraordinary expert. They wondered what Yi Futian had been through in the few years outside the Eastern Barren Territory. At that moment, many disciples from the college appeared. When Yi Futian entered the Book Mountain, he had been seen by some people. Now, many of the disciples knew that he was coming, and it caused a commotion in the college. To the college and even the Eastern Barren Territory, Yi Futian was a legendary figure. On the main peak of the Book Mountain, there were many people walking, forming a huge formation. There were people from all peaks appearing, and the scene was spectacular. The Sword Saint and Goddess Wangyue sat there quietly. As they saw Yi Futian's group walking over, the two of them had gentle smiles on their faces. "Big brother, Goddess," Yi Futian called out to them. He saw the two of them standing together and thought, what a perfect match. "Big brother," clan leader Hua Jieyu also called out. She had once cultivated in the Moon Clan. "You're back." The Sword Saint smiled, nodding his head. He then saw Yi Shaoshi and asked, "Why didn't Shui Yi and Luofan come back with you? They should have met up with your second sister and Xinger." Since Yi Futian had brought Hua Jieyu back, he should have found the Zhuge clan. Heh. Yi Shaoshi nodded and replied, "Second sister had a mission for fourth and fifth brother, so we did not come back together." "Did you see your third brother?" The Sword Saint asked again. "I saw him once. Third brother is a sage plain cultivator now. Big brother can rest easy," Yi Futian replied. "I'm naturally not worried about Donglio's cultivation. However, with his personality, he could easily offend others outside," the Sword Saint replied. He then turned his gaze towards Chen Yuan, who was standing at the side, and said, "Elder." The college's disciples were all stunned. The Sword Saint had addressed that elderly person as elder. How high was that person's cultivation level? "No need to be courteous," Chen Yuan said. "I'm only accompanying Futian back this time. It looks like my presence is making all of you uneasy. I wanted to tour around the Eastern Barren territory as well. You can go ahead." As he said that, Chen Yuan moved in a flash and left the area. How fast? Many people were astounded. The Sword Saint asked curiously, "Who was that elder?" "The college chief of the Divine Sky City's Starry School, in the eastern region of the Barren State. I stayed there for a while after I went to the Barren State, and the college chief treated me very well," Yi Futian replied. "Will you be cultivating there in the future?" the Sword Saint asked. "No. I will be going with Jieyu, Yushang, and the rest to the core of the Barren State, Zhongzhou City's Holy Ji Palace, to cultivate. If Big Brother wants to look for me, you can go there directly," Yi Futian replied and changed the topic. "Let's not talk about this for now. When will I be able to attend Big Brother's wedding?" "When the members of the cottage gather once again, probably." The Sword Saint sighed. He had not forgotten his teacher, who had been taken away. "Big Brother, I want to visit the cottage," Yi Futian said. "All right, I'll accompany you there." Now, the cottage is used by the disciples who used to be from the Moon Clan, the Sword Saint said, and the two of them made their way to the cottage. Many people looked at their figures and started discussing. What kind of place was the Holy Ji Palace? Yi Futian was actually accompanied by an extremely strong sage plain cultivator on the way back. What did he do outside? They could hardly imagine it. Some of the younger disciples had only entered the Book Mountain for less than 2 years. Their expressions were filled with admiration. Was that the legendary Yi Futian who had killed off multiple experts in the Sky Mountain fight? He looked so young. What a pity that they were unable to meet the cottage's second and third disciple. They wondered what cultivation level Yi Futian was at now. Among the disciples, there was an extremely appealing girl standing there quietly. She had ravishing looks and a graceful demeanor. She was one of the top 3 beauties of the Eastern Barren State, Chu Yaoyao. She had seen him again. He was still the same as before, but he appeared to be more magnificent now. Yi Futian and the Sword Saint strolled in the cottage, looking at the familiar buildings that had changed. They walked all the way to the back mountain, discussing certain matters. Yi Futian briefly told the Sword Sage about his experiences in the Barren State and about his second sister and third brother. The cool wind swept past, and the two of them walked to the cliff. The Sword Saint looked at the clouds and said, "With Donglio's personality, he likely will not step into the Zhuge clan without defeating Bai Luli. However, if it's really like you said, Bai Luli is the 10th on the Barren Sky ranking, how would he be defeated so easily? Donglu can only depend on himself." "Big Brother, have you ever thought of venturing out?" Yi Futian asked. The Eastern Barren territory carries teachers' dreams. He had always wanted to use peaceful methods to achieve it. Unfortunately, things often go contrary to one's wishes. Now that I have the chance, I will naturally help teacher to achieve it. Until then, I will not think about the future. The sword saint smiled and said, "The law power emphasizes following one's heart. One's cultivation and mindset is the same." Yi Futian nodded. With Big Brother's current mindset, it was an alternative form of cultivation. He could feel that Big Brother was different from before. "Little brother, do you know why your brothers and sisters have such high hopes for you?" The sword saint asked. Yi Futian shook his head, but he knew that his brothers and sisters doted on him the most. "That's because you are the person that teacher was truly looking for." The sword saint looked in the distance and said, "I trust teacher. Little brother, maybe nobody knows how your future will be like now, but if there's one person who can find teacher, it will definitely be you." "I will work hard." Yi Futian nodded his head sincerely. "Me too," the sword saint said. "The college will forever be your home. If you run into trouble outside, tell me. Your big brother's cultivation level may not be high, but I will do my best to strive for the day where I can personally witness the expectations that teacher had for you come to fruition. I also want to see that sight." Yi Futian smiled radiantly and said, "Big brother, it's a promise." "It's a promise." The sword saint nodded. Chapter 585. Yi Futian stayed for a few days in the cottage, accompanying his master and masteress. He did not know when he could return again after he left this time, but seeing the two of them enjoying their time here, Yi Futian felt relieved. Yi Futian stayed for a few days in the cottage, accompanying his master and masteress. He did not know when he could return again after he left this time, but seeing the two of them enjoying their time here, Yi Futian felt relieved. Yi Wuchen had returned to the Kangyi Kingdom with Lu Chunyu, then came back to the Book Mountain, preparing to bring Lu Chunyu with him to the Holy Ji Palace. Wuchen had entered the Sword Demons Department and was considered a true disciple, so he could bring his family along. He naturally did not plan to continue leaving Lu Chunyu alone here. After settling these matters, the group of them gathered on the Book Mountain, preparing to leave. Many people from the Book Mountain had come to send them all, including the lords of every peak and many college disciples. Although the cottage was no longer around, the cottage's disciples would forever be immortalized in the Eastern Barren State as the memories of a generation. Just as Yi Futian was preparing to leave, there were two figures who appeared in the distance, flying among the clouds towards Yi Futian. The college's disciples did not stop them. Evidently, they knew who it was. The two of them looked weird. One of them was a high monk, and the other was a stunning beauty. She was dressed in plain robes, and there was not a speck of dust to be found on her. Her complexion was radiant, like a flawless piece of jade, and her aura was pure like she had never been troubled by worldly matters. The girl had a faint smile on her face as she looked towards Yi Futian's group. "How beautiful!" Beside Yi Futian, Long Linger mumbled. The lady who had arrived was gorgeous, and her innocent and pure aura made her exceedingly pretty, enough to rival Hua Jieyu. "Master!" The sword saint saw the high monk and addressed him, nodding. It turned out that the high monk was the abbot of the Chinchou Temple, benefactor sword saint. The abbot put his hands together and bowed. Then his gaze turned towards Yi Futian, and he said, "I've heard that Benefactor Yi has returned from the barren state, so I've specifically come to ask a favor from Benefactor Yi." "Do tell me, abbot." Yi Futian's gaze turned away from the lady. Back then, the Donghua clan had been eradicated and Hua Qingqing had suffered a huge tragedy, causing her to enter the Chinchou Temple to cultivate. Now, her aura and looks were even more outstanding than before. The Chinchou Temple must have paid a lot of attention to her. Qingqing has a connection with Buddhism. Previously, when I saw her on the Book Mountain, I took her to the Chinchou Temple to cultivate. Qingqing needed little guidance to understand the Buddhist teachings, and her comprehension is the highest of anyone I've met in my life. Now that she has had her first glimpse into Buddhism and entered the noble plane, my Choqian Temple no longer has any deeper Buddhist teachings to offer her. Benefactor Yi has come from the barren state. Do you know if there are any places that are suitable for her to cultivate? The abbot asked. Yi Futian was slightly taken aback. Yi Qingqing's cultivation level was similar to his back then. He had only just broken through to the noble plane by obtaining multiple opportunities in the Holy Road. Yi Qingqing had also entered the noble plane? Could it be that cultivating in Buddhist teachings would cause a person's cultivation speed to increase? That was probably not the only reason. It should be that Hua Qingqing was indeed destined to pursue Buddhism. When he first saw her, he had already felt that this girl was not affected by mortal desires, like she was not supposed to appear in the world. Perhaps she was already different from birth and was enlightened after the huge incident. The barren state is vast and boundless, so I am not very familiar with cultivation places in the barren state, Yi Futian replied. He then turned towards Chen Yuan and asked, "Does Chief Chen know any?" Chen Yuan looked at Hua Qingqing. He could feel that Hua Qingqing was indeed extraordinary. He had never seen such a pure person before. Her unblemished eyes were crystal clear, like a pool of clear water. The barren state indeed has a Buddhist ground, but they emphasize that Buddhism will only be taught to those who are destined for it and rarely taken disciples, Chen Yuan replied. If they see her, they will definitely take her in. The Qinqiu temple abbot saluted and said, "This benefactor must be an elder from the barren state. Could we have a word in private?" Chen Yuan looked at Yi Futian and saw him nodding, so he replied, "Sure." "Qingqing, follow me," the Qinqiu temple abbot said, and the three of them left together, making Yi Futian's group curious. Not long after, they came back, but Chen Yuan's expression was peculiar and he kept looking at Hua Qingqing. "Chief Chen," Yi Futian looked towards Chen Yuan and called out. "If Hua Qingqing heads there will be no problem," Chen Yuan declared certainly this time. Yi Futian did not know what the abbot and Chief Chen had discussed to make him this certain. "I am not well versed enough in the Buddhist teachings, thus my cultivation level is low. I might not have much of a say in this. Could I trouble Benefactor Chen to help me make the referral?" the abbot asked Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan's gaze landed on Yi Futian again, as though asking for Yi Futian's opinion. "Chief Chen, Hua Qingqing is my good friend," Yi Futian said. "Okay." Chen Yuan agreed to the matter. "Thank you very much. Since that is so, I will not be following the group." The Qinqiu temple abbot looked at Hua Qingqing and said, "Qingqing, this is where we part ways. Take care of yourself, abbot." Hua Qingqing nodded, smiling. Fate would come and go in circles. Although she was reluctant, she accepted it nonetheless. "Benefactor Yi, I'll be troubling you then." The abbot bowed to Yi Futian. "Master, there is no need to do that." Yi Futian returned the bow and said, "Since the master trusts me, I will naturally do my best. How could I not trust the character of a cottage disciple?" The abbot smiled and said his goodbyes. After doing that, he turned around and left as quickly as he had come. Hua Qingqing bowed in the direction that the monk had left in. The 2 years that she had spent in the Qingqiu temple had healed the scars from back then, and she had found that the way of the Buddha appeared to be the most suitable for her. "Duao is dead." Yi Futian looked to Hua Qingqing beside him and said. Hua Qingqing was shocked and stared at Yi Futian. A teardrop appeared in her eyes and she said silently, "Thank you." Although she cultivated in Buddhism, how could she be void of emotion? Duao had destroyed the Donghua clan and killed her mother in front of her back then. How could she not hate him? "It's all over now." Yi Futian smiled tenderly. "Yes." Hua Qingqing nodded. That year, after they had separated in the snowstorm on the Sky Mountain, she had not expected that they would meet again. She was very thankful for the reunion. "Let's go," Yi Futian said. He turned around, looking at all the familiar figures. His big brother, master, and mistress, Yi Xiang, Emperor Yi and the rest, then waved to them and said coolly, "I'm leaving." "Lad, take good care of Jieyu." Hua Fenglu laughed as he reminded him. With this fellow's luck with women, he could not help but worry. "Yushang, I leave Qingxian with you," Yi Xiang also told him. "All right, rest assured, master." Yushang nodded solemnly. Yi Qingxuan's eyes were puffy. She would follow Yi Futian and Yushang this time to the distant barren state and probably not see her father for a long time. Chen Yuan took out his flight ritual implement and flew into the clouds. The wind blowing on his body, Yi Futian looked at the people around him and broke into a radiant smile. This time, Qingxian, Qinyu, and Lu Feiyang were too. Lu Qinyu would follow Yi Wuchen to the Holy Ji Palace, while Lu Feiyang would follow Qin Yuan to the Starry School to cultivate. In the following period of time, he was prepared to cultivate seriously in the Holy Ji Palace and do his best to raise his cultivation level. Now that he was in the noble plane, his next target was to become a sage. If he entered the sage plane, he would be considered an influential figure even in the barren state, capable of setting up his own sect or clan. Even alone, he would be able to make a name for himself in the barren state. After Futian's group had left, a group of people continued to stay on the Book Mountain, reluctant to leave. "Let's go back," the Sword Saint said to the crowd, and the college's disciples started to leave. However, there were still people who continued to stare at the disappearing figures. The witch Gu Bu sighed softly. "How heartless." Chu Yaoyao also looked dejected. Hua Qingqing, who had often been mentioned in conjunction with her in the past, had also followed him to the barren state. The Sword Saint left and walked to the peak of the Book Mountain. He walked at the edge, looking at the scenery below the mountain and beyond. In the silence, he started to miss his teacher. Behind the Sword Saint, there was a pavilion. At that moment, beside the pavilion, a figure appeared there abruptly. The figure was dressed in gray robes and had no aura, as though he did not even exist. The Sword Saint appeared to feel something, causing him to turn around. When he saw the figure, he bowed slightly and called out, "Elder, how is your cultivation in the techniques that I taught you?" The gray-robed figure asked. "I have had some progress, but the technique is too profound. I still need more time," the Sword Saint replied calmly. The gray-robed figure nodded briskly and continued. "Although your potential is ordinary, your mindset is outstanding and your will is firm. Those two will be able to make up for the lacking in your potential. The techniques that I have made you cultivate are also the most suitable for your mindset. Decipher it comprehensively, and you will reach a high level of attainment." The Sword Saint nodded. Naturally, he could feel that too. "Elder, who are you? Why are you doing this?" the Sword Saint asked. "With your mindset, you should not be asking this. Don't bother asking in the future. Just treat this as a surprise opportunity and that I did not exist. Otherwise, I will make you disappear along with the college." The gray-robed figure looked apathetically at the Sword Saint. That one look made the Sword Saint feel as though he had been seen through. He was already in the Sage Plane, but he still had such a feeling. It showed how high the other party's cultivation level was. This mysterious character was likely to be the strongest person he had ever met in his life, even stronger than his teacher. A gust of wind blew past, and the gray-robed figure had disappeared without a trace, like he had never been there. However, in the air, a sound entered the Sword Saint's ear. Throughout the ages, countless heroes, however prodigious they were, have faded to dust, but you will be history's witness. The voice was faint and disappeared with the wind. The Sword Saint stared at the disappearing figure with a serious expression, emotions surging from his heart. Throughout the ages, how many heroes had there been? He naturally could not be considered the genius of a generation. How was he going to witness history? Turning around, the Sword Saint looked in the distance, his expression composed. Nobody knew what he was thinking. Only time would tell. Chapter 586. The magnificent and enormous Zhengzhou city lay in the barren state. Nobody knew how many powerful forces there were in this ancient city. In the central region of Zhengzhou City was the endless holy river where the 1,000 holy islands could be found. The magnificent and enormous Zhengzhou City lay in the barren state. Nobody knew how many powerful forces there were in this ancient city. In the central region of Zhengzhou City was the endless holy river where the 1,000 holy islands could be found. Suddenly, a group of cultivators flew by in the sky and landed at the center of the 1,000 holy islands. A towering city was standing at the heart of the 1,000 holy islands, which looked just like a castle in the sky. The group of cultivators was precisely Futian and the others who had just returned from the eastern barren territory. At the moment, they were in front of the sky stairwell, standing in a ritual implement which was floating in the sky. Staring into the distance, Chen Yuan said, "We're here." Futian looked at Chen Yuan and smiled. "Chief Chen, thank you for helping us in the journey." "Don't mention it. I didn't waste too much time either," Chen Yuan said, unconcerned. "After you enter the Holy Ji Palace, focus on cultivation. The palace gathers the geniuses from various places of the barren state, many of whom are successors of top forces. Be careful in what you do." "Yes, I will." Futian nodded. "I'll leave Qingqing to you. Don't worry about it. I'll send her to the place." Chen Yuan nodded. Futian then looked at Hua Qingqing and said, "Take care." "Okay." Hua Qingqing nodded, smiling brightly. Her journey was filled with uncertainty, but she was very calm and did not think too much about it. Everything would only depend on her destiny. Young ones, work hard. Chen Yuan scanned everyone, after which he controlled the ritual implement and left with Hua Qingqing. Yi Futian stared at Chen Yuan as he flew off into the distance. Hua Jieyu smiled gently and asked, "You feel sad that she's leaving?" Yi Futian blinked his eyes. Smiling, he looked at Hua Jieyu and asked back, "Are you jealous? Hua Qingqing is such a pitiful girl. Moreover, she's pure and flawless. Even women would be attracted to her. It'd be such a pity for her to become a nun. If you like her, I can't pretend that I can't see anything." Hua Jieyu smiled warmly. "Really?" Yi Futian muttered to himself as he stared at Hua Jieyu doubtfully. This fox. When does she speak the truth? Looking at her smile, Yi Futian was determined not to fall for her trap. He held her hand and said, "You're the only one in my heart. Let's go into the palace." Hua Jieyu covered her mouth and giggled, while Yu Shang and the rest all looked at Yi Futian in contempt. How could she believe him? Nevertheless, at the moment, Yu Shang and Yi Wuchen were also accompanied by beautiful ladies. Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, Yu Shang, Yi Wuchen, Yuan Zhan, Yi Shaoshi, Yi Qingxian, Lu Qinyu, Lu Lan Shui, and the Black Wind Condor were all present. The group was in its prime. Stepping onto the sky stairwell, they saw a grand gate before them. A group of cultivators was standing there like statues, guarding the palace. When Yi Futian and his friends reached the gate, the gatekeepers stared at them, and one of them asked, "Who are you?" Yi Futian and his friends took out their palace decrees, after which they said their names and identities. "So you're going to Battle Sage Palace, Daozong Palace, and Sword Pavilion. They're all at different places. Those who are going to Battle Sage Palace, follow me. Those going to Daozong Palace, follow me. Those going to Sword Pavilion, come here." 3 statue-like cultivators walked out. Yi Futian and his friends walked behind the respective cultivators. "Jieyu Wuchen, Chenyu, I'll go look for you later," Yi Futian said. Hua Jieyu was going to Daozong Palace, Yi Wuchen to Sword Pavilion, while Yi Futian and a few others were going to Battle Sage Palace. Hua Jieyu and Yi Wuchen nodded. Then, they followed their respective gatekeepers and flew into the sky. "Senior, which pavilion do you belong to?" Yi Futian asked the cultivator who was leading the way. "The gatekeepers belong to Tianqing Pavilion," the cultivator replied. "Apart from the things within the 6 pavilions, all the rules and other stuff are controlled by Tianqing Pavilion." "I got it." Yi Futian nodded. "Where are the 6 pavilions located?" "From here, if you go straight forward, you'll see the tallest range of palaces. That's Holy Sage Pavilion. The pavilion closest to it is Wanxiang Pavilion, which is located on the left, while Battle Sage Palace is on the right. Daozong Palace is next to Wanxiang Pavilion, while Sword Pavilion is close to Battle Sage Palace. Tianqing Pavilion is at the center of the island. You'll find out soon enough," the gatekeeper replied. Yi Futian listened to him attentively as they advanced forward. Below them, they could see many tall buildings and some other cultivators. Yi Futian saw gigantic towers, mountains, and cultivating caves, many lively streets, and numerous relic-like places. This island city, located on top of a mountain, was indeed extremely vast. The Holy Ji Palace was different from any place he had visited in the past. After a while, Yi Futian saw a chain of magnificent golden palaces appear before him. It sat on the ground like a golden ancient city and seemed to reflect off a sharp aura. The golden, ancient palaces were located on high grounds, as though they were right beside a cliff. Standing on its corner, one could see the scenery below and also in the distance. "We've arrived. You should go there now," the gatekeeper said, after which he left alone. Yi Futian shouted, "Senior, thank you." Then, they stepped forward, walking along the golden, ancient path. Before them, a clean-looking young monk was cleaning the ground. Seeing Yi Futian and his friends, the monk stopped what he was doing. He put one hand vertically in front of his chest and bowed slightly. "Are you the newcomers Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and the others?" "Yes." Yi Futian greeted back, "Senior, it's nice to meet you. My name is Qijia. Uncle has asked me to wait for you here." You finally arrived. The monk said, smiling. Follow me. I'll show you your rooms. Sure. Futian and his friends followed him. On their way, Futian asked curiously, Senior Chijia, you look so young. When did you enter the palace? Last year, the monk replied. Wait, doesn't the Holy Ji Palace admit disciples once every 3 years? How did you enter last year? Futian asked. That's only for the entire barren state. If someone recommends you, you can enter directly after passing the assessment set by the 6 pavilions. Chijia smiled. The assessment that is held once every 3 years is a grand occasion in the barren state. Most people want to try the holy roads and compete with various geniuses. However, there are also some people like me who are lazier. I see. Futian nodded. He recalled Mu Jiqiu had also told him that people like Bai Zhe could actually enter the Holy Ji Palace directly. It seemed like apart from the people who had shown during the assessment, the Holy Ji Palace also had many other outstanding geniuses. Oh yeah, I don't think you know the rules here yet. There aren't too many restrictions in terms of cultivation. I believe you have seen for yourselves how the palace looks like in general on your way here, Chijia said. Yes. Futian nodded. The Holy Ji Palace is said to be the holy place for cultivation in the barren state. Here, there are many places suitable for cultivation. You're free to go anywhere or attempt any of the mysterious places or relics. However, be careful about your own safety. Furthermore, during cultivation, conflicts will often break out between the disciples of the 6 pavilions. The palace does not restrict any fights, but there's one solid rule. You cannot kill or permanently disable anyone else within the palace. As for friendly fights, there are no rules, and you also don't need any reasons. Of course, when you step into any of the 6 pavilions themselves, you won't be allowed to fight. Chijia gave Futian and his friends a smile that seemed to contain many hidden meanings, causing Futian to blink his eyes. The Holy Ji Palace really encouraged its disciples to fight against and learn from each other. Only with competitions would they grow. Also, your relatives can cultivate in the palace, but you cannot give the methods taught by your seniors in the palace. Similarly, you cannot teach them to someone outside. This is prohibited, and you must follow it. Otherwise, the consequences will be extremely severe. Chijia warned. Futian nodded. The Holy Ji Palace had many disciples, including many descendants of the top forces in the barren state. If they could bring the things they learned here outside, the arts and methods unique to the Holy Ji Palace would be known to everyone in no time. The group chatted as they walked. On their way, they also met many other people, and Futian would always nod to greet them. Soon, they arrived at a place filled with many attics and courtyards. Battle Sage Palace was very huge, so everyone would get an individual attic. All right, from today on, you'll be official disciples of the Holy Ji Palace. Do you have any other questions? Chijia asked, smiling. Senior, how many disciples does the Holy Ji Palace have? Why do I feel there are not many people in Battle Sage Palace? Futian asked. If you include the 1,000 holy islands, the Holy Ji Palace will be way too big. If you only count the core island, then apart from the disciples recruited outside, the descendants of various seniors in the palace, and the geniuses who are promoted to the core island from the 1,000 holy islands, there are about 3,000 disciples in the 6 pavilions. Many people have finished learning and left the palace, or are cultivating outside, so there are only over 2,000 disciples left. Even fewer people are direct disciples of the lords of the 6 pavilions themselves. Among the 6 pavilions, Daozong Palace and Tianqing Pavilion have the most number of disciples, followed by Sword Pavilion, and then Battle Sage Palace and Holy Sage Pavilion. Wanxiang Pavilion has the least number of people. Chijia answered patiently. As for why you didn't see many people around, most people are usually not inside the pavilion. Instead, they normally cultivate somewhere else in this island city. Why are there so few people in Wanxiang Pavilion? Futian asked curiously. Do you know what class does the Lord of Wanxiang Pavilion belongs to? Chijia asked. Nope. Futian shook his head. Sage Wanxiang is an astrologer. Chijia smiled. So he can calculate the potentials and talents of his disciples? Futian's eyes sparkled. Astrologer was not an unfamiliar name to Futian. Minister Zhua was an astrologer as well. However, astrologers often had short lives as they would reveal secrets they were not supposed to. Yi Futian did not expect there to be such a powerful astrologer in the Holy Ji Palace. Yes, but not everyone wants to get tested. Astrologers are not all powerful, and their measures are also estimates, not definite. Moreover, the Lord of Wanxiang Pavilion rarely calculates the destiny of anyone. I heard that after he does that last time, he has been secluding until now, Qijie said. Thinking about Minister Zhua, Yi Futian could also understand this. Astrologers would always carefully conceal their abilities. Junior, do you know whose destiny he calculated last time? Qijie asked, smiling. No. Yi Futian shook his head. Make a guess? Qijie gave a meaningful smile. Qijie, go back, someone suddenly said in the distance. Qijie immediately put his hands together, and his face turned extremely solemn. Turning around, he bowed at the incoming person and said, Yes, uncle. I'm only explaining to them the rules of the palace. I'll leave now. Then, he left the group, leaving Yi Futian speechless. Qijie's change was really quick. Bai Luli. Qijie secretly transmitted his voice to Yi Futian as he walked into the distance. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. The Lord of Wanxiang Pavilion had calculated the destiny of Bai Luli before, so what was the result? So you're here. King Kong's sage walked to Yi Futian. Senior, Yi Futian greeted. You and Yusheng are disciples of my brother. So just call me uncle, King Kong's sage said. Uncle. Good. Although you have your own masters, anyone who teaches you can also be called your master. When you see the Lord next time, you may call him master. Of course, if you're really unwilling, he will not force you. King Kong's sage looked at Yi Shaoshi and Yuan Zhan. As for you two in the future, I'll be teaching you. Of course, in the Holy Ji Palace, most of the time you'll be relying on yourselves. There are plenty of resources around here. I understand. Everyone nodded. Qijie has told you the necessary things, right? King Kong's sage asked. Yes, Senior Qijie has told us that, Yi Futian replied. Great. In this case, I'll not say anything extra. From now on, you'll be disciples of Battle Sage Palace. Usually, you can do whatever you want and nobody will place any restrictions on you. Now, you can go and familiarize yourselves with the place, King Kong's sage said. If you need anything, come and find me. Of course, if you're bullied in the Holy Ji Palace, don't come and look for me. That's the same for all the 6 pavilions. The people who can enter the Holy Ji Palace are all top geniuses, and you can fight as much as you please. It'll be too embarrassing to have you if you complain about being bullied. Then, King Kong's sage also left the place. What a brief introduction. A strange expression appeared on Yi Futian's face. From Qijie and King Kong's sage's words, he could imagine how interesting his life in the palace would be in the future. Uncle Bai, Yi Futian said, smiling. He was already looking forward to his life here. Oh yeah, just now Qijie was talking about destiny. The person who got tested was destined to go beyond the sage plane. King Kong's sage suddenly said, after which he disappeared into the distance. Nobody knew if he said so to give Yi Futian more stress. Above the sage plane was the saint plane. Bai Luli had the potential to become a saint. Chapter 587. Yi Futian had heard from his second sister that because of Bai Luli's presence, many powerful people in the Holy Ji Palace had come to a certain consensus. Now he knew that the Lord of Wanxiang Pavilion had calculated Bai Luli's destiny, so he could roughly guess some things. Yi Futian had heard from his second sister that because of Bai Luli's presence, many powerful people in the Holy Ji Palace had come to a certain consensus. Now he knew that the Lord of Wanxiang Pavilion had calculated Bai Luli's destiny, so he could roughly guess some things. It was no wonder that Holy Sage Pavilion had chosen Bai Zhe and Zhuge Xing instead of him, the top performer for the entrance assessment. It was clearly not because of Bai Zhe. After all, everyone saw how Bai Zhe had lost to Yi Futian, and the people in the Holy Ji Palace were not blind. It was only because Bai Luli meant something extraordinary to the palace. Nevertheless, Yi Futian was somewhat puzzled. Apart from people like Bai Luli, who had displayed an unbelievable potential, everyone in the Baron Sky ranking was only strong in terms of their combat powers. Yi Futian had never heard of the existence of an actual saint. However, the top 3 schools all had divine teachings as their founder was a saint. As the best place to cultivate in the whole of the barren state, the Holy Ji Palace certainly had divine teachings as well. There must have been saints from the palace in the past. Could it be that saints could not stay in the barren state, so they had to go to a superior region? Or perhaps was there another reason? Lulan, stay here with the condor and tidy the place up. We'll go and familiarize ourselves with the palace, Yi Futian said. Cultivators usually did not have a high demand for good accommodation. Qijia had also told them that most people of the 6 pavilions had gone to cultivate, and only a handful would stay in the pavilions. Yi Futian clearly wanted to see what kind of place this holy land of the barren state looked like. All right. Lulan Shui nodded gently. I'll stay behind to help, Yi Qingxian said, smiling. Sure. Yi Futian nodded. Let's go. Then, the 4 people left. They went outside Battle Sage Palace and gazed at the island city they were on. It was endless, and even they could not see the edge of the island. The entire island city was a place for cultivation. The palace is so big. I don't think we can know the place well anytime soon. Where do we start? Yi Shaoshi asked. Yi Futian also felt the same way. When we came just now, didn't we see an area filled with activities? We'll go there first. When we meet other people, we can also ask about the situation of the palace, Yi Futian said. Nobody had any objections. Therefore, the 4 people stepped into the air and walked towards a certain place. After a while, Yi Futian and his friends arrived in a region filled with streets. Indeed, there were many people around. Somewhere in the place, there was a stone wall with some writings on it. Many people were standing there, looking at the wall. Hua Fan actually got a place in Sage Palace. Another top genius of the Holy Ji Palace managed to enter Sage Palace. A new person will definitely appear on the Barren Sky ranking in the future. I wonder who'll be kicked out of the ranking. Many people were discussing among themselves. Hua Fan was a disciple of Holy Sage Pavilion. It was written on the stone wall that he had obtained the approval of Holy Sage Pavilion to enter Sage Palace, causing many to feel emotional. Although they already knew about Hua Fan's talents long ago, he had actually gotten himself a place in Sage Palace in merely 6 years. It was still somewhat astonishing. The disciples of the Holy Ji Palace all knew what that meant. All the cultivators who had entered Sage Palace in the past had also appeared on the Barren Sky ranking. Many famous people could be used as examples, including the Lord of White Cloud City, the leader of the Zhuge family, Bai Luli, and of course, many powerful people of the Holy Ji Palace. When he goes to Sage Palace this time, Hua Fan will probably try to break through into the Sage Plain, someone said. Indeed. 6 years ago, Hua Fan elegantly got first place in the entrance assessment. He was honored as the most talented person in the palace after Bai Luli. After that, he started his rapid climb in the Holy Ji Palace. I didn't expect him to be able to enter Sage Palace in such a short time. I suppose Shimin Hanjiang should feel some pressure now, someone said. Shimin Hanjiang was the top performer in the assessment 3 years ago. He was honored as the rarest genius of Shimin clan in Zhengzhou City and had taken Bai Luli as his goal. Now, Hua Fan, who had entered before him, had already obtained a chance to enter Sage Palace. Shimin Hanjiang would clearly have some thoughts on this. Shimin Hanjiang is talented, but it'll not be easy for him to enter Sage Palace. Within the cohort 3 years ago, there are people who are no weaker than him, someone commented, smiling. There were countless geniuses in the Holy Ji Palace. However, only a handful could enter Sage Palace. I just received news that the top performer in this cohort had already entered the palace not long ago, someone said. The top performers of the entrance assessments would always receive much attention. The disciples in this cohort will come here one after another. It seems like the place will get more lively for quite a while. I heard that there was a major conflict between Yi Futian and Bai Zhe. In the arena, he almost disabled Bai Zhe and humiliated him badly. The Holy Ji Palace will surely be busy in the future. I heard of that as well. It's said that when Bai Zhe was chatting, he publicly invited Hua Jieyu to enter the palace with him, ignoring Yi Futian's presence. He did not expect himself to meet a tough opponent this time and caused Yi Futian's rage. However, it's indeed embarrassing for Bai Zhe this time. His brother is so unparalleled and outstanding, but he was humiliated openly in the assessment. I'm sure he really wants to kill Yi Futian now. This time, a few people did not manage to enter the Holy Ji Palace, but I heard that there are also quite a few good ones. Yi Futian, Yu Shang, Su Ke, Divine Spiritual Sorcerer Hua Jieyu, and many others are all not bad. Although Bai Zhe lost, his talents are not that weak either. Is it? Suddenly, a young man with white-colored skin walked over. He looked delicate and his face was filled with a gentle smile. From his smile, one could tell that he was an extremely confident person. I think that assessment this time is only so-so, the young man said, smiling. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the young man interested. Someone smiled and said, Yun Feng, you entered Daozong Palace last year, becoming a disciple of Sage Daozong directly. So you did not participate in the assessment not long ago. I'm sure you looked down on the newcomers? A gentle smile appeared on Yun Feng's face. Every 3 years, the top few people of the assessment in the Holy Ji Palace would attract the attention of everyone and be in the spotlight. However, he did not take part because of his confidence in himself. Whether he attended the assessment or not, the outcome would be the same. His goal was Sage Palace of the Holy Ji Palace. 2 grade 9 nobles managed to enter the top 10. How powerful do you think the newcomers this time are? Yun Feng said casually. Then, he stopped talking about this and looked on the stone wall before him instead. Hua Fan had obtained the rights to enter Sage Palace. Only this was his target. Everyone looked at Yun Feng, smiling. They were not surprised by his words. Yun Feng was the descendant of craftsmen. He had started his cultivation from drawing, and his skills were fascinating. Craftsmen and Sage Daozong were good friends. Therefore, Yun Feng was sent to the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate under Sage Daozong. Craftsmen had once said in the future Yun Feng's skills would surpass his. After entering the Holy Ji Palace, Yun Feng had indeed also displayed his talents. Although he was young, he was already famous in Daozong Palace. It was, therefore, no surprise that he would say so. Indeed, I agree with you, someone suddenly said. Everyone turned around and saw a few people walking towards them. The person who just spoke was handsome and young. Is it? Yun Feng glanced at the people around him and smiled. 2 grade 9 nobles could enter the top 10. Indeed, the people in the assessment this time are too weak. The 2 people must have been lucky, the young man replied, smiling. Yun Feng smiled gently and did not say anything else. Many people looked at the young man and one of them asked curiously, You all look unfamiliar. Are you the newcomers this time? Someone also had a strange expression on his face as he looked at the few people who had just arrived. He had watched the assessment this time. Yes, the young man nodded. Who are you? Let's see if we've heard of you, someone asked, smiling. Yi Futian, the young man replied. Hearing his words, everyone was stunned, causing the place to fall into a deafening silence. Then, many people started laughing and looked at Yi Futian keenly. It was really interesting. Yun Feng was also startled and looked at Yi Futian just beside him. This time, he did not divert his stare immediately. Then, he said, I'm Yun Feng. Yi Futian looked at the stone wall before him. Clearly, he also saw that Hua Fan was allowed to enter Sage Palace, and this confirmed his guess. The Holy Ji Palace indeed had divine teachings. In another place on the stone wall, there was a list of names carved from the top down. The first name was Hua Fan, who had obtained a place in Sage Palace. In the last place, Yi Futian saw his own name. Seniors, what's this? Yi Futian asked, smiling. Many people looked at Yi Futian curiously. One of them replied, the law rank. We also call it the small Baron Sky ranking. Junior Yi, your name was already on the ranking when you joined us. Although it's last place, you have still exceeded most people. The law rank of the Holy Ji Palace only contained 100 people, all of which must be noble plain disciples of the Holy Ji Palace. Just like the actual Baron Sky ranking, it ranked disciples according to their talents and potential. It was thus also known as the small Baron Sky ranking. The targets of the sages in the Holy Ji Palace would be the Baron Sky ranking. Yi Futian had just entered the palace and not displayed anything. However, he was already on the ranking. It was obviously because he was the top performer for the assessment this time, although he was only in the last place. Yi Futian also saw Yunfeng's name. He was ranked 96th on the law rank. It was no wonder that Yunfeng was unhappy. I was indeed lucky. Do ignore me, Yi Futian said, smiling as if he was very humble. This was everyone to be curious. Was he really the top performer, the person who was said to defeat Bai Zhe and Huangzhouge? Oh yeah, I'm completely unfamiliar with the palace. What place is this? Yi Futian asked. This is the place where the law rank is. It's called the law battle area. If disciples of the Holy Ji Palace want to have a law battle, they can do it on the law battle platform not far from here. Doesn't the Holy Ji Palace prohibit fighting? Why is there a place meant for battles? Yi Futian asked curiously. It's good to have something formal, the person replied, smiling. Moreover, if someone on the law rank initiates a law battle, it'll affect the ranking. I got it. Apart from this law battle area, what other places are there? Yi Futian asked further. The region around the law battle area is known as the Law Power Zone. There are 7 intriguing secret zones which are suitable for all kinds of sorcerers to cultivate. If you go further forward, you will find the Sky-Reaching Tower. That acts as a dividing line. The Sky-Reaching Tower is a treasure of Battle Sage Palace and can train the physical strength of martial arts cultivators. Beyond the Sky-Reaching Tower are various places meant for cultivation. You will find blessed caves, mountains and relics, and secret zones left by seniors. That region is the most extensive one and occupies half of the island city. You'll need to see that for yourself. Apart from those, the 6 pavilions here all have their own places for cultivation. Lastly, there is the Relic of Sage Palace, the restricted area of the Holy Ji Palace. The person very patiently introduced these places briefly to Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded. Thank you, senior. Don't mention it. You will get the same answer by asking anyone else. That person smiled warmly. Yi Futian believed that the vast island city was sufficient for him to grow to the level he needed. If he had the chance, he would definitely want to enter the Sage Palace. Suddenly, a loud sound erupted from the distance. Everyone raised their heads and looked at that direction, where a battle seemed to be in action. Many loud collisions could be heard. It's the law battle platform. Junior Yi, let's go and take a look, someone asked Yi Futian, looking at him. Sure. Yi Futian nodded. Then, the group left the place and walked towards the location of the battle. Soon, they arrived at the law battle platform. 2 cultivators were fighting against each other on the platform at the moment, and many people were standing around them, watching. Zhongli? Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. In the arena, one of the cultivators was releasing his life spirit, which was a tripod. It was precisely Zhongli who had entered the Holy Ji Palace with him. He was from the Separation Road and lost to Yuan Zhan's 9 heavenly attacks. Nevertheless, he was very strong. However, at the moment, Zhongli was losing the fight. His opponent was a grade 6 noble, which was higher than him. Zhongli tenaciously defended himself for a while. In the end, he was still smashed onto the ground and spat up a lot of blood. The person who had defeated Zhongli stood arrogantly in the sky. Looking at Zhongli from above, he said, "Only geniuses can enter the Holy Ji Palace, and the same goes to you as well. However, when you're here, you need to understand that you should keep a low profile as a newcomer." Zhongli's face darkened. He did not expect himself to be humiliated like this in the first battle here. A strange expression appeared on Yi Futian's face. Newcomer? Low profile? In any case, he had always been keeping a low profile. Yi Futian. Suddenly, a person who had watched the assessment battles looked at Yi Futian. And Yu Sheng, Yuan Zhan. They're all in the top 10 in the assessment this year. Many people turned around and stared at Yi Futian and his friends. Top performer of the assessment. A grade 9 noble in the law rank. Many people smiled. One person even asked, "Top performer, did you come to the law battle platform to have a fight?" "Passing by only," Yi Futian replied, smiling. "Since you're here, why don't you try? I want to see how strong the top performer this time is," the person who had just defeated Zhongli said. His name was Wang Yu. 3 years ago, he was only selected by the Thousand Holy Island due to his low level. However, he managed to enter the core island with his talents. No, I was only lucky to be the top performer. Clearly, I'm no match for you, Futian said, smiling. Let's go. Then, the group started walking away from the place. Futian had come to the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate and become strong quickly. It would be best to avoid any battle. Since you're in the law rank, you don't have to be so humble. Wang Yu released his aura which enveloped Futian. He was still unwilling to give up. Now, Futian said softly. Then, he suddenly turned around. Enveloped with the wind, the four people charged towards Wang Yu directly, causing everyone around to be stunned. In the next instant, vines grew out from Yi Xiaoshi's body wildly. Yuan Zhan slapped out, while Yu Sheng struck his god-slaying halberd forward directly. On the other hand, the polearm of divine destruction appeared in Yi Futian's hands, and he attacked Wang Yu from midair with an astonishing force. This sudden change caused everyone to be flabbergasted, including Wang Yu. He used all his powers to defend, but many attacks landed onto his body at the same time. Bang, bang, bang. Many loud bangs were heard. Then, everyone saw Wang Yu's body collapse on the ground directly as he spat out blood. Let's go. Before anyone could react, Yi Futian and his friends had already left and gone up into the sky. Air. Many people were bewildered. Yi Futian was humble just a second ago, but he suddenly attacked Wang Yu with his strongest move. That's despicable, someone said emotionlessly. Was this the top performance in this batch? Zhongli got up from the ground and said coldly, a grade 6 noble just challenged a grade 9 noble, and you're saying that he's despicable? Indeed, he was still too simple-minded. He should have been quick and ruthless just like Yi Futian. It's still so boring in the end. Yun Feng smiled and shook his head. He thought that Yi Futian, a genius who had just entered the law rank, would agree to the fight. Little did he expect something like this to happen. Therefore, he was somewhat disappointed. Then, he also left the place. On the other, Yi Futian, who was flying in the air, cursed in his mind. Idiot. Chapter 588. The region around the law battle area was known as the Law Power Zone. Yi Futian spent one day walking around in the Law Power Zone, and he was somewhat shocked. The Holy Ji Palace was indeed a holy land for cultivators. On the left side of the Law Power Zone, there were the Ice Zone and the Flame Zone, while on the right were the Earth Zone and the Lightning Zone. In the region at the back, one could find an extraordinary storm, as well as countless ancient woods. Among the 7 powers, only the element of metal seemed to be missing. However, the sky-reaching tower at the front, which was honored as the best place for martial arts cultivators, was glittering in golden radiance and contained metal elemental powers. The region around the law battle area was known as the Law Power Zone. Yi Futian spent one day walking around in the Law Power Zone, and he was somewhat shocked. The Holy Ji Palace was indeed a holy land for cultivators. On the left side of the Law Power Zone, there were the Ice Zone and the Flame Zone, while on the right were the Earth Zone and the Lightning Zone. In the region at the back, one could find an extraordinary storm, as well as countless ancient woods. Among the 7 powers, only the element of metal seemed to be missing. However, the sky-reaching tower at the front, which was honored as the best place for martial arts cultivators, was glittering in golden radiance and contained metal elemental powers. That was the most crowded place. Of course, Yi Futian only visited the exterior of each zone to look at the situation inside. In the end, Yu Sheng, Yuan Zhan, and Yi Xiaoshi went to the sky-reaching tower, while Yi Futian went to the left side of the Law Power Zone alone. Such a wonderful place was very useful for him as a noble plane cultivator. He would definitely not miss out on the opportunity. Yi Futian went into the Ice Zone on the left side of the Law Power Zone. The entire place was white, covered completely in ice. It looked desolate and freezing cold. Yi Futian strolled on the ice and stared at the frozen ancient tree ahead, which looked like an ice statue. Even with Yi Futian's level, he could still feel an intense wave of coldness. However, he did not stop and continued walking deeper. This was clearly a place for cultivators with ice elemental powers. The coldness grew rapidly in intensity. The frozen world, along with the silver, crystal-like tree, presented a different kind of beauty. From the icy ground, many traces of white, chilly gas were being released. The cold gas could actually seep into Yi Futian's body, and it seemed to turn into a strange kind of ice elemental spiritual qi. They spread across his body bit by bit, causing his blood to flow slowly. Gradually, Futian's pace, and even his breathing, slowed down. Unknowingly, Futian felt that his thoughts and breathing were becoming slower as the coldness intruded into his body. Futian closed his eyes. Sensing the world around him with his spiritual energy, he discovered that even the flow of spiritual qi was diminishing. The entire world had slowed down. This was an effect caused by ice will. Apart from being slower, Futian's body was also covered with frost. If this was to continue, he would be frozen here forever. In this barren, icy world, Futian would very occasionally see other cultivators. They would normally sit down at a certain place, feeling the artistic conception in silence. After a cultivator reached the noble plane, absorbing spiritual qi and meditating would only allow his spiritual energy to grow by a limited amount. In this way, his rate of cultivation would be extremely slowly. To hasten it, he would need to focus on understanding noble will. Noble will of any element would do the job. Noble will was something that only noble plane cultivators could fully understand. It involved both spiritual energy and spiritual qi. Therefore, the deeper one's understanding was, the faster one's spiritual energy would grow. This was the reason why some noble plane cultivators were very likely to stagnate at a certain grade, unable to move forward. If both a cultivator's talents and resources were limited, he might encounter a bottleneck. The disciples of major forces were talented and had various resources, so they could obviously grow faster. For example, in the Holy Ji Palace, all the disciples were geniuses in the first place. In addition, they had natural resources to help their understanding and cultivation. Why would they not become strong? This was also the reason why cultivators would seek better colleges and forces. This place is really suitable for Lulan. In the future, I'll find a way to let her cultivate here, Futian thought. Then, he walked some distance forward again. He realized that the deeper he went, the stronger the artistic conception became and the more he could learn. In his body, a flame aura was flowing, resisting the corrosion from the coldness and preventing his body from being totally frozen. Sometimes, when he could not persist any longer, he would stop and cultivate. In this place, even time seemed to have slowed down. As Futian alternated between walking and stopping, 7 days passed. His understanding towards the element of ice had also grown deeper. However, he did not give up and continued walking into the deeper part. The cold gas being released from the ground was increasing. Futian activated freedom meditation and discovered that a mysterious current was flowing towards him from a place ahead and beneath the ground. It was as though the endless icy qi was coming from there. He wanted to see what exactly was causing this. Slowly, Futian felt that he was very close to his destination. In front of him, there was a frozen valley. He activated the fire elemental powers in his body to the maximum, and only then did he manage to reach the top of the valley. Looking down, he actually saw an icy lake, the Lake of Coldness, inside the valley. Icy currents were precisely being released from the Lake of Coldness and spreading outside, causing the entire place to be frozen. Futian activated the freedom meditation. He could feel a mysterious yet potent power from the Lake of Coldness, but he did not go down impulsively. Instead, he sat down at the top of the valley and closed his eyes, feeling the power around him. Days passed one after the other. Futian could feel the icy currents that had completely filled his surroundings slowly seep into his skin, blood, and bones. Suddenly, a beam of divine light appeared which looked like a crescent moon. As the divine light flew on his body, Futian also released one of his life spirits, a lonely moon. At the same time, an emerald green color glittered on his body and an ancient tree could be vaguely seen. Then, the three started to greedily devour the ice elemental qi around him. The icy qi flew into Futian's body and eventually into his life palace. Even the world tree was covered in frost as it rustled, producing a desolate and cold sight. At the moment, Futian was somewhat shocked. He actually managed to do it. After he entered the noble plane and understood more about noble will, the world tree could actually absorb the will of various elements. Of course, this was because the coldness was seeping into his body slowly. If someone attacked him by casting a powerful ice elemental spell, he would be frozen to death before being able to absorb anything. In the blink of an eye, 3 more days passed. Futian's body was already covered in white frost. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and even his pupils seemed to have been turned silver. Shaking his body, the frost on his body dropped to the ground. Then, he stood up and walked slowly towards the lake of coldness in the valley. Accompanied by many rustlings, emerald green stems and leaves extended from his body, absorbing the icy currents flowing past him. Finally, he reached the edge of the lake of coldness. His body was covered by frost, which was then absorbed by his life spirit, and the whole process kept repeating itself. He knew well that without the world tree, he would not have made it this far, and would have not dared to try it in the first place. It's not water. It's an icy lake condensed from the icy currents. What's down there? Futian muttered to himself. The stems of the world tree continued to extend up from his body and entered the lake of coldness, going deeper. Futian also walked out and submerged into the lake slowly. His world tree spirit enveloped his body, and he did not dare to be even slightly careless. In the lake of coldness, Futian continued his way down with his entire body covered in his life spirit. As he went deeper, he finally saw what was on the bed of the lake of coldness. It was a crystalline, silvery snow lotus which was so clean that not even the slightest amount of dirt could be found on it. The petals of the lotus were also silver in color. As it swayed in the lake slowly, icy currents were released from it. This place is frozen and contains an endless amount of coldness. Is this only because of the lotus below? Futian was astonished. What lotus was this? Although he knew that there were many rare things in the world, this was the first time he saw such a powerful snow lotus. The lotus had given birth to an entire world, one that was covered by intense coldness. Futian's body was covered by his life spirit, but he could still feel how terrifying the icy currents trying to invade his body were. He did not want to stay any longer. What's that? Suddenly, Futian actually saw an ice statue beside the lotus. Someone was frozen inside. Was this someone from the Holy Ji Palace who had died by entering the relic with brute force? The vines of the world tree swept out and grabbed the ice statue. Then, Futian ascended from the bed of the lake. He did not want the frozen body to remain there forever. Very soon, Futian was out of the lake of coldness again. He brought the ice statue and left the valley, returning to the top. Then, he put the statue down. Futian looked at the ice statue as his glance turned into a long stare. The person inside the transparent ice statue was actually an extremely charming lady. Moreover, she was wearing only simple undergarments. She looked sexy and exquisite, and her skin was white and flawless, as if it had merged with the ice. That's so unfortunate, Futian muttered to himself. With such an outstanding appearance, she must have been a genius from a top family or force. She actually died cultivating in the Holy Ji Palace. Futian put his hand on the ice, and his fire elemental power slowly melted it away. Very quickly, a flawless body was lying on the ground. Her skin was as pure as snow, as if she had merged with the ground. Perhaps because she had been frozen, no injuries could be observed on her body, and her skin looked extremely delicate. Even if you want to cultivate, why did you have to dress like this and enter the lake? Futian muttered to himself, not knowing what to do. If he just carried the corpse of the beauty outside, there would certainly be a huge misunderstanding. However, it was also bad to just leave her here. Please forgive me. After withdrawing his life spirit, Futian took out a piece of cloth and put it around the lady's body. He could not care if there would be a misunderstanding. Who asked him to be so kind? Then, he picked the body up off the ground. He could feel that the lady's skin was still soft and smooth, just like that of an ordinary person's. Lifting his foot, Futian walked towards the outside. In the silvery world, Futian carried the body towards the entrance. Suddenly, someone asked, "Is it comfortable?" "Yup." Futian nodded subconsciously. "Wait." Futian staggered and immediately looked at the person he was carrying. He saw a pair of clear and pretty eyes staring at him, as cold as the freezing world. Then, he felt her breath and heartbeat. A corpse coming to life. Futian immediately withdrew his hands. Accompanied by a soft thud, the lady fell to the ground. However, she did not seem to have felt anything and was still staring coldly at Futian. Then, she got up from the ground. With her back facing Futian, she took out her clothes from her storage ring and covered her wonderful body up with a silver-colored windbreaker. When she turned around, Futian raised both of his hands up and said in a shaking voice, "It's just a misunderstanding." He really wanted to curse. Was this lady mad? She ran to the lake of coldness to be frozen and also had not worn enough clothing. The lady was still staring at him. Then, she reached out her hand. Immediately, Futian was slowly frozen as an extremely intense coldness seeped into his body. Futian shivered. The lady was at the peak of the noble plane. Air. Futian wanted to curse, but he still smiled and explained, "It's really a misunderstanding." The coldness continued to invade his body. Stomping on the ground, Futian jumped into the air immediately, his speed as fast as lightning. However, an enormous ice wall suddenly appeared on the path before him. At the same time, his body was almost frozen and he could hardly move. "Listen to my explanation," Futian shouted. How unlucky did he have to be? Chapter 589. Yuan Shuisheng studied in the Daozong Palace and was a student of Sage Daozong. Her ice elemental powers were intriguing. She had been to the world of ice many times and was often seen training there. As her plane grew, she was able to step into the lake of coldness to experience the true will of ice in order to further her training. She immersed herself within the lake of coldness, having her skin touch the cold currents directly to become one with the true will of ice. It was as if she had always been a part of the ice. Yuan Shuisheng studied in the Daozong Palace and was a student of Sage Daozong. Her ice elemental powers were intriguing. She had been to the world of ice many times and was often seen training there. As her plane grew, she was able to step into the lake of coldness to experience the true will of ice in order to further her training. She immersed herself within the lake of coldness, having her skin touch the cold currents directly to become one with the true will of ice. It was as if she had always been a part of the ice. As she was at the pinnacle of her noble plane, she needed to break into the sage plane. However, she did not expect when she awakened that not only was she unable to make a breakthrough and had not developed any further comprehension of anything, but she found herself in someone else's embrace, someone male. Yuan Shuisheng extended her hand, forcing streaks of cold currents into Futian's body. He felt the flow of his blood and the flow of spiritual qi around him slow. That very state was the state of the place they were in. The woman's comprehension was deep, and she had already developed the ability to conjure something that resembled what the space they were in was like, using her cold will alone. Futian lifted his head and saw very pointy icicles hanging right over his head in the air. If any one of them was to fall, he would lose his head. This woman is really serious, he thought. Don't you want to know what I've done to you? Futian asked loudly. Yuan Shuisheng halted whatever she was doing and her eyes froze. Her eyes turned ice cold as her chest heaved. He actually did something to me? Seeing her stop, Futian explained quickly, I saw you being sealed inside the lake of coldness and thought you might have accidentally fallen into it. I fished you out of mercy, and is this how you would return my kind act? I was training. Yuan Shuisheng was so cold that it sent shivers down Futian's spine. You get naked when you train? Futian asked. Go to hell. The icicles hanging over Futian's head fell, and his body felt as if it was paralyzed by the power of cold, making movement nearly impossible. The palace forbids the killing of one's own, and you are about to violate that rule, Futian shouted. Indeed, one should really never judge a book by its cover. I wouldn't have thought that someone this beautiful could get this vicious. I wouldn't have saved her otherwise. No one else is here to see anything, Yuan Shuisheng replied coldly. Dazzling lights glimmered about Futian's body. The encroaching cold was absorbed bit by bit as they talked. A shimmering light blasted, and the polearm of divine destruction appeared. The implement blasted the icicles above him like a bolt of lightning, and a flying boat appeared beneath his legs at an incredible speed. The icicles were all destroyed by the polearm, and rumbling noises reverberated. Futian vanished from where he was. Yun Shuisheng was stunned, and her expression turned even colder. That slimy asshole. She burst forward and chased after Yi Futian. Yi Futian took to the sky, attempting to leave the ice zone and make for the law battle area. There will be more people outside, and that wretch wouldn't dare do anything then. Just what did I do to her to have her come for my neck? Women are vicious creatures indeed. It was fortunate that Headmaster Chen Yuan had given the flying boat to him, a device of unparalleled speed. However, Yun Shuisheng's level was far higher than his. Against someone at the pinnacle of the noble plane, he was unable to shake her off, even running away using a ritual implement. If she were to get any closer, he would fall under the influence of her cold spells. The chase took place at a neck-breaking speed as they gradually reached the edge of the icy cold world. Yi Futian continued running as they went outside the area, and he found the woman continuing the chase, but she was unable to close in on him. I was just trying to be nice. Do you have to go this far? Yi Futian shouted at the silhouette behind him. Cold spears zipped at him. Yi Futian was startled enough that he turned around and continued steering the flying boat forward in an arc. He was irritated. He was able to understand the annoyance that the woman behind him was going through. While it was all just a misunderstanding, awakening to see herself in the embrace of a stranger, who was a man, was still something no woman would want to experience. He explained what happened, and she continued to come for his neck, and that was too much for him. Both zipped past in the air, and finally made it into the law battle area. Yi Futian sighed in relief. That woman won't dare do anything now that we're here. Two people below were puzzled. Is that Yun Shuisheng of Daozong Palace? Yun Shuisheng was known for her diligence and training, and she was hardly seen anywhere. She had immense talent and was a stunning beauty. Her high rank in the law rank made her a famous figure in the Holy Ji Palace, and many knew her. Who was she going after? Someone looked in the direction of the chase. That's Yi Futian, the one who ranked first in the battle to enter the Holy Ji Palace. Someone else answered, and many flocked to see what was going on. Just how did that newbie manage to get on Yun Shuisheng's bad side? Yi Futian continued forward. The golden sky-reaching tower was seen right before him, and there were many disciples of the palace about. Many saw the two silhouettes in a chase in the air, and some came before Yi Futian, trying to block his way. Yi Futian frowned and stopped at a certain distance between him and the woman chasing him. He had never seemed to have offended anyone, so he was puzzled as to why there were people blocking his way. Don't you think you've gone too far, girl? Yi Futian stopped, turning around to address Yun Shuisheng coming at him. The air around them turned incredibly cold in an instant. The currents seemed to slow down and the cold encroached yet again, making Yi Futian feel as if he was still within the ice zone. Yun Shuisheng scanned the ones around him without saying a word. What did he do to offend Sister Yun? One of the people who went to block Yi Futian off asked Yun Shuisheng. Yi Futian had only realized then that it was not that he had done anything to offend the other guy, but that the other guy wanted to somehow show off to the woman chasing him. Yun Shuisheng did not answer, as she was simply unable to. She looked at Yi Futian with cold eyes and said, "Come with me." "Go with you?" Yi Futian eyed Yun Shuisheng, not knowing what she was up to. "Are you trying to make me take responsibility for you or something?" Yi Futian asked with a smirk. Everyone within earshot froze at the question. Taking responsibility for Yun Shuisheng? Yun Shuisheng was stunned herself. Her expression was incredibly cold and many murmured below them. It was only when Yi Futian's name was spoken that they knew that the young man was the #1 newbie, and the one who ranked last on the law rank. It was also said that the young man was incredibly shameless. He went about ambushing Wang Yu despite being new to the place, having no consideration for status or face whatsoever. Just what did this guy do, Yun Shuisheng? Silence. Yun Shuisheng said coldly, "Come with you and I will not kill you." Kill? Many got even more intrigued, specifically about what Yi Futian did. "Sister Yun, what has he done to you?" a girl asked again. She looked incredibly stunning and carried herself with an air of elegance. She also studied in Daozong Palace and shared an amicable bond with Yun Shuisheng. Suspecting that Yi Futian had actually done something to her friend, she looked at Yi Futian with a tinge of hostility. "Nothing," Yun Shuisheng answered lightly while keeping her eyes on Yi Futian. "Just go. I'll just pretend it never happened, and you and I never meet each other, Futian said, looking at Yun Shuisheng. Yun Shuisheng responded by taking a step forward, her cold aura increasingly intense, and her spells went on to encompass Futian. Many saw that he was about to be thoroughly frozen in mere seconds. The freezing power was extremely intense, so much so that not even flames would have been able to do anything to withstand it. He felt his body being encroached and his blood about to freeze. "If you won't stop what you're doing, I'll tell everyone what happened between us," Futian said loudly, and everything seemed to freeze instantly. Everyone lifted their heads to look at Futian. What happened between the two of them? What did he do to Yun Shuisheng? As expected, Yun Shuisheng stopped what she was doing. Despite her temperance, it was not hard to see that she was still infuriated, and her eyes were still fixed on Futian. "Nothing happened between us," Yun Shuisheng said coldly. "If that is actually true, tell what happened and let everyone judge for themselves," Futian added. Futian, Yun Shuisheng uttered his name coldly. She came to know his name from the chatter taking place below her. "I'll remember you." Yun Shuisheng glared at Futian before turning around and leaving. The cold aura dispersed and Futian sighed. However, the relief did nothing to ease his frustration. His kindness was viciously returned. He had become a big, glowing target. Worse still, he had been threatened. "I sure as hell don't think anyone would be all right with something like that happening to them," he thought. "Nice body you have there," Futian quipped as he saw Yun Shuisheng walking away. Yun Shuisheng halted briefly and shuddered before leaving the scene. She did not get herself entangled further, as she knew he would actually make good on his words. Many present were infuriated by Futian's words. "What do you mean, nice body?" Why had Sister Yun chased him all over the place like that, yet did not end up daring to lift a finger against him? Their conversation piqued the interests of many. Just what did that bastard do to Yun Shuisheng? Many disciples of Daozong Palace revered and idolized the cool beauty who ranked high on the law rank, and they were immensely irked at Futian making a pass at her. "Has this guy no shame?" someone asked coldly. "What a vile creature." No one expected the one who ranked first in the law battles would be so despicable. It was only natural that Futian heard everything and felt everyone's hostility towards him. However, he was never one to bother himself much with the opinions of others. He saw no need to explain himself. He glanced at the sky-reaching tower and made his way there. He figured it would do him good to train for a bit since he was already there. "You think you can just walk away like this?" A dashing youth crossed his arms and looked at Futian, blocking his way. Futian frowned and asked, "Do I know you?" The youth gave a sarcastic smirk. It was obvious that they did not know each other. "Teach him how we do things here in the Holy Ji Palace," someone quipped. It was the girl who seemed to be a friend of Yun Shuisheng. Her cold eyes continued to glare at Futian. "And who would you be?" Futian could not help but ask the girl as several people walked in his direction. "You don't need to know. How dare you behave so insolently when you have just arrived here? Insulting Sister Yun and all. She might have let you off the hook, but we are not done." The girl took to the air. Her hair billowed, and her expression remained cold. She felt compelled to teach him a lesson, even if he was the champion of the law battle. Chapter 590. Futian looked at the girl before him. Yun Shuisheng might have gone looking for trouble for some solid reason, but the girl before him was simply sticking her nose in places she should not have. Futian looked at the girl before him. Yun Shuisheng might have gone looking for trouble for some solid reason, but the girl before him was simply sticking her nose in places she should not have. Brother Qijie was right. There were hardly any rules in the palace. He knew one cold hard fact about the palace: might makes right. He recalled the words of his senior and found that it was all the same no matter where he ended up. Most of the time, one's fist was more compelling than one's words. It was a pity that he was a newbie to the place, and everyone else was a part of the Holy Ji Palace before he was. Most of them advanced from the 1,000 Holy Islands. There were also people who were selected from examinations 3 years and 6 years ago. It was only natural that most people had more training than he did, especially those who were there years before him. The levels of those people were way above his, one of them being Yun Shuisheng, who was at the top of the noble plane. As such, the so-called righteous indignation that they seemed to be going through then was simply a mask for something far simpler: bullying the new guy. It was especially so given that the new guy was the one who ranked first in the entrance examination held earlier, who got ranked on the law rank as soon as he got in. It was only natural that one such figure would attract attention. Futian smiled and said, I'm new to the palace, and in terms of planes and levels, everyone present would be my senior. Your so-called teaching me how you do things here is exactly what I see before me. He cast his glance onto everyone present as he said. Everyone knew what his seemingly polite words actually meant. He was criticizing them for bullying. However, there was hardly anyone moved by his words. Someone replied with a smirk, Well, are you telling me that you have forgotten what you did, ambushing others and all back at the law battle tablet? It's only natural that we be wary. So, that is to say, that you seniors find it imperative to gang up on the new guy, which would be me, then? Futian asked with a smile. Gang up? The cross-armed youth looked at Futian and answered, We know what you are trying to pull here, but you think too highly of yourself. Pick any one of us here and fight. If you manage to win, we'll let you off. How about that? Many looked on with interest. While they saw Futian to be some vile creature, they were nonetheless curious of what he was capable of, and this proved to be a good chance to see what he was made of. The fight would also have the added benefit of teaching him a lesson and having him know his place. And you would be speaking for? Futian asked as he looked about. The youth was dumbfounded. He was indeed incapable of speaking for anyone present, yet the fact remained that many shared his thoughts at the moment. The girl who talked about teaching Futian a lesson opened her mouth as Futian kept his gaze on the students around him. Your pick? And what is your plane? Futian nodded and asked the girl. Grade 5 noble, the girl answered coldly. I make it a point of not bullying women, Futian said crisply, rendering everyone around stunned. This guy really has no shame indeed. Not bullying woman? Then what was he doing with Yun Shuesheng? It was unexpected for many that he was able to find such a grand excuse to mask his cowardice. There were probably no predecessors who entered the palace as a champion and were as shameless as Futian. He was indeed a trailblazer in certain ways. Hua Fan of the Holy Sage Pavilion was a genius like no other, and even Shiman Hanjiang from 3 years ago was just as dashing. The one before their eyes, however, despite having incredibly good looks, was a despicable one like no other. It was a pity that someone so vile was so handsome. And you, senior, what is your plane? Futian looked at the crossed-armed youth before him. Grade 6 noble, the youth smirked as he answered. I will fight you then. Futian added, as my plane was still low, may I be allowed to use a ritual implement? Beware of traps, the girl beside the youth reminded. That is one vile creature, and you can't just fall into his trap. Furthermore, despite being despicable and shameless, his might as the champion to enter the palace was not just for show, and he is definitely powerful to a certain extent. He needs prowess equal to a grade 7 noble plane to be a champion. If he is allowed the use of sage ritual implements, he will be difficult to deal with when he gets serious. They had already given Futian a chance to challenge who he fancied, and they were not about to say yes to such a request. Of course, you should be allowed to use a ritual implement yourself, Futian said plainly after sparing a glance at the girl. All right then. The youth smiled. No member of the Holy Ji Palace was someone common who could be found just anywhere. It was a given that the youth packed something tremendous himself, and Futian had no way of getting an edge using such tricks. I thank you for your generosity. May I know your name? If I were to lose, I'd at least like to know to whom I lost, Futian added. The name's Yin Xian, the youth said. Aren't you talking a little too much? I look forward to learn from you, senior, Futian said as he cupped his hands. He took out the polearm of divine destruction without saying another word, and he became clad in starlight. That is a pretentious one. Many looked at Futian, who behaved politely despite obviously feeling very irritated inside. He had smiled broadly and addressed the other party as senior. They were rather impressed at the thickness of his hide. Make your move, Yin Xian said plainly. Terrifying thunderous power blazed in a mere instant. Their surroundings trembled instantaneously as Yin Xian seemed to have become another person. A shadow of a tremendously huge thunder god appeared behind him. The shadow carried a thunder hammer that seemed to be able to crush the earth beneath them with one swing. Yin Xian, the proud son of the top force of Zhongzhou City, the Lightning Court. He had only broken through Noble Plain about 3 years ago, and had earned the favor of the elders in the Daozong Palace of the Holy Ji Palace shortly after. He was offered a place in the palace. Now, 3 years had passed, and his training progressed to grade 6 Noble Plain. He had acquired impeccable control of the power of lightning will. While Yin Xian was eager to teach the newbie who was the champion of the law battle, he did not allow himself to underestimate his opponent. The guy who was all smiles before him, Yi Futian, knew no restraint when he got serious, and Wang Yu served as a shining example. The sky was shrouded by lightning, and everyone backed away. The battle between the proud nobles in the Holy Ji Palace would have easily affected large areas. The sky was soon turned into a space of lightning. Starlight shimmered around Yi Futian, yet his starry world seemed to be overwhelmed. The god of thunder was about 100 meters tall and looked like a true god. The eyes of the thunder god flashed. It shot a fearsome bolt of lightning, lashing out at Yi Futian. Voom! The wings of the rock flapped behind Yi Futian as he evaded one attack after another. The lightning above his head kept aiming for him. Yi Futian flew about in dazzling arcs as he evaded the incoming attacks. Lights shimmered within his life palace. The spiritual chi within and about him all turned into power of stars as rustling noises were heard, circling about him and flowing to his polearm of divine destruction. He activated the divine light of the stars, allowing the light of the stars flowing into his weapon to shine increasingly brightly. At that moment, the god of thunder's shadow extended a large palm from behind Yin Xian. It was a strike packed with immeasurable might of lightning, with the swirl of lightning in the palm looking like some terrifying vortex out to kill everything it touched. The palm struck at Yi Futian. The sky seemed to be blocked out as streaks of lightning rained down on him, sealing off the space around him. Out of everyone he could have picked to fight, he had to pick Yin Xian. Many looked on with sarcastic looks. The champion of the battle to enter the Holy Ji Palace was about to learn his first lesson within the palace. Yin Xian entered the Holy Ji Palace as someone who had just broken into Noble Plain back in his day. His talents were incredibly extraordinary, despite being nowhere near as eye-catching as Yi Futian's. The battle between the two was heavily in Yin Xian's favor, so much so that it was impossible for Yi Futian to come out on top, for no other reason than Yin Xian was on a way higher plane than Yi Futian. Yi Futian's spiraling body seemed to be trying to escape, yet the palm continued to smack at him, and Yi Futian seemed to be smacked soon enough. However, Yi Futian flew in an arc, turning around to ride the lightning as he blitzed across the air, heading in Yin Xian's direction. The lightning bolts that were raining down hit Yi Futian squarely, yet the glittering screen of starlight protected him. Cracks appeared and the screen gradually shattered, but Yi Futian was about to escape the attack range of the palm and get close to Yin Xian. Humph! Yin Xian smirked. The tall god of thunder lifted the thunder hammer high and brought it down on Yi Futian. The strike seemed to be one out to kill everything in its path. At that very second, the polearm of divine destruction in Yi Futian's hand lashed out. The ritual implement turned into a 100-meter-long staff, breathing starlight. The starry world around him turned even brighter, circling around the polearm of divine destruction. A force capable of cleaving heaven and earth seemed to be born. Even spectators who were watching from afar were able to feel the formless pressure bearing on them. That is one horrifying ritual implement. He was hiding it all along. The color of some people's faces changed. Be careful, the girl reminded. Yi Futian hid the true might of the polearm of divine destruction before, making everyone think that it was a usual sage ritual implement. Its true might burst suddenly as stars glittered in the air. The implement brought the full brunt of the starry world upon its surrounding environment. It exuded an extremely unbearable pressure. It was as if the stars had all come down on one's shoulders. The weapon clashed with the thunder hammer. Rumbling noises were heard and storms whipped up in the air. Stars fell one by one in the starry world, turning into forces of immeasurable magnitude as they crashed down. Many saw the thunder hammer being thrown back, while the polearm continued its course downward. Yin Xian's expression finally changed. He shouted, and the god of thunder took one step forward, blocking his body. When the polearm struck, it landed squarely within the shadow of the god of thunder, cracking its gigantic body. Pooh! Yin Xian spat up blood, and the shadow disappeared altogether. Futian turned into a bolt of lightning as he lashed out. Yin Xian felt a staff land on his body before he was able to recover. While the force of the incoming staff was nothing like before, it was nonetheless enough to send him flying, dropping him to the ground spewing blood. Yin Xian's face turned incredibly pale. He had intended to teach that so-called champion newbie a lesson in front of everyone, yet he ended up being the one getting beaten and injured. Just what was that thing packing so much power? Are you all right, senior? A figure came beside Yin Xian, and it was none other than Futian. Sincere concern was seen from his clear eyes. Was I going too far? Futian added as Yin Xian continued his silent. I'm sorry, senior. Had I known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have used my full power. I'll go easier on you next time. PFFTT. Yin Xian spit up blood again, and his face turned even paler. Everyone around looked at Futian dumbfounded. Do you really have to add insult to injury? Just how shameless can you be? What will you have Yin Xian do from here on out? Get out of my sight, Yin Xian said coldly. Thank you, senior, Futian said with his hands cupped before walking past him and adding in a low voice. How were you unable to take even one hit? Were you going easy on me? He walked in the direction of the sky-reaching tower as he finished, leaving everyone standing dumbfounded where they were. Everyone was speechless. Yin Xian was so enraged that he shook all over. Many looked at him with eyes full of sympathy. While it was a common occurrence for one to lose a battle, the humiliating loss coupled with Futian's words made it unbearable for Yin Xian. You have great strength, so why be so despicable? Chapter 591. The sky-reaching tower glittered golden lights. Its golden dazzling sheen flowed from top to bottom and spread out to all corners. Futian was able to feel the immense pressure bearing down on him by simply standing at the edge of its vicinity. It was especially so when the golden sheen passed by his body. It felt as if magnificent energies were wandering about him. The sky-reaching tower glittered golden lights. Its golden dazzling sheen flowed from top to bottom and spread out to all corners. Futian was able to feel the immense pressure bearing down on him by simply standing at the edge of its vicinity. It was especially so when the golden sheen passed by his body. It felt as if magnificent energies were wandering about him. The law power zone consisted of ruins bearing powers of 6 elements, except for metal element. It was thought that metal element worked in synchronization with the tower, allowing one to develop comprehension of metal elemental will and temper one's body just by being around it. The base of the tower was open all day long. Every single door felt as if it were a cavern. A figure was seen standing right before Futian, who smiled as Futian walked in the tower's direction. Brother Qijia, Futian called. You are quite something yourself, little brother. You'll be famous here soon enough, Qijia said with a smile, thinking that Futian was indeed the champion of the law battles, bullying his seniors as soon as he made himself comfortable with the place and all. He used to hear that newbies were the ones being bullied. I'm afraid the correct word would be notorious instead. Futian shrugged, not caring whether he was famous or notorious. He was new to the palace and his plane was low. He joked around and used tricks to save himself from trouble. While many were dissatisfied as to how he behaved in his first ever battle inside the palace, there was hardly anyone who bothered trying to understand what he was going through. Having a noble at the top of her plane out for his head, and then being surrounded by a group of middle-grade nobles was no pleasant experience. He did not find it feasible to just protest the indignation he suffered and fight his way out to show how noble he was as a person. If he had lost that very first battle, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Despite having won his battle in the palace, he was humiliated all the same. His title as the champion was thought to be a joke of some kind. If whacking each and every one of those who bullied him had been a doable solution, he would not have bothered saying much to them. What mattered most to him at the moment was that he train and improve his powers. Reputation was hardly a concern in comparison. During his travels on the Holy Road and the battles for entry into the Holy Ji Palace, He had endured all sorts of humiliation. However, no one was able to say or do anything once he came out on top. If there were to be a day where he ranked first on the law rank and gained entry to the Sage Palace, there would be no place for anyone to doubt his abilities. Your reputation will improve when you are able to beat all of them. Qijie smiled and added, "Oh right, that girl back then was Xiang Zhiqin, a student of Sage Daozong. She has a high status, a princess of the Xiang Kingdom who emerged from State Road. Isn't she pretty?" Yi Futian frowned at Qijie. "Is this guy really a monk? Poison coated with sugar, I'd say." "I have no care for external beauty anyway," Yi Futian said plainly. While Xiang Zhiqin was indeed a beauty, he found her domineering personality repulsive. "You will be good friends with the Buddha, little brother," Qijie said with a smile. "So what are you doing here, senior?" Yi Futian stepped into the tower. Intense and terrifying pressure was felt welling up from below. Yi Futian lifted his head to look at the top side of the tower while he was inside. There were 18 floors, and alcoves were found at the edge of every single floor. Many were seen sitting inside to train. The ones who are here most often are the people from the Battle Sage Palace, as this tower allows them to temper their physical bodies to further their martial arts, while at the same time train to develop their spiritual energies. There are 18 floors to the tower. How about you try and see how many floors you can go up? Qijie elaborated. "Will do." Yi Futian nodded. Yu Shang, Yi Shaoshi, and Yuan Zhan were all training on the floors above. "Is the pressure at the top floor the strongest?" he asked. "Indeed. You'll understand once you've experienced it yourself." Students of the Battle Sage Palace are all required to make it to the 18th floor before their teachers impart arts of the highest level for tempering their bodies, Qijie explained. "Understood, brother Qijie. I'll go train now." Yi Futian went straight for the first floor and found an empty spot. He sat down and within mere moments, golden sheen slithered about his body. He came to feel as if he was shouldering a tower and felt overwhelmed. The golden sheen seemed to pack fearsome penetration powers, hitting his body and making him feel as if he was being beaten up. The tremendous pressure permeated every inch of his body, making him feel as if he was being squeezed all over. "I didn't expect the pressure of the very first floor to be this strong," Yi Futian murmured to himself. After experiencing the pressure for some time, he went to the second floor, then the third, fourth, and so on. When he reached the 7th floor, he was able to feel terrifying forces bearing not just on his body, but also his mind. That feeling was indescribable. It was as if his very soul was being pressed down upon. Endless lights poured down, tearing away at both his body and soul. Within brief moments, Yi Futian felt as if he was riddled in holes, his muscles torn all over, and his bones shattered completely. He was able to endure the pain for 1 hour before he had to leave the 7th floor. His body felt as if it no longer belonged to him, as if his will was forcefully torn away from his body. "I can't believe Yu Sheng actually made it to the 9th floor." Yi Futian looked up and saw both Yi Shaoshi and Yuan Zhan at the 8th floor, but they had been training there for some time which Yi Futian had been spending in that world of ice. After taking some rest, Yi Futian felt that his body was ready again. He then went up to the 7th floor, acclimatizing himself to the pressure. He felt as if something was calling out to him from within, yet at other times, shimmering lights permeating his body from top to bottom. It was like he was shouldering a tower. If one's body was weak, one could not withstand such pressure, and the same could be said if one's will was weak as well. After some time, a figure approached Yi Futian and said plainly, "Are you that champion who beat Yin Xian with one whack with the staff?" "Just luck, and mostly thanks to the power of the ritual implement. Hardly worth mentioning." Yi Futian opened his eyes. The one before him was dumbfounded. It was rumored that Yi Futian was a vile creature, yet he behaved completely otherwise instead. Before the figure was able to say anything further, Yi Futian added, "I admit defeat." The figure stared at him stunned, before shaking their head and leaving with a smile. "This is boring indeed." Throughout the days Yi Futian spent training in the tower, there were several people who came looking for him. He replied to them the same way he did the first person he spoke to in the tower. Yi Futian was no longer seen in the tower after a while, as he went to the Law Power Zone. It was as he expected. The reputation of the champion was not good within the palace. Contrary to his reputation, however, his rank on the law rank rose instead. He was then ranked 97th, right behind Yunfeng. Daozong Palace, the Holy Ji Palace. Many students came before the majestic ancient temple. The proud students of the Daozong Palace all stopped training and returned to the palace itself. Sage Daozong personally lecturing that day to answer questions of the ones studying in the Daozong Palace and to impart ways to train. It was a rare opportunity, something that only happened several times a year. It was only natural for the students of Daozong Palace to cherish such rare events. Furthermore, Sage Daozong was the one to give the most number of lectures out of all the lords from the 6 palaces and pavilions, and the students of Daozong Palace were also the most numerous. Hundreds flocked to the majestic ancient temple, and things looked marvelous. There were also students from other pavilions and palaces to join the lecture. Daozong Palace did not mind their presence, as all members of the Holy Ji Palace were welcomed. There were 2 figures seated on their cushions silently. The 2 came earlier and as such, were able to sit at the fore. Most looked at them with eyes of adoration. Those 2 were none other than the new students of the Daozong Palace, Hua Jieyu and Phoenix. Both figures shared 2 things in common. Both were hard-working in their training and both looked stunning. While Daozong Palace had always been known for their number of beauties, there were not many. There were 4 top-class beauties among the ones personally taught by the palace lord. Other than the 2 newbies, there were also Yun Shuisheng and Xiang Zhiqin. Of the 4, Hua Jieyu was most deemed the most perfect, for behaving like a fairy and seeming to embody all that was beautiful about the world. Phoenix exuded extraordinary elegance, as if she was not of this world, clean and free from all that was unsightly about the world. Yun Shuisheng was the cool beauty of the palace, and also one deemed to be worshipped. Xiang Zhiqin was beautiful and elegant, with looks on par with the other 3. Most deemed the 4 to be the most beautiful sight the Daozong Palace had to offer. As such, it was a tremendously beautiful thing for all 4 of them to be present at one place. There was also one spot flocked to by many. A figure was seen sitting there and painting earnestly, a figure named Yunfeng. He drew very slowly and spared glances at the 2 figures in front of him occasionally. Many surrounded him and watched the 2 he was drawing come to life on paper. He was only drawing their faces from the side, but it proved more than enough to tug the heartstrings of many. The painting seems to be imbued with the natural prowess of the gods, and it looks like a dream. Yun Feng's mastery of the arts is indeed impeccable, and he will become yet another famous painter one day. Yun Sheng, rumor has it that you already have Sister Yun and Sister Xiang in your paintings. Are you adding the painting of Hua Jieyu and Phoenix to your collection as well? Someone asked with a smile from the side. They are both angels in the mortal world. If I would have them both in painting, they would become even more perfect, free from all forms of dirt from the mortal world, Yun Feng answered with a smile. He put his brush down and looked at his work, finding it satisfactory. Is that dirt you mentioned referring to Futian? Someone else asked. Yun Feng stayed silent, but seemed to have admitted to it nonetheless. Someone cast their gaze to the side. Yun Shuisheng was seen there as well, looking pure and stunning. They found it hard to believe that such a woman had been defiled by Futian. They came to know what Hua Jieyu looked like, and that she was indeed one of the top beauties in Daozong Palace. They were unable to believe Futian would defile Sister Yun despite having one such girlfriend himself. It was only natural that students of Daozong Palace had a very low opinion of him. That guy is simply lower than trash. How can he do such a thing to Sister Yun? How could he when he has a girlfriend like Hua Jieyu? Hua Jieyu was seen standing up slowly at that very moment, before turning around and walking in Yun Feng's direction. Her eyes fell onto the painting, and she asked, "Do you mind destroying it?" "How could I possibly destroy such a masterpiece?" Yun Feng answered. Hua Jieyu spared a glance at him and added, "Allow me then." She fixed her gaze on the painting. Flames jumped on the paper in mere moments, burning it to nothing. Many turned to look at Hua Jieyu. She really gives respect to no one, indeed. Yun Feng was still considered famous in Daozong Palace, and his seniors were good friends with Sage Daozong himself. Do you really have to go this far? Even if you destroy it, what makes you think I wouldn't just paint another one? Yunfeng asked Hua Jieyu with a smile. I'll destroy however many you paint. Hua Jieyu looked at Yunfeng, yet her smiling eyes carried a tinge of coldness. It was obvious that she minded his actions a lot, and it displeased her immensely. Yunfeng looked at Hua Jieyu and recalled a young man he saw on the law rank. Is it because of Yi Futian? Do you really have to, little sister? Xiang Zhiqin walked in their direction and turned her eyes to Hua Jieyu. While that person has immense talent, he has little to offer in the way of propriety. He is little more than a despicable mongrel, and definitely not one to be bothered with. That has nothing to do with you. Hua Jieyu turned to look at Xiang Zhiqin, and her expression turned fierce and unwavering. Throughout the days she spent training in Daozong Palace in solace, she heard many bad things about Yi Futian. While gossip was indeed a fearful thing, one had no control over what others talked about. However, she was not about to tolerate others doing the same right in front of her, whoever they may have been. Sparks flew between the two as they locked their eyes at each other in such a sacred place. Chapter 592. Everyone at the Daozong Palace wore tense expressions on their faces. Two beauties of the Daozong Palace were actually at odds with each other over what Yi Futian had said. Everyone at the Daozong Palace wore tense expressions on their faces. Two beauties of the Daozong Palace were actually at odds with each other over what Yi Futian had said. Many were actually a little envious of Yi Futian, who had ranked first in the law battle and had garnered a bad reputation for himself. It made people somewhat jealous to see how protective Hua Jieyu was over him. But Yi Futian had also been that beast who had insulted older sister Yun. Younger sister, Zhiqin only meant you well. Why act this way? Yunfeng piped up from the side, breaking the tension between the two. Xiang Zhiqin smiled snidely. Since Hua Jieyu liked Yi Futian, there was nothing she could do about it anyway. I just feel sorry for you, younger sister, Xiang Zhiqin spoke calmly. Insulting older sister Yun, launching a sneak attack during someone else's challenge. With such behavior, it's better that you take note of it in future, younger sister. Hua Jieyu looked at Xiang Zhiqin. There had been much discussion over Yi Futian in the Daozong Palace. Having paid attention to what was being said about him, Hua Jieyu was not surprised by what Xiang Zhiqin had just said. Hua Jieyu walked over to Yun Shuisheng. Looking down at her, she spoke, Older sister Yun, I don't know what caused the misunderstanding between the two of you, but I hope you can understand how he might feel being hunted down by a senior of your cultivations and plane. If he has done anything to offend you, I apologize on his behalf and ask for your forgiveness. But I assure you, he is definitely not what you think he is, older sister. Yun Shuisheng looked up at the startlingly beautiful face. She had been training in seclusion at the cold pond all this while, and had no idea what was happening in the outside world. It was only after returning to the Daozong Palace that she learned that the man who had belittled her was actually the top disciple amongst those who had just entered the palace. Furthermore, she was shocked upon hearing that Hua Jieyu was his girlfriend, and it hit her that the events of that day might have indeed been a misunderstanding. But even if it was a misunderstanding, it was insulting to have been embraced by a man like that. That was why she had persistently pursued Yi Futian the other day. Thinking about that incident made feelings of indignation rise in her. But as Yi Futian was a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace, after all, there was nothing she could really do to him anyway. Besides, Hua Jieyu was a junior of hers, too. As such, Yun Shuisheng replied, If he can make a public apology to clear the air, I'll let this incident go. Thank you, older sister. Hua Jieyu smiled at Yun Shuisheng before her gaze turned once again to Xiang Zhiqin. As for those supposed challenges, the disciples of the Holy Ji Palace are all amazing characters in their own right. If a group of people of a high plane was to surround a grade 9 noble who had just entered the palace, demand that he entertains their challenges and smear doubt over the integrity of his conduct, then I think those people should reflect on their own behavior first. That's enough, a calm voice rang out. The owner of the voice sat quietly on a praying mat before them. He was clothed in white robes that billowed onto the floor, with a guqin in front of him. Just the outline of his figure alone belied an incredible aura that was like none other. You're new to the palace, younger sister, so perhaps you're not too aware of the culture here, the man said. He turned to the side and said, Just as you've said, The disciples of the Holy Ji Palace are all amazing in their own right. That's why it isn't that much of a humiliation to lose in a normal challenge due to being of a lower plane. One can always train and participate in a rematch. In a way, this is how disciples of the palace motivate each other to train harder. Everyone who has entered the palace, even those at the top of the ranks, have all been met with similar setbacks before. Yi Futian's actions are understandable, but as the top disciple amongst the newcomers, and as one whose name entered the law rank upon entering the palace, he's seen as someone special. As such, people will naturally be more critical towards whatever he does. Zhiqin was speaking out of good intentions. The man's voice was gentle, and there seemed to be a mystical quality to it that made his words especially convincing. As for Zhiqin, he continued, some of the things she said were indeed out of line. Let's not pursue this matter any further. Many of the Daozong Palace disciples were gazing at the figure. His face was turned to the side as he continued staring ahead. Since Senior has spoken, I will speak no further, Xiang Zhiqin responded. Hua Jieyu threw a glance. She was still somewhat unhappy, but she did not put up any further resistance and returned to her own seat. There was nothing she could do to change the thoughts of others, but time would reveal all. Older brother Lian really is outstanding, people commented as they looked over at the man who had spoken. That man was Lian Yuqing, a musical sorcerer who was the successor that would inherit the Guqin techniques. He was the strongest among the nobles in the Daozong Palace and was ranked 5th in the law rank. Both Lian Yuqing and Yun Shuisheng were two of the strongest nobles in the Daozong Palace. Many people knew that Lian Yuqing's goal was to catch up with Bai Luli, who was 10th in the Baron Sky ranking. As much as the law rank was nicknamed the Mini Baron Sky ranking, in reality, there was still a huge gap in the abilities of those in the different rankings. Suddenly, several people could be seen walking towards everyone from afar. Instantly, the disciples got up in a flurry and bowed. The man at the head of the party was Sage Daozong himself. He was the sole reason why hundreds of disciples had gathered here. They were all here to learn from him. Sage Daozong's knowledge was vast, and of the 6 palace lords, he was the most well-rounded. As such, many cultivators of different professions were willing to learn from him. These included people like musical sorcerers and painters, among many others. Under the guidance of Sage Daozong, they could ask him questions they had during the cultivation process and seek clarity through his answers. Completely unaware of the conflict happening within the Daozong Palace, Yi Futian was still intent on training in the law power zone of the Holy Ji Palace. A canyon lay along the southern area of the law power zone. The canyon brimmed with a frightening dark gray energy, which turned out to be a hurricane that tore apart everything within range. This area was an incredibly barren one, and it seemed as if the vast raging hurricane was in the canyon. At this very moment, a person sat cross-legged in the midst of the hurricane, allowing the roaring winds to slice across his body, tearing his top and slashing through his flesh like unforgivingly sharp blades. His body was riddled with thread-thin, bloody cuts left by the winds, and traces of wounds that had been healed over could be seen as well. Yi Futian had truly experienced the savage violence of the hurricane within this area. Wind intent at its mightiest manifested in a powerful attacking force that was like a blade, stabbing at every part of Yi Futian it could reach and harboring an intense energy that tore apart everything in its way. After a long while, Yi Futian stood up and began walking deeper into the canyon. A month later, Yi Futian appeared within the Earth area that was located in the eastern part of the Law Power Zone. 3 months after that, he set foot into the Destructive Lightning area, which was also in the same eastern part of the zone. Time flew by in a haze. Spring changed into summer, then into autumn, and in the blink of an eye, it was the end of autumn already. The fire area was a world consumed by flames, emanating frightening destructive energy. Waves of fire currents surged towards Yi Futian and seeped into his body. The flames of this area were incredibly powerful, and the fire currents that had entered Yi Futian's body felt as though they were about to consume everything in their path. Where Yi Futian stood, all was barren and lifeless, having been destroyed by the flames. But one occasionally saw a few cultivators who had come here to train as well. This place looks like a mountain range that has been burned to ashes, Yi Futian thought to himself as he walked towards the center of the fire area. Fire currents that were even more powerful than before came rushing towards him, invading his body and even worming into Futian's mind in an attempt to burn away his will. A rustling sound came from within Futian's life palace. Jade-green light flowed along the surface of his body, swallowing up the fire currents that passed through his body bit by bit. Within his life palace, these flame currents shot straight for the world tree life spirit and attached themselves to it in an aggressive attempt to incinerate the life spirit. Come! Just then, a mystical voice rang out inside Futian's head. There seemed to be a special magical quality to the voice as it summoned him. What's that sound? Futian's expression changed. He continued walking, stepping through the sea of flames. A mountain lay ahead, and it seemed like the voice was coming from there. Come over here. That same mystical voice rang out again, guiding him forward. Futian gradually neared the mountain, and the power of the flames grew stronger as well. Don't go any further if you value your life, someone warned from afar, opening their eyes to shoot Futian a calm glance. Futian stopped and turned to look at them, but at that moment a loud bang was heard, and the mountain seemed to have been blown apart. Futian turned his gaze back to see a gigantic divine fire bird before him. That divine fire bird had 3 feet and was as dazzling as the sun itself. It was a divine bird of the sun, the 3-legged golden raven. A streak of fire current energy shot viciously towards Futian. He retreated in a flash, only to feel several 3-legged golden raven shadows rush into his mind in a bid to incinerate him. Using the holy will, Futian kept his will intact and retreated far away before he looked forward again. The mountain was actually a massive matrix, and it was glowing blindingly bright now. The 3-legged golden raven charged again with a roar, but it was sealed by the matrix and could not go any further. It's no wonder that these flames are so wild, given that they were generated because of this 3-legged golden raven. It would be good if I could consume a demonic beast of this level in future, Futian thought to himself. It seemed like he had gotten into some sort of bad habit at the cottage. Futian then thanked the person who had spoken for the reminder. The person did not reply, closing his eyes to continue training. Futian was not bothered by this, and he trained here for a period of time before leaving the place. When Futian returned to the sky-reaching tower once more, Yushang had already entered the 10th level of the tower already. Futian directly entered the 9th level and endured the incredibly mighty pressure present there. As of now, he had already broken through to a higher plane in terms of sorcery and was nearing the threshold of the next plane in terms of martial arts. After 7 days in the 9th level of the sky-reaching tower, a cracking sound came from Futian's body. A roar emanated from within his body and something seemed to shift about him. Around Futian, an even more powerful streak of martial will glowed. At this moment, Futian had progressed into the 8th grade of the noble plane in terms of martial arts and sorcery. He took in a deep breath before he walked down the tower and exited. Now that Futian had made a breakthrough in his cultivation and had become a grade 8 noble, he could afford to take a 2-day break. He was going to head to the Daozong Palace to see how Jieyu was doing with her own training. Cultivation really is time-consuming. So much time has actually passed. Futian smiled wryly. As one transcended into the higher planes, it took longer to grow one's abilities and break into the next plane. On the way there, many people recognized Futian and looked at him with some interest. This was the newbie who entered the Holy Ji Palace after emerging as the top disciple from the law battle and had immediately raised a furor, attracting a terrible reputation for himself. He had disappeared for months after that, though it was unknown whether or not that was an intentional move to escape the rumors. And now Futian was back. According to rumors, his girlfriend Huajieyu had gotten into a conflict with many people at the Daozong Palace, and it was all because of him. Chapter 593. Hundreds of disciples gathered at the sacred ancient temple within the Daozong Palace. Sitting on praying mats, they listened quietly to Sage Daozong as he explained the ways of cultivation. Occasionally, someone would raise a question they had. Hundreds of disciples gathered at the sacred ancient temple within the Daozong Palace. Sitting on praying mats, they listened quietly to Sage Daozong as he explained the ways of cultivation. Occasionally, someone would raise a question they had. Today was coincidentally the day that Sage Daozong gave a lecture. This was the second time this year he was doing it. By now, it was the end of autumn, and there was only one season left before the year ended. As such, it was imperative that one made good use of the remaining time to train as much as they could. At the Holy Ji Palace, it was possible that someone could make a sudden debut at the end of the year and bring about great changes to the law rank. However, it seemed unlikely that anyone within this most recent batch of disciples would stir up that sort of excitement. Yi Futian was the only new disciple whose name had been entered into the law rank, and he was only 97th place within the rankings. After that, he had disappeared completely, gone off somewhere unknown to train his abilities. Yi Futian climbed the stairs to get to the temple, keeping his footsteps light so as to not disrupt the sage's lecture. He threw the crowd a glance, and scanning through the hundreds of disciples present, his gaze landed on Hua Jieyu, who sat at the front. It seemed that she had been one of the earliest to come to the temple in order to snag a front-row seat. She was training hard indeed. The speakers who lectured at the Holy Ji Palace were not too bothered about disciples from other palaces coming to listen. They were generous in that they did not restrict access to the knowledge they were imparting. Yi Futian sat quietly at the back, preparing to listen quietly for a while. Though Yi Futian had been a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace for quite some time by now, he had been busy with training all this while. He was a disciple of the Battle Sage Palace, but other than the time he set foot there on his first day at the Holy Ji Palace, he had not gone back since then. Yi Futian felt a little guilty. He hadn't even gone to see that teacher of his yet, but it was good that he had come to listen to Sage Daozong give a lecture now. When cultivating, most people seek out high-level techniques and powerful spells, but they often neglect the most basic training. Sage Daozong's voice rang across the room as Yi Futian sat there, listening intently. Sage Daozong continued speaking, his voice calm. Many of the Holy Ji Palace's disciples are incredible characters in their own right. Most are ambitious, and thus intend to learn such techniques and spells. I surmise that there are some who resent me for not imparting powerful techniques and spells. And yet, he continued, the question cultivators usually neglect is, how do two cultivators of the same plane differ so much in ability? For example, disciples of the Holy Ji Palace will always be stronger than ordinary people in the outside world, but those in the law rank completely outshine ordinary disciples of the palace. Is this really a matter of how powerful the techniques and spells one knows is? Many disciples of the palace are incredible in their own right. They definitely have no problems in technique training. The sage carried on. When we started training in our youth, perhaps our seniors had us focus more on basics, like the ability to perceive spiritual qi and our elemental spiritual qi abilities. As time passes, we forget about these things. Yet even at the noble plane, what is required from us is no different from when we were at the start. Even at the same plane, different people can use the same spell to different effect. Why is this so? Someone answered him, some people have stronger spiritual will than others, so there will naturally be a difference in the power of the spell cast. That's right. The sage nodded slightly. It's the same even at the noble plane. What decides the strength of the spell is ultimately still your basics, like how much worldly spiritual qi you can activate to resonate with you and combine into a spell. And all this originates from your own mastery over spiritual energy still. A mark of being at the noble plane is possessing noble will. Spells are but spiritual will. For martial arts cultivators, it's martial will. This all sounds a little abstract. I prefer to imagine them as domains. The cultivations of a sorcerer lie within the domain of spiritual energy. The form in which your spiritual energy manifests to negotiate the worldly spiritual qi of this domain determines the strength and speed of your spell. The effects of even the simplest spell can be maximized in the hands of someone powerful enough to exercise it effectively within the domain of spiritual energy, Sage Daozong declared, and at his words, frightening energy manifested in the room. In the next moment, everyone was transported into an illusion. The world was now consumed by flames. Currents of air flowed through the space, and terrifying fireballs appeared in the sky, descending towards the earth like suns. Many people looked to the sky in shock. They felt as though their bodies were about to be burned up. Then, the suns disappeared in midair, and everything returned to normal. Was that a fireball spell? Someone asked weakly. Yes. It was a beginner fire elemental spell, The lowest level fireball spell there is, Sage Daozong replied, nodding. Even when it comes to the same fire element, everyone has a different perception of fire and tint, which determines the power of their spell. So, when it comes to training, before you stubbornly focus your attention on powerful techniques and spells, find a way to build up your spiritual energy domain to the best it can be. Then you'll be able to activate stronger worldly spiritual chi for your own use during battle. That's all there is to martial arts. Many people were listening intently to Sage Daozong's words and taking them to heart. Yi Futian nodded at his words. Though the sage was talking about very simple concepts, but normally, not everyone took these concepts seriously. Now that Sage Daozong had pointed these concepts out again, these people would begin to pay them more attention in the future. Back then at the cottage, his teacher had made him learn various kinds of spells and know them by heart. In a way, it was to achieve the same purpose. After you've passed this level, move on to the next one, the sage advised. Use your own perception in the different domains of spiritual will to transcend into yet another domain and attain the power generated from a new spiritual energy domain. Then, use that power to modify spells and even create stronger spells. Some top-notch spells and martial arts techniques are created from the combination of various elemental abilities, and the results are powerful. Of course, this would require cultivators of a high caliber to achieve, and this is what separates the prodigies from mere geniuses. However, there are more people out there who like things ready-made, like you all. It would be nice to just take something as it is to learn, right? Many people laughed at Sage Daozong's words. Indeed, this was what the majority of the crowd was thinking, even the geniuses and the prodigies themselves. All right, we'll stop here for today, Sage Daozong concluded and stood up, looking at the audience before him. Without question, he saw Yi Futian. With the sage's plane, he had been alerted to Yi Futian's presence when he arrived. With a soft chuckle, Sage Daozong turned to leave. The many disciples in the audience stood up as well. Some were discussing the lecture, internalizing what they had just learned. Every time Sage Daozong gave a lecture, it was always a fruitful learning experience, with many things to become aware of. Jieyu, Yi Futian called out to her mentally. Hua Jieyu was taken aback before she stood up to look behind her. Upon seeing Yi Futian, a brilliant smile appeared on her face, dazzling those around her. They then saw Hua Jieyu walking quickly and lightly in that direction, pretty as a young fairy. Many eyes followed her as she walked forward, before they realized that Yi Futian was there. Some people recognized Yi Futian, and their expressions darkened. How dare Yi Futian step into the Daozong Palace? Yun Shuishang was here, and even though Hua Jieyu had spoken up for Yi Futian the other day, he hadn't actually apologized to Yun Shuishang yet. Why are you here at the Daozong Palace? Hua Jieyu walked up to him and stretched out her hand. Yi Futian took her dainty hand in his and whispered, I missed you. Me too, Hua Jieyu whispered back just as quietly. However, those who were intentionally eavesdropping heard their exchange. They thought about the rumors that surrounded Yi Futian, and their hearts ached even further. Yi Futian had behaved inappropriately towards older sister Yun, and now he even had the cheek to enter the Holy Ji Palace and hold Hua Jieyu's hand, acting all intimate. Oh yeah, about what you did to older sister Yun back then, do you want to apologize to her? She said she wouldn't pursue this matter any further, Hua Jieyu asked Yi Futian, remembering the previous incident. Yun Shuishang, who was in the crowd, turned to look at Yi Futian as well. The people in between them then quickly dispersed, allowing Yun Shuishang and Yi Futian to look directly at each other. She should be the one apologizing to me, Yi Futian said grumpily, recalling the memory of that incident. Looking at how intimate Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu were, Yun Shuisheng understood that everything that had happened that day had been a misunderstanding. As such, if Yi Futian was willing to personally clarify his side of the story and apologize to her, then she would have been ready to just let it go. But witnessing Yi Futian's remorseless expression and words made her eyes darken again at how much of an asshole he was. Yi Futian had interrupted Yun Shuisheng training and forcibly taken her away, and now she was to apologize to him? What an arrogant guy, many people thought to themselves. A chill settled upon the space, and Hua Jieyu moved to block Yi Futian from Yun Shuisheng. Older sister Yun, let me persuade him. Hua Jieyu's pretty gaze flicked over to Yi Futian, wondering just what he was doing. She was annoyed that he couldn't just give in for once. Older sister Yun was a pretty girl. After all, it couldn't hurt to give in to her. Don't you like pretty girls? Why can't you just give in this time? Hua Jieyu asked Yi Futian mentally, staring at him. Yi Futian was surprised. Upon seeing the angst in Hua Jieyu's eyes, he understood that Hua Jieyu was only acting in his best interests. Fine, he thought, but only because you asked. I warned you in the past, and yet I got insulted by you. Now you can see it for yourself. Whatever happens between the two of you is none of my business indeed. But the Daozong Palace cannot just ignore what happened to older sister Yun. A voice rang out from beside them. It was Xiang Jiqin, who was staring coldly at Yi Futian as she spoke. We let you off the last time for insulting older sister Yun. Now that you've entered the Daozong Palace, you should apologize to her. And I've said this before as well, what does this have to do with you? Hua Jieyu shot Xiang Jiqin a cold stare. Xiang Jiqin looked at Hua Jieyu once again. It was also after one of Sage Daozong's lectures that she had spoken out of good intentions, only to be insulted by Hua Jieyu. Even older brother Lien Yuqing had stepped in personally, which prompted her to leave things be and not say anything more. Now, it had happened again. On the account of you having just entered the palace and being my junior, I didn't argue further with you last time. Now, I'm pointing out how he has insulted older sister Yun. Who are you to say anything about this? Xiang Jiqin stared at Hua Jieyu. Months had passed since the last incident, but now, two beautiful women stood before the sacred ancient temple once again, facing each other in a standoff. Yi Futian's eyebrows creased, and his eyes were cold. Hua Jieyu apparently had to endure bullying within the Daozong Palace. Chapter 594. Xiang Jiqin mentioned having let Jieyu off the previous time. Evidently, this was not the first time this sort of thing had happened. Xiang Jiqin was a grade 5 noble. Against her, Jieyu was at an obvious disadvantage. Xiang Jiqin mentioned having let Jieyu off the previous time. Evidently, this was not the first time this sort of thing had happened. Xiang Jiqin was a grade 5 noble. Against her, Jieyu was at an obvious disadvantage. It looked like there really was a tradition of newcomers being hazed at the Holy Ji Palace. May I ask what your relation to Yun Shuisheng is? Walking to Hua Jieyu's side and taking her hand, Yi Futian looked over to Xiang Jiqin and asked. Xiang Jiqin shot Yi Futian a glance. She's my senior. Oh, Yi Futian nodded. Jieyu is my girlfriend. If you, a mere junior, can meddle with what happened between me and Yun Shuisheng, then why can't Jieyu speak up for me? Are you an idiot? Yi Futian shot at Xiang Jiqin. Everyone's stares hardened. Yi Futian's words seemed to make some sense. However, in the world of cultivation, it was only one thing to make sense. If Hua Jieyu's plane was higher than Xiang Jiqin's, then she could have said anything she wanted to, and Xiang Jiqin would not have dared to do anything about it. However, the situation was that Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu were the weaker ones in this equation. Of course she can, Xiang Jiqin sneered. If she even wants to battle on your behalf today, that's fine too. So, in the end, you're just lording your seniority over us. Yi Futian chuckled. Well then, let's settle things one by one. As he spoke, he walked towards Yun Shuisheng. The people who had gathered close by dispersed, watching Yi Futian. They were wondering what he was going to do. News of how he had insulted Yun Shuisheng had spread through the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian approached Yun Shuisheng, and her cool gaze flickered towards him before he said, Let me resolve what happened between the two of us. The misunderstanding from before was my fault from the start. I take responsibility for it, but it was a genuine mistake on my part as well. If you think I did it intentionally, then there isn't much point to an apology. You can do as you like, then. Yun Shuisheng looked into Yi Futian's eyes. His gaze was clear and devoid of any frivolity. His expression made it easy for one to believe his words. I believe you, Yun Shuisheng replied. That would make things easier, Yi Futian said. When you woke up, I told you it was a misunderstanding and tried to explain. If you had let me do so then, there would have been no problem. Instead, you attacked me immediately without even hearing me out and even said you were going to kill me. Who would have been able to stand that? Furthermore, you chased me all the way to the sky-reaching tower and even wanted to take me away. Many people tried to make me stay then, but how could I be blamed for acting in self-defense? How would I dare to leave with you under that sort of situation? Yun Shuisheng did not say anything in response. I understand where you are coming from, Yi Futian continued, but I hope you can do the same for me too. Whether or not what happened at the cold lake was a misunderstanding, it was my fault. I apologize for what I said at the sky-reaching tower as well. It was uncalled for. It isn't that I am scared of you. I just don't see the need to continuously harp on such a trivial matter, to the point where it even implicates my significant other. You are free to do whatever you want when it comes to me in the future. I'll accept it. But this is purely between the two of us. It has nothing to do with Jieyu. Nor does it have anything to do with the Daozong Palace. After speaking his mind, Yi Futian then turned to leave. Watching him walk away, Yun Shuisheng spoke up as well. Let's put this matter to rest then. Yi Futian stopped at her words and smiled. Then he continued walking forward and approached Xiang Zhiqin. Now that things between me and Yun Shuisheng have been cleared up, it's time to settle things between us. You've meddled in our affairs twice by this point, once at the sky-reaching tower, and right now at the Daozong Palace. You're even going as far as to bully my girlfriend. Tell me, how should we settle this? Older sister Yun may have forgiven you, but you're still a despicable man. Sneaking up on Wang Yu, insulting older sister Yun. You're in the law rank, yet you choose to lose by default in order to avoid battles. You seem to not know what shame is. Xiang Zhiqin glared at Yi Futian. She had been taken aback by his question. How did he intend to settle this then? I entered the Holy Ji Palace to train, not to play these silly games with all of you and participate in meaningless challenges. Furthermore, you do things like issuing challenges to those of a lower plane than you and then forcing them to accept it, or imposing your own views on other people. Then you even crow about it like it's something to be proud of. Maybe it's because you've been spoilt rotten as the princess of the Xiang kingdom. That's why you like to force your self-centered beliefs onto others and believe this is something that is natural and acceptable. Yi Futian shot Xiang Zhiqin a cold glance and said, Didn't anyone ever tell you that you were being a bitch? Upon Yi Futian's words, everyone froze and stared at them. If what Yi Futian had said to Yun Shuisheng earlier had carried hints of an insult, then this was full-out humiliation. Yi Futian had entered the Daozong Palace and humiliated Xiang Zhiqin in front of everyone. Xiang Zhiqin's expression changed in an instant. She was at a loss at what had just happened. This was the first time anyone had dared to describe her in such insulting terms. The immense pressure of a grade 5 noble began to spread across the space. Xiang Zhiqin's long hair fluttered in the wind, and the elegance of her demeanor was undercut by a cold rage. Everyone present could sense that Xiang Zhiqin had been genuinely angered by Yi Futian's words. At this moment, a man in white robes strode into view. People gave way to him and stared at the figure walking towards Yi Futian and Xiang Zhiqin. It was Lian Yuqing, a disciple of the Daozong Palace and 5th in the law rank. Lian Yuqing had a guqin in his hands and was charming in his long white robes that went all the way to the floor. Looking at Yi Futian, he spoke, They say you shouldn't believe everything that you hear. I've heard rumors in the Daozong Palace that the disciple who placed first in the law battle this year was a despicable and shameless person. I always thought that might be an exaggeration, and seeing you come here to the Daozong Palace to apologize to Yun Shuisheng and put this matter to rest made me believe in my own judgment even more. Since you placed first in the law battle, perhaps you might have some flaws, but not to the extent that it is unacceptable. But now I've realized that I may have been wrong in my judgment this time. Using such a term to insult a peer, and a lady at that, I'm extremely disappointed in you, Lian Yuqing continued. He had entered the Holy Ji Palace 6 years ago. In his year, he had placed 3rd in the law battle, and the 2 people above him were now 1st and 2nd in the law rank. They were all top-notch individuals. Those who had come on top in the law battle 3 years back were now incredibly well known in the Holy Ji Palace as well, and Yi Futian was the top disciple in this year's law battle. According to precedents, Yi Futian was set to have illustrious achievements and enter the law ranks sooner or later. However, his behavior really was quite unacceptable. Yi Futian looked over at Lian Yuqing. With a guqin in his hands, he really was a charming-looking man. Judging by the other disciples' attitude towards Lian Yuqing, though Yi Futian had no idea who he was, He surmised that he probably was held in high regard at the Daozong Palace. However, what did all that have anything to do with him? Am I supposed to care whether or not you're disappointed? Yi Futian shot Lien Yuqing a cold glance. Anyone could stand at a distance and take the moral high ground over something that wasn't their business. Ever since Yi Futian entered the Holy Ji Palace, he had never spoken kindly to anyone. The disciples of the palace were all talents hailed by the people, and all of them were exceedingly arrogant as well. He had wanted to train in peace, but all sorts of troublesome things kept happening to him. Outside the sky-reaching tower, Xiang Zhiqin had ordered people to surround Yi Futian and forced him to choose one of them to challenge. If he lost the battle, then he would not be allowed to leave easily. If Yi Futian had not defeated his opponent that day, who knew what sort of humiliation he would have been forced to face? Today at the Daozong Palace, Yi Futian had only planned to come see Jieyu, quietly listen to Sage Daozong's lecture for a while, then leave with Jieyu. And yet Xiang Zhiqin had jumped on him again. Furthermore, it seemed like he wasn't her only target. Hua Jieyu seemed to have been bullied by her as well, and that Yi Futian could not tolerate. The atmosphere became tense again. No one could believe that Yi Futian had actually dared to talk back to older brother Lien, who was 5th in the law rank. Older brother Lien, in the Daozong Palace, Xiang Zhiqin throws around insults like shameless and despicable on a regular basis when it comes to describing Futian. Even today, in front of everyone, she's talking about him in the exact same way. If she can insult him, why is he not allowed to respond? Hua Jieyu stared at Lien Yuqing, her tone frosty. As a man, and the top disciple to emerge from the law battle, it is only right that he is gracious to others, Lien Yuqing replied, looking at Hua Jieyu. You may be 5th in the law rank, but it appears that there isn't much difference between the character of you and Xiang Zhiqin. Hua Jieyu spoke coldly. Lien Yuqing's gaze flicked back to Hua Jieyu, only to see Yi Futian holding Hua Jieyu's hand. There really was no point in trying to reason with these people. Since you all like to force people to accept these supposed challenges so much and expect graciousness from them, then let me see just how gracious all of you people at the Daozong Palace are. Yi Futian looked around at the crowd. I'm Yi Futian, a grade 8 noble. If anyone wants a challenge, I'll gladly accept. Since everyone was quibbling over graciousness, Yi Futian announced his plane to everyone up front. He was going to see if those of a higher plane would be so shameless as to attack him still. Xiang Zhiqin took a step forward before a voice rang out, Zhiqin. Everyone's gaze snapped over to the person who had spoken. It was Yunfeng, who walked out and said, I don't agree with this person's behavior as well. Since I'm closer to him in terms of ranking, let me take this battle instead. In the law rank, Yunfeng was in the 96th place, while Yi Futian was in the 97th. Previously, Yunfeng had claimed before the law rank that this year's entry battle could be a flop. Evidently, he believed that if he had not entered the palace directly last year and entered the law battle instead, he would have been the most dazzling individual. Younger sister, Lien Yuqing said, Yunfeng is a grade 6 noble. He's perfect for this. Yi Futian has defeated challengers 2 planes above him to become the champion of the law battle, and furthermore, your rankings in the law rank are close to each other. A challenge like this will not be seen as bullying. Xiang Zhiqin nodded slightly in agreement. Her expression was still cold as she turned to glare at Yi Futian. She had never been insulted like that before. Yunfeng walked forward, and the people around him scrambled to make way for him. Yi Futian nodded at Hua Jieyu, and she retreated as well. The two were to battle on this sacred learning ground. Yunfeng was very young, and he was fair and handsome. Smiling at Yi Futian, he announced, I'm Yunfeng, a grade 6 noble. I am a painter. Upon finishing his words, a dazzling light shone from behind him, and instantly, paintings flew out all around him. It was as if millions of paintings were suspended in the air, with each painting containing immense power within. Yi Futian looked at Yunfeng. Yunfeng's life spirit was similar to that of Yi Futian's 4th older brother's million treasure books. It was very interesting. Looking at the various paintings, Yi Futian's expression suddenly changed. One of the scrolls had an image carved into it. It was a painting of Hua Jieyu. Yunfeng. Hua Jieyu's expression changed as well. Currents of energy rolled off her body, and her eyes were cold. Please don't take offense, younger sister. You burnt my scrolls previously when I was painting, after all. But this has always been the way of my training. I will incorporate everything that is beautiful and good in this world into my paintings. It is not to target you. I hope you can understand, Yunfeng explained. There were all sorts of painting scrolls behind him, containing images of people, demonic monsters, ritual implements, and many more. Hua Jieyu's face was pale, and she looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian's expression was equally cold. Suddenly, he rose up into the sky, moving out of the Daozong Palace. Everyone was stunned. Yunfeng followed after him, asking, "What is the meaning of this?" "We'll settle this at the law battle platform," Yi Futian replied coldly. After seeing that painting, he had decided to not battle at the Daozong Palace. Chapter 595. Yi Futian soared through the air above the Daozong Pavilion. Yunfeng chased after him. Yi Futian soared through the air above the Daozong Pavilion. Yunfeng chased after him. Everyone looked at the two figures, something odd flashing past their eyes. Then they shot into the sky too, and went over towards the battle area. Even Yun Shuisheng went forward after a moment of hesitation. He wanted to see too. The big group soared through the sky. Many people cultivating in the Holy Ji Palace were shocked when seeing the sight in the air. Was something big happening? Some unrelated people also joined them, making the camp bigger and bigger. Right now, many people were already gathered at the battle area. Just then, many looked up. They saw the group in the air, charging towards the battle platform. Someone will engage in battle. Everyone's eyes flashed. They stepped toward the battle platform. They wondered who would be fighting that would cause such a commotion. That's Yunfeng. He's 96th on the law rank. He's the descendant of the craftsman. The craftsman is good friends with Sage Daozong. Last year, he sent Yunfeng to cultivate under Sage Daozong. His cultivation isn't exactly high in the Holy Ji Palace, but he's very talented. He has the potential to reach the top of the rank. Who's in front of him? Someone asked while walking. Yi Futian, 97th of the law rank. He was number 1 in the entrance battle at the start of the year. Some people's eyes glinted. They looked at the two figures with interest. It would be interesting if two strong cultivators from the rank would fight a law battle. I heard that Yi Futian had a bad reputation after entering the Holy Ji Palace. There are many rumors about him in the Daozong Pavilion. Yunfeng had once drawn a picture of Hua Jieyu, but she burned it. Maybe this angered Yi Futian, so he wants to challenge Yunfeng directly. Everyone discussed this. Soon, many strong cultivators gathered around the battle podium. Yi Futian descended from the air, landing on the podium. Afterward, Yunfeng came down in a beautiful arc. Countless scrolls danced around him. He was extremely brilliant. He floated down and landed on the platform. Various figures flew over and landed around the platform. Just as they'd guessed, the ones who would fight this time were Yunfeng and Yi Futian, 96th and 97th on the law rank respectively. However, Yunfeng should be a grade 6 noble now. Yi Futian had been a grade 9 noble when he'd first entered the pavilion. The people didn't know if he'd improved, but even if he was grade 8, it was still foolish to challenge Yunfeng. Strong cultivators of the Daozong Pavilion arrived gradually. They appeared around the platform and gazed at the two figures there. The platform was very big. It was enough, even for a noble-level battle. People could fight at any time, anywhere in the Holy Ji Palace, other than the 6 pavilions, but people still liked to solve their conflicts on the platforms. It was a tradition. Plus, once people stepped onto the platforms, no one from the Holy Ji Palace could interfere. This meant that they could fight however they wished without hurting or disabling anyone. No one could do anything about it. Stepping onto the battle podium was a voluntary thing. One had to pay for the consequences of their choices. When we first met, you said that you were first in the pavilion battle by luck. Now, it seems that it's not the truth, Yunfeng said coolly while looking at Yi Futian. But it doesn't matter if it's the truth. This battle will prove it. You're 97th on the law rank after entering the pavilion. I'd like to see just how strong you are. Yi Futian scanned Yunfeng and said, I'm not interested in people's positions on the law rank. I just know that you'll regret meeting me after this battle. As soon as he finished, a beautiful golden rock appeared. Behind the dazzling wings, rough sounds came from his life palace. Noble will envelop the entire space as spiritual chi rushed towards him. At the same time, powerful spiritual chi gathered into a golden staff. He grasped it and his wings pumped. Futian rose slowly into the air. A starry world appeared around him. Yunfeng stared at Futian. The Futian who'd been known to be lowly and surrender no matter who challenged him seemed to have changed today. He seemed too arrogant to even know his place. Which was his true side? Everyone would know after this battle. His true self would appear after Yunfeng defeated him. An artist is also called a summoner. My life spirit is a picture. Carving thousands of pictures on my life spirit, observing scrolls, and carving scrolls are how I cultivate. Not everyone can enter my scrolls, Yunfeng said coolly. He was clearly talking about Hua Jieyu. This will be the biggest regret of your life. When Futian finished speaking, he stepped forward. I never regret what I do, Yunfeng stated. He waved his hand and countless scrolls started dancing. At the same time, his eyes turned demonic. An extremely terrifying spiritual wind enveloped the sky. All the spiritual chi in the world rushed crazily into those scrolls. These pictures had already been carved. Spiritual chi entering the pictures was his strongest attack. Instantly, all the scrolls dancing in the air floated towards Futian. He was surrounded by scrolls. The various scrolls devoured spiritual chi wildly, exuding shocking auras. All the scrolls seemed to be controlled by Yunfeng's spiritual mind. When Futian was young, he'd met someone who cultivated an art, Zhou. Yunfeng was clearly stronger than Zhou. His life spirit was a picture. All these scrolls were carved in Yunfeng's life spirit. They were similar to spell scrolls. Yunfeng's attacks were like thousands of spell scrolls. However, he must have put in a lot of effort to carve these picture scrolls. Boom, boom, boom. The scrolls floating around Futian dissipated. Horrible demonic roars sounded. The scrolls actually transformed into various terrifying demons in the air. There were dragons, phoenixes, kirins, zuanwis, rocks, elephants, and more. They were like a horrible demon army. Many hearts trembled. This was Yunfeng's first time on the battle platform. He'd been quite well known when he'd entered the pavilion last year, but very few people had seen the craftsman's descendant fight. Now that they witnessed it with their own eyes, they were shaken. No wonder he could enter the law rank as a middle-level noble. Everything in the world could enter the pictures. All spells, demons, and ritual implements could be used by the artist. Artists were also summoners. Every demon that appeared in the air was drawn by Yunfeng. They contained his power and possessed his cultivation plane. It was like an army of mid-level noble superdemons. Everyone started mourning inwardly for Futian. It would be difficult to defeat Yunfeng. Various spell scrolls appeared around Futian. Spiritual chi rushed into them, filling them with terrifying power. The light of runes shone and destructive power poured out. This was the Void Scroll skill that he'd learned from Bai Zhe. At the moment, Yunfeng's spiritual energy enveloped the entire battlefield. His expression was cold. Hovering in the sky, he waved his hand. The demon army in the sky started charging towards Futian. The entire battle platform shook at that moment. Almost at the same time, the spell scrolls burst with thunder spells. Purple-gold lightning instantly filled the sky with destructive light, covering all the demons. They struck the demons. The demons shook, but they still charged downward. They'd come out of the picture scrolls and didn't feel any pain. But just then, a golden figure from the starry world shot forward, charging across the sky. Starry light dazzled around the figure. There was also a shocking windstorm. It became one with the stars, possessing power that could rip apart everything. Many people saw the golden figure flying below the demons, going forward with the starry windstorm. The scene was majestic. A huge elephant stepped down, wanting to push Futian down. However, Futian didn't try dodging it. The destructive starry windstorm moved up. The moment the giant foot was about to stomp on him, the horrible windstorm arrived and tore it apart. Futian continued soaring. He struck with the starry staff, splitting the elephant in half. Like a golden bolt of lightning, he streaked out of the space, charging towards Yunfeng. Yunfeng's expression didn't change. He waved a wand and various scrolls continued to fly out. There were ritual implements carved on the scrolls. Instantly, swords whistled through the sky. These swords were like the sharpest ritual implements, and they flew orderly towards Futian. Is it controlled by his mind? Futian's expression was cold. Terrifying cold and tint descended. The extremely icy intent enveloped the space, making Yunfeng's mind feel bone-numbing coldness. The sharp swords were covered in frost. They slowed down as if they were affected. Boom! The golden rock flew through the sky, passing between the swords. Then another ritual implement created by a scroll arrived. It was a huge and ancient clock. It crashed down, trying to cage Futian in. Futian didn't stop at all. He continued forward. Seeing the huge clock, he struck with his staff again without hesitation. With a loud ring, countless eardrums trembled while the clock was shattered. Such a strong attack. Countless hearts trembled. Seeing Futian continue forward, Yunfeng furrowed his brows. Whooshes sounded. The scrolls behind him flew forward crazily, and many heavy mountains appeared. They crushed downward to squash everything. The body that was like a golden rock charged towards a mountain with the staff in front. The horrible windstorm wrapped around the body, and he passed right through the mountain. It was destroyed in an instant. The other scrolls also missed their attacks. Futian was getting closer and closer to Yunfeng. Go! Yunfeng waved his hand. Countless scrolls flew out like pages of an ancient book. There were endless rustles as the scrolls blocked Yunfeng. They covered the entire sky. The spells arrived after that. Horrible pressure weighed down. Fiery birds shot out. Icy rivers swept downward, and meteorites fell down. 3,000 spells were cast at once, destroying the entire space. Boom! Futian disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared before a scroll attack. His staff swept over and destroyed it. The next moment, he appeared elsewhere. He struck with his staff again, and a hole appeared in the sky. He moved towards that hole. The starry world grew more terrifying. A sun and moon hung high in the sky. The sun's fire and the moon's water poured down. Riding the meteorite's windstorm, he fought against the wild law power attacks. They were destroyed continuously, but the starry body seemed undefeatable like a god. His every step seemed to have a unique rhythm that shook the sky. The world and heavens were extremely heavy. These days, he traveled the 6 law power zones and had cultivated in the sky-reaching tower. This hadn't been a waste of time. All of his elemental powers had strengthened. His will had strengthened too. Many people discovered with a shock that the various law power attacks towards Futian were either burned by the sun's fiery furnace, frozen by the icy will, or buried by the meteorite windstorm. Even if they reached Futian, they would be torn apart by the windstorm around him. The advancing figure gave everyone a strange feeling. It was as if everything was clearing a path for him. Loud booms sounded continuously. Everything kept getting destroyed. An unstoppable might was born around Futian, while the attacking scrolls in the sky seemed to become extremely insignificant. Seeing Futian walk over, Yunfeng's life spirit floated before him. There was a blurry figure drawn on the boundless scroll. It was so big it looked like a god, filled with unparalleled might. This was Yunfeng's final drawing. He'd put all his comprehensions from cultivations into this unclear figure. He imagined it as a top god. Every bit of his improvements and comprehension would strengthen the artistic conception in the picture. Now, he poured his spiritual power into this picture. The figure seemed to come to life. It walked out of the scroll like a looming god. It was filled with extreme power. Is this the Yun family's final picture, the art soul? The figure that walked out of the picture crazily absorbed the spiritual chi in the world. It seemed to have the most perfect body. Apparently, the craftsman had transformed all his comprehensions into this art soul. It was like a true saint. Yunfeng had seen many people stronger than him, even sages. Thus, his art soul also contained unparalleled power. Right now, it raised its huge hand and smashed down at Futian. The palm covered the sky, but Futian continued advancing. Aggressive martial arts was unleashed. It turned into a horrible force field. Everything around it seemed to be flattened. It was like an emperor. Thud. He took another step and Yunfeng's heart trembled. Then he saw Futian raise his staff. Futian's body seemed to become a boundless shore. A 100-meter-long staff shadow appeared. It smashed down with the power of the world. At that moment, Yi Futian's aura wasn't any weaker than Yun Feng's art soul. There were terrifying rumbles. Everything in the surroundings was destroyed. A regular attack couldn't even get close. When the huge staff came down, the huge arm shattered. Then the head and body were pulverized under the staff too. When the staff fell upon the scroll, it shook. Then with a cough, Yun Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. "You want to draw a god?" Yi Futian walked over. Yun Feng looked up with a pale face. "Why don't you draw me instead?" Yi Futian reached out and grasped Yun Feng's neck. Yun Feng struggled against Yi Futian's hands. There was no color in his face at all. Yi Futian looked back. Flames shot out and burned the scroll that had Hua Jieyu's picture. "How did you make it into the law rank?" Yi Futian held onto Yun Feng's head and hurled him down. Many people were shaken by this scene. Boom! The battle platform shook. Yun Feng vomited blood. He tried to move Yi Futian's hands, but he obviously couldn't. Below the platform, countless eyes from the Daozong Pavilion were frozen on them. Xiang Zhiqin and Lin Yuqing were especially shocked by this. Yun Feng had been bloodily defeated. Yi Futian still gripped Yun Feng's neck. "You all said that I'm shameless and don't dare to fight anyone," he said coldly. "Today, I gave in. But do you think you qualify?" With that, he lifted Yun Feng's body and smashed it down again. So many of Yun Feng's bones broke, but Yi Futian controlled it well. Yun Feng wouldn't be disabled. But even if he couldn't disable Yun Feng, he would still make him remember what respect meant. Xiang Zhiqin's eyes were frigid. She knew that Yi Futian was talking to Yun Feng, but the words were meant for the others too. For countless months, many rumors had mocked Yi Futian. But was it true that he didn't dare to accept anyone's challenge? Was it true that he didn't have the temperament of the pavilion battle's winner? Today, Yi Futian told him that it wasn't that he didn't dare. It was his natural arrogance. He didn't care even if people insulted him. Yun Feng's mouth was covered in blood, and his face was ashen. He looked mangled. He was a pride too, but today, he'd been destroyed like this. Yi Futian was purposely using the cruelest way to humiliate him. "Enough?" Lin Yuqing asked coldly. Yi Futian looked up and sneered. "You're the ones who wanted to fight. Now, you're the ones who want to stop. Is this the temperament you spoke of? You're allowed to mock me, but don't let me resist?" With that, Yi Futian stood up. Dragging Yun Feng's body, he stepped towards the edge of the battle platform. Many people pitied Yun Feng when seeing his tragic state. Just as Yi Futian had said, Yun Feng probably regretted meeting him now. That handsome, harmless-looking youth was like a demon when angered. "This is the challenge that you wanted. Satisfied?" Yi Futian tossed Yun Feng's body down the platform. Countless eyes fell upon Yi Futian. This was the winner of the pavilion battle. Chapter 596. Lin Yuqing scanned Yi Futian coldly before walking to Yun Feng's side. He stooped down to check Yun Feng's injuries. He discovered that he'd broken many bones. He wasn't disabled, but would need to rest for a long while before he could cultivate normally. Lin Yuqing scanned Yi Futian coldly before walking to Yun Feng's side. He stooped down to check Yun Feng's injuries. He discovered that he'd broken many bones. He wasn't disabled, but would need to rest for a long while before he could cultivate normally. This was only the physical damage. Lin Yuqing could see from Yun Feng's dazed eyes that his psychological damages were much more painful. This junior brother of his was the craftsman's descendant. He could draw everything, and his talent was extraordinary. He'd entered the law rank not long after entering the pavilion, so he was naturally young and vibrant. His goal had always been entering the Holy Sage Pavilion. Lin Yuqing knew what kind of person Yun Feng usually was: proud, fearless, and filled with confidence. But right now, Yun Feng's eyes were empty. The humiliation of this battle had pulverized his confidence and pride, tossing him into a deep abyss. This kind of hit was too cruel for a proud and young talent. It could possibly ruin Yun Feng and make him doubt himself. It would be hard to recover his mindset. This was what cultivators usually described as damage to his principal heart. It would create a huge obstacle to his future cultivation. Raising his head, Lin Yuqing looked coldly at Yi Futian and said, "We are all cultivating in the pavilion. Aren't you a bit too toxic? He knew that Futian had done it purposely. Otherwise, there was no need to come to this battle platform. If you aren't blind, then you're an idiot, Futian replied coolly. Anyone could mock others from a moral standpoint. But had Lien Yuqing said anything when Yunfeng had insulted Futian? Had he reprimanded Yunfeng when he drew Hua Jieyu? If Yunfeng had drawn Lien Yuqing's girlfriend instead, would he still be so calm? Now that Yunfeng was defeated with humiliation, Futian became the bad guy. Lien Yuqing stared at Futian. Then he stood up and walked towards the battle platform. What is Lien Yuqing going to do? Everyone looked at Lien Yuqing. He was at the peak of the noble plane and was 5th on the law rank. No matter what, he shouldn't be the one going up the platform. Senior brother Lien, Yun Shuishang called. This battle had scared her. Before, she'd always seen Futian with a shameless grin, but today, everyone saw a different Futian. The power he revealed in anger was honestly frightening. He had treated Yunfeng cruelly, but Yunfeng and Xiang Zhiqin had forced him into this. Plus, Hua Jieyu had already made it clear that she wouldn't allow Yunfeng to draw her, but he still did it. This was an insult, so Futian's anger was with reason. On the battle platform, Futian had defeated Yunfeng as a grade 8 noble. No matter what, Lien Yuqing had no reason to fight. It damaged his image. I won't do anything to him, Lien Yuqing said softly as he stopped. Then he continued towards the platform. Futian looked at Lien Yuqing. He hadn't expected for Lien Yuqing to be shameless enough to walk onto the platform. I shouldn't fight, but you're too violent. You should listen to this musical piece, Lien Yuqing said. Then he sat onto the platform and strummed his guqin. A graceful melody streamed out instantly, floating into everyone's ears. Then I'll listen to your song. Futian stood there and watched Lien Yuqing quietly. The other was a top noble. This kind of fight had no suspense at all. He wouldn't even try. The higher the plane, the bigger the differences between each level. How much cultivation did a grade 8 noble need to reach the peak of the noble plane? This distance couldn't be reached so easily. Strands of sound waves passed over, invading Futian's mind. In that instant, Futian could barely control his spiritual power anymore. It went wild, though he continued to stand there quietly. The music seeping in wildly brought him into a different space. An invisible hand clutched his body, making him feel as if he was pinned down in the illusory space. An image appeared in his mind. He seemed to have been taken and slammed towards the ground. His body shook and his mind seemed close to breaking apart. Standing on the battle podium, he grunted, face paling. Lien Yuqing continued playing slowly. He was graceful and natural. Everyone looked at Futian's expression. They could tell what he was experiencing, but no one knew exactly what Lien Yuqing's music was doing to him. Soon, Lien Yuqing's music stopped. He looked up, gazing at the pale Futian. You experienced it, he said. How do you feel? Futian gazed at Lien Yuqing and smiled eerily. I am not Yunfeng, and you are not me. Yunfeng provoked me many times and doesn't know what respect is. He thought he was undefeatable. I had no concerns when attacking him, but what about you? What are you trying to prove with this? Don't forget what plane you're in. If you want to attack, then do it. What are you trying to prove? How fake you are. Seeing Futian smirk, Lien Yuqing strummed the instrument strings with his right hand. Instantly, horrible spiritual energy rushed into Futian's mind like a tidal wave. He stumbled back as if struck by lightning. He grunted and blood trickled out of his lips. Many people shuddered, but Futian's expression didn't change at all. Instead, he smiled with ease. That's right. Futian's smile was bright. This is the challenge you wanted. After crossing 2 planes and defeating Yunfeng, you, a top noble, would come onto the battle platform personally. This is your so-called temperament. It's very powerful, but in the future, trying being less shameless. With that, Futian turned and walked down the platform. He didn't care about this challenge, because it was meaningless. Things would quiet down after this. Seeing Futian walk down off the podium, Lien Yuqing's expression looked ugly. He didn't stop. Futian had been forcing him to attack. He laughed at himself. His mindset still wasn't advanced enough, allowing Futian to anger him. Did Futian want to affect his mindset this way? Oh, right. I'll remember the piece you played today. If there's a chance in the future, I'll gift you peace too. After walking down, Yi Futian grabbed Hua Jieyu and left. He ignored everyone where. Lien Yuqing didn't mind Yi Futian's words. Gift him a peace? Was Yi Futian skilled in musical sorcery too? But even if he was, how many years would it take for him to surpass Lien Yuqing? Xiang Zhiqin looked at Yi Futian's receding backside with an ugly expression. News of this battle quickly spread throughout the Holy Ji Palace. Yun Feng, 96th of the law rank, had been cruelly defeated by Yi Futian. Many people lamented that the newbie who'd placed first in the pavilion battle was stronger than they'd expected. Yun Feng's talent had been recognized by entering the law rank. He'd also cultivated for a while in the Holy Ji Palace. However, his ending was tragic. After returning to the Daozong Pavilion, he'd shut himself in. He must have suffered horrible psychological trauma. He was removed on the law rank while Yi Futian shot up to 81. He was only a grade 8 noble, but he was already 81st. If he reached the mid or top-level noble plane, what position would he have on the list? Right then, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng followed Qi Jie through the dazzling pavilion in the Battle Sage Pavilion. According to Qi Jie, Sage Dozhan, chief of the Battle Sage Pavilion, wanted to see them. Yi Futian saw Sage Dozhan before a golden pavilion. His upper body was bare, revealing bronze muscles. This tall body seemed to be filled with endless power. He didn't release his aura, but just standing there made Yi Futian and Yu Sheng feel extreme pressure. Yi Futian felt like he was an ant before Sage Dozhan. He could be squashed with a finger. Teacher, Yi Futian is here. Teacher, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng called it the same. They'd listened to the King Kong sage. Since they'd entered the Battle Sage Pavilion, it wasn't wrong to call Sage Dozhan teacher. Sage Dozhan nodded lightly and gazed at them. I saw at the entrance battle that you two are physically strong. You must have cultivated powerful body-enhancing techniques. However, this comes with the technique. You didn't truly find your potentials and cultivate to the limit. Judging from talent, Yu Sheng is the most suitable for cultivating the body. Unfortunately, you used the wrong method. Very few people can cultivate the body. People like sorcery more. Even in lower planes, they say that sorcerers are stronger than martial arts. Cultivating the body isn't the mainstream either. What do you two think? Sage Dozhan asked. Every cultivator has their own skills. All careers are the same when cultivated to the extreme. It still depends on the person, Yi Futian said. No, they're right, Sage Dozhan said to him. Of course, this is only limited to the lower planes. When you cultivate to a certain level, there are no absolute weaknesses or strengths. For people like you who are skilled in multiple abilities, you naturally have an advantage. Everyone has different views on cultivation, but I believe that cultivating the body is stronger than everything else. It's just that few people can go to the extreme. Yi Futian didn't really agree, but from a certain aspect, Sage Dozhan was right too. If a cultivator couldn't believe in his own cultivation, there was no point. If you doubt me, then let me ask you. If I cultivate my physical body to the extreme and my body is now as strong as any spell of the same plane, how will you attack me? Sage Dozhan asked. Yi Futian started pondering, but Sage Dozhan continued, it's simple. You only need to imagine Yu Sheng. If an attack from someone in the same plane landed on him, would he react? Yi Futian nodded. This was the truth. Someone in the same plane as Yu Sheng wouldn't be able to move him. But it wasn't entirely right, because most attacks were above the attacker's plane. I am 7th on the Barren Sky ranking, but people before me are still unwilling to fight me. Do you know why? Sage Dozhan asked. He seemed extremely confident in his abilities. Yi Futian shook his head. It's because their attacks might not be effective. They must attack multiple times to defeat me. But they're different. If I hit them once, they'll die, Sage Dozhan said. Yi Futian blinked. He suddenly felt that this made sense. It really was a huge advantage. Chapter 597. The Sage Dozhan looked at the two of them and continued speaking. Of course, body refining is not just about training your physical body. At your cultivation level, you should understand that not cultivating your spiritual energy makes you as useful as a disabled person. Apart from that, a body-refining cultivator is also useless without speed. Next, I will teach the two of you the incomplete heavenly manual. It is an extremely ruthless body-enhancing technique, but it could also be incomplete. Hence I named it the Incomplete Heavenly Manual. The sage Dojan looked at the two of them and continued speaking. Of course, body refining is not just about training your physical body. At your cultivation level, you should understand that not cultivating your spiritual energy makes you as useful as a disabled person. Apart from that, a body refining cultivator is also useless without speed. Next, I will teach the two of you the Incomplete Heavenly Manual. It is an extremely ruthless body-enhancing technique, but it could also be incomplete. Hence I named it the Incomplete Heavenly Manual. Yi Futian and Yusheng listened attentively. They were extremely clear of the benefits and drawbacks of martial arts cultivation. Yusheng could be considered a martial arts cultivator with his unparalleled physique. However, he had lost to Su Ke in the palace battle, and the reason was obvious. Yi Futian also cultivated in body refining, but he had other aspects of his cultivation to worry about. Although his physique was also overbearing, he had not reached Yusheng's level. The sage Dojan claimed that he was going to teach them an incomplete manual that was extremely brutal. He wondered how it fared against Yusheng's demonic art. I'm telling you all this is to make you understand the strength of body refining. Especially you, Yi Futian. Your cultivation is all over the place. You must be neglecting your body refining. If the two of you do not wish to cultivate this technique, I will teach you other body-enhancing techniques. I want to cultivate in this technique, Yusheng said. The more brutal the body-enhancing technique, the stronger its effects would be. Coupled with his demonic art, he wondered how much stronger his physique could get. Master, I also want to try cultivating it, Yi Futian smiled and said. All right, after you have all cultivated this technique to a certain level, I will teach you a combat technique to complement the body refinement that you have done. The sage Dojan continued, Now, I will use my spiritual will to transmit the Incomplete Heavenly Manual to both of you. Yi Futian and Yusheng nodded, then closed their eyes. Another eye appeared to open between the sage Dojan's eyebrows, like a demonic heavenly eye. Following that, a brilliant light shot into Yi Futian and Yusheng's brow chakra. In an instant, information flooded into their heads. Yi Futian quietly accepted the technique that appeared in his head. In the shadow of mind, he saw a figure sitting with his knees crossed. A brilliant glow circulated around his body, teaching him how to perform the technique. After a brief moment, Yi Futian opened his eyes and a glint appeared in them. He explained, This technique uses external force to forge the body, converting external force into the body's power. By forging one's body to the limit, they will be able to open the 7-star acupoints. That's right. The sage Dojan nodded and continued. The Incomplete Heavenly Manual is extremely brutal because it requires you to constantly break through your body's physical limits until the 7-star acupoints have been opened. When cultivated to the limit, your body will be as strong as a ritual implement. Geniuses' spells may exceed their cultivation level, but if you cultivate the Incomplete Heavenly Manual, your body's strength will also exceed your cultivation level. Moreover, in the Holy Ji Palace, the requirements for cultivating the Incomplete Heavenly Manual are satisfied. The Law Power Zone and the Sky-Reaching Tower. Yi Futian said. That's right. The sage Dojan nodded again. The two of you have the inborn potential for body refining, so don't waste it. Especially you, Yusheng. You are a natural body refining warrior, and you have the chance to become a saint through your physique by forging an invincible body. At lower cultivation levels, spells are the strongest, but at higher cultivation levels, the cultivator with the strongest physique will reign supreme. When the two of you step foot in the 18th level of the Sky-Reaching Tower, come find me again. Yes. Yi Futian and Yusheng nodded, then left. The sage Dojan had looked for them only to teach them the Incomplete Heavenly Manual. After the two of them had left, the King Kong sage appeared beside the sage Dojan. He looked at the sage Dojan and said, Brother has not paid attention to the battle of the Holy Ji Palace for many years. Why did you take in 2 disciples all of a sudden? Before this, his brother had also taken in Qijia. It's not like you don't know about Wanxiang's prophecy. The sage Dojan looked at the King Kong sage and said, Humph. The King Kong sage huffed angrily and said, That astrologer is just speaking nonsense. His supposed astrology is just a load of bull. How could he know what the heavens have planned for us and predict the future? Brother, there is no need to pay him any heed. Everything exists for a reason. Since it is there, it has a purpose. The astrologers are able to read the heavens' plans and prophesize, but they do not do so often for fear of their lives. However, their readings are generally likely to come true, the sage Dojan said. Brother's cultivation level is stronger than him. What right does he have to be able to predict your future? Moreover, brother is a genius. How can your fate be predestined by the heavens? The King Kong sage's tone was cold as he questioned. I naturally will not resign to my fate, the sage Dojan said indifferently and continued. My pursuit is to break through to the saint level, but I know the difficulties of that. Perhaps in the process, there will be a disaster that will befall me. That is nothing to be surprised about since I am unable to avoid it. I will face it calmly. However, Yusheng and Yi Futian are outstanding talents, especially Yusheng. He was born for body refining. If I am unable to do it, perhaps he will stand a chance. The King Kong sage did not say anything. It was already hard to become a saint. Countless geniuses in the barren state had failed to do it. Moreover, it was even tougher to break through to become a saint through one's physique. Body refining was considered the most rudimentary cultivation method. After Yi Futian and Yusheng had obtained the body-enhancing technique from the sage Dojan, they started their cultivation. Moreover, they already had strong body-refining foundations, and the incomplete heavenly manual could build on their foundation to break through their limits. In the flame zone of the law power zone, two figures stood barefoot in the sea of flames. Their feet were in extreme pain as the violent flames burned their bodies. Their skin was crimson, and their bodies looked like they were going to be torn apart. However, they did not use their strength to resist it and used their bodies to experience it. They used the incomplete heavenly manual to induct the power of the flames into their bodies and allow it to forge their bodies. This was what the sage Dojan meant by extremely brutal. The cultivation of the incomplete heavenly manual required the use of external force to forge one's body. After the cultivation was complete, their bodies would already have been forged thousands of times, so a spell at the same level was nothing to fear. In the lightning zone, they bathed in the countless thunderbolts, allowing the lightning force to strike their bodies wildly, using the lightning to forge their bodies. The lightning circulated on the surface of their bodies and was then inducted into their body, into their flesh. In the storm zone, they withstood the storm's tearing force and even ran against the storm without using any movement techniques, merely going against the wind and using the air pressure to forge their bodies. In the ground zone, giant rocks continually fell down, striking their bodies. They could feel themselves getting closer to their limit step by step, breaking through step by step to withstand even stronger attacks. Their cultivation period was very mundane, but it was fruitful. Yi Futian and Yusheng stepped into all the zones of the law power zone to forge their bodies. As times passed, they could feel that their already strong bodies were getting even more frightening. In the future, their ability to withstand attacks would definitely be stronger. However, this cultivation method could only be described as insane. Yi Futian's body experienced countless limitations, and he would have to force himself to continue doing so in the future, to allow his body to be brutally injured, to be burned by flames, frozen by ice and torn apart by storms. In the blink of an eye, a few months had passed. Yusheng had already secured a spot in the 12th level of the sky-reaching tower. However, Yusheng was in extreme pain at that moment. An exceedingly horrifying force crushed down on his body, like there were pagodas pressing down on him and smashing his body. Impact sounds could be constantly heard and blood trickled from his mouth, but he clenched his teeth and continued to bear it. The 12th story of the sky-reaching tower. This was a place that only extremely strong middle noble plane cultivators could reach, but here Yusheng was, resisting the pressure of the 12th level. Bam, bam, bam. Rays of golden light drilled holes through his body, but he did not give up. He continued to use the incomplete heavenly manual and transferred the force to his legs. Bang! Huge sounds could be heard like something was being punctured. With a pshhh, Yusheng spewed out a mouthful of blood, and his legs looked like they were being punctured by waves of force, and a horrifying light could be seen at his soul and back. I've succeeded. Yusheng walked down the sky-reaching tower and made a mad rush for the exit. The ground started shaking, and many people looked at Yusheng. What was wrong with this burly guy? At that moment, Yusheng launched off the ground with his feet, without using any movement techniques. His body flew straight off the ground into the air, like a flash of lightning. Soon, Yusheng's body landed from the air onto the ground. With a huge wham, the ground split apart and 2 footprints could be seen. Yusheng continued to propel himself into the distance, and many people looked at the figure getting further away curiously. What was up with this guy? A figure shot towards the edge of the Battle Sage Palace and rushed towards the clouds, landing on the Battle Sage Palace. With a huge thud, Yusheng landed on the ground and appeared beside a figure. The teenage figure opened his eyes and looked at the person beside him, asking, "Yusheng, what's up?" "I opened an acupoint." Yusheng looked at Yi Futian and said, "How do you feel?" A glint appeared in Yi Futian's eyes. The incomplete heavenly manual required a person to open the 7-star acupoints. The strength in my feet has increased exponentially. They have very strong explosive strength now. I don't need to use any movement techniques to jump into the air, but it uses the potential of my body instead. Perhaps my legs will start to ache not long after. The cultivation of the incomplete heavenly manual is originally detrimental to one's body. However, the opening of the 7-star acupoints is just the start of unlocking one's potential. If there is no need to, do not use it. Only use the explosive power when you really have to, Yi Futian said, smiling. The incomplete heavenly manual had recorded that if all 7-star acupoints were opened, the human body's potential would be stimulated to its limit, and they could become a giant and have unparalleled explosive power that could rival a mountain. What are you so excited about? Yi Futian stared at Yusheng. It feels fantastic after opening an acupoint. Moreover, the incomplete heavenly manual does not clash with my demonic art and can even complement each other. That was why I wanted to try it out and ended up here, Yusheng said. Bragging? Yi Futian glared at him and said, he must have done it on purpose. However, he was also very happy for him. The demonic art could be cultivated in conjunction with the incomplete heavenly manual, and the Sage Dojan would teach them another technique in the future. Yusheng's body would only become more and more formidable. Seeing Yusheng's embarrassed smile, Yi Futian said, all right, have a break. Go and visit Qingxian. It's coming to the end of the year soon. You're not allowed to cultivate at the end of the year. All right. Yusheng nodded and left. Yi Futian's gaze landed on the distant Holy Ji Palace. How fast it had been. Another year was passing. He had heard that the Holy Ji Palace would have a sparring session at the end of the year. At that time, he would be able to see the elites among the noble plane in the Holy Ji Palace. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.